What's up, beautiful people, internet? I'm Wesley.
I'm Stephanie.
This is Wes and
Steph.
Hey guys, we're reacting to Violet Evergarden for the very first time. I am so excited. We only know the very briefest premise.
Barely.
I think
she's injured.
I think, yeah, that's what
That's
we know.
about all we know.
And there was a war. It's weird to have a show starting after a war to me.
Right?
It's not just me. Her hair seems kind of frazzled, ragged.
Her whole outfit does.
Are they together?
It was beautiful.
Love? Happiness? This is beautifully drawn so far. The colors of all the eyes are so deep.
Vibrant.
120 days?
That's a long time.
You see she's writing with her whole hand.
Oh.
What happened to her? How did she get so hurt?
Oh, and that was so hard for her to write that letter.
That's just God taking it away.
That's beautiful.
She set the record for the longest paper airplane ride without even trying.
They have planes and
Whoa,
trains.
do you see the whole terrain is pockmarked with like craters?
We just went to France.
It's beautiful. Whoa.
This feels very like 1800s Edwardian, maybe?
Titanic?
Yeah.
Wow. That's beautiful, wherever this is.
This is a good job illustrating.
Are we at the end of the war, though?
It looks peaceful.
That's not Major Gilbert.
Nope.
Major Gilbert had green eyes and brown hair.
She's not human?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh. How can she not be human? What is she? Is Major Gilbert dead?
Oh.
Did no one tell her in 120 days?
Are you not going to answer
Why
her
aren't you going to
questions?
answer?
I'd be pissed.
Especially if she's been asking that for 120 days. A report, not a letter. He's dead. He's gotta be dead.
Or maybe his memory lost?
I don't believe. I think he's dead and they just won't tell her. Maybe they're worried that maybe if she like gets upset, something bad happens. Hands in pockets.
Oh, like having your like
Fingers crossed, maybe? I don't know. They were showing his hands a lot in his pockets for some reason. Is that just supposed to show he's like
we just tell her?
uncomfortable?
I'd be like, something's up. You guys are not giving me answers.
Acorns?
エメラルドのブローチがあなたが見つかった現場と駐屯地にあった荷物はこれだけだと。な ないなら探しに行かなければ。
バイオレットちゃん。
いただいたものなのです。少佐にいただいたものなのです。
分かった。探しておくから。
ですが、
とにかく君は俺に同行する。それがあいつの命令だ。
Maybe he's like married or something.
わかりました。
I can tell this show's gonna make me cry at some point.
次の命令をいただけるのはいつなのでしょう。このような状態ではできる任務に制限があると思いますが。
We saw it in the trailer, so we know what's under the band-aid.
Yeah.
We
saw
know
that in
what's
the
under the
trailer.
Band-Aid.
Trailer spoilers.
The trailer
バイ
spoiled
オレット
it.
ちゃん。はいはい。
Stuffed
That's-
animals.
They're kind of treating her like a kid.
どうかな。
Yeah.
不要です。
いやー、どれか選ばないと世界が終わると仮定して。はい、3、2、
では子犬を。
はい。
It's like Pokemon starters.
Is he trying to like make her look harmless?
Or is she just truly childish?
どうして子犬を選んだの？
以前少佐の兄上にお前はギルベルトの犬だなと言
What?
われましたので。
少し長い旅があるよ。この辺りの線路。
Wow, look, it's really just messed up.
Wow. It's like beautiful peaceful.
前
Bam.
いや
だっけ。
She's kind of like a little kid.
Whoa.
Whoa.
バイオレット、君は生きて自由になりなさい。心から。
He seems dead. And she doesn't seem
ここに
free.
いたの。見えてきたね。ライデンの港。
Wow. Leiden. So is it Germany or Switzerland based?
ギルベルトは戦争が終わった後の君の身の振り方をずっと案じていてね。だから自分の親戚として一番信頼できるエヴァーガーデン家に君を預けたいと言ってい
They're
た。
talking about her like a thing.
Yeah.
That's what's weird to me. And they said she's not human. Do you think she's actually not human, or are they just dehumanizing her for some reason?
I don't know. I can't
Like,
tell.
I can't tell if she's... And some other shows that we've watched, they talk about people like they're not human to just other them and make them feel like they're not human. Especially that's common in war. I'm trying to piece it together.
連絡を取ったらご夫妻とも喜んで君の身元
Like, it's like how you find a new home for, like, a puppy you can't take care of anymore, or a dog. Wow, it is
That
beautiful,
was
though.
stunningly beautiful.
It's like my dream house.
よく来たわね。
さあ、バイオレットちゃん
She seems nice.
こちらエヴァーガーデン家の奥方。いや、お辞儀でいいんだけど。
今だとアンシェネから3日がかりかしら。
ええ、本来なら1日で戻れたんですが、4年も対戦が続きましたからね。
So it's not
復
over.
旧にはまだまだ時間がかかりそう
They
ですよ。
seem like they're living well considering there's a war going on.
バイオレット。
But they said it'd take a while to restore everything, so maybe it is over. Oh.
ごめんなさい。無理しなくていいのよ。
You see, she even... Oh.
やけどするわ。
She's not treating her like... She's treating her very kindly.
暑さは感じません。でも風体が早く冷やさないと。オリバ、氷を持ってきて。
承知しました。
アダマン銀でできた腕です。武骨ですが頑丈です。
Whoa.
まだ不慣れですが、いずれ
So
使
they're
用な
new.
くなると思われます。
I thought it was like, has she been a robot her whole
I know,
life?
I was like, is she a cyborg?
Okay, but well, she is now. She got robot hands.
She's not treating her... Like, she's treating her very
来て
kindly.
もらえるかしら。私が
Aw,
若い頃に
that's
使
so
っ
pretty.
てたものだけど。
いいですね。はめてごらん。
That's really sweet.
うん。似合ってるよ
Oh,。did you hear the rattle when she moves?
じゃあ私はこれだ。会社に戻らなくてはならないので、バイオレットちゃん。ティファニーさんのおっしゃることをよく聞く。
Tiffany. The names are fun.
そんなに気を使わなくても、本当の親だと思って何でも言ってちょうだい。
Aw.
It's a heck of a thing
Do
to
you
say.
trust her? Tell me anything? That's a weird thing to say.
もともと親はおりませんので、代わりも不要です。
She doesn't have parents. What does that mean?
そう言わないで。うちには息子がいたんだけど、大戦で亡くなってしまって。私は亡くなった子供の代わりには
Huh.
なり得ません。
Wow, Violet. I mean, that's true.
バイオレットちゃん、ここで幸せに暮らすことがギルベルトの望みな
At the same time, I think it is fair to draw healthy boundaries like that.
Yeah. I mean, she saw what was coming real quick.
Yeah. So she's childish, but she's very astute at the same time.
He seems very sad.
Even draw him sad.
どうして私をここに置くのですか？私が腕を失って武器としての価値がなくなったからですか？
A
でさえすれ
weapon.
ば私はまだ戦います。
バイオレットちゃん、もう戦争は終わった。
So it is over. She doesn't know?
It would be nice if they had told her that.
ですが不要になったのなら処分されるべきです。どこかに捨ててください。
Throw her away like she's not human, right?
Maybe that's why they haven't been telling her this stuff. They know that
ホッチンズ中佐。
she's kind of broken. Very broken.
軍はやめたんだ。俺はもう中佐じゃない。
He forgot to tell her. There are lots of opportunities.
President?
ここは俺の会社だ。
Dang, dude.
古い
That's a
邸
big
宅を買って
building.
少し手を入れたんだ。一
Wow.
回受付窓口になってる。
配達までには3日少々お時間をいただいております。
So it's a post office?
代筆部門。
代筆。
依頼者の要望に応じて手紙とかを代わりに書く部門なんだ。まだ字が書けない人も多いからね。
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
私も書けませんでした。詳細に教えていただく前は。
Every time it's
He's gotta be dead or like lost
something's
his mind.
wrong.
政府の郵政業務は民間にまで手が回っていないから。
They privatized the post office because the government's version isn't doing a good enough job.
Hashtag
FedEx.
this show was written by a libertarian.
FedEx or UPS, let go.
で、命令だ。バイオレット・エヴァーガーデン。
I mean, I guess I'm surprised if she's
君を俺に
like considered not human and a
だから代わ
weapon
りに命令を
that she's being treated with so much love and consideration by the people around her.
I know.
働ける。ここでな。ベネディクソン。
Benedict.
そこは何でしょうか、社長だろう。
で、なんだよ。てーな、なんなんだよ。
お前今わざと会社作る前からの腐れ縁でね。ベネディクト、彼女は
That's why Benedict's like, I don't want to call you president. You're supposed to be my friend.
Everybody here has crazy eyes.
They're
Everyone.
so cool. It's like saturation in the eyes.
今日からポストマンとして働く。
こんなガキが。
Well, what are
思
you?
考能力は抜群だ。俺は銀行回ってくるんで、お前いろいろ教えてやってね。
Benedict looks just like her younger brother. I can't tell if he's supposed to be older than her or not.
Older. He's taller.
了解しました。
制服、着替えて。
了解しました。
Whoa, whoa! So she just follows orders.
でかいな。
問題ありません。
You know what it is? I think it is our daughter is very literal. I think that's why she reminds me of a child so much. Because she just hasn't lived in society
Yeah.
enough to know like the unspoken meaning behind
Not childlike
words.
because everything is literal. Exactly
It's so
what you
literal.
say.
That's why it feels so childlike to me. When you're little, you just haven't had enough time to understand symbolism.
Or implied
Implied
meanings,
meaning, that's what it is. Yeah, the
implications.
implication.
Like, hey, yeah, go change, but change around the corner. I feel like this is a mystery I'm trying to...
I know.
郵便物を開けるのが難しいか。
いえ、大きく問題はありません。
ここに書いてある通り別に、そこの棚に入れるんだ。郵便物はどっさりあるけど、焦んなくていいからな。
He didn't even, like, flinch at her
2
hands.
階に休憩室もあ
I
った。
wonder if it's pretty common if it's after a war.
じゃあな。
He doesn't flinch at her using military conventions either.
No.
I imagine everybody, if it's a war that was this
Everybody
widespread,
was
I'm sure
involved.
everybody must have been in the military that's this around this age.
もうすぐ任務完了です。
ずっとやってたのか。休憩も取らずに。
Of course she
当時から
didn't.
作戦には慣れています。
じゃあ、今度は、配達行ってみるか。書かれた住所の通りに手紙を届けるんだよ。
The only person who would understand his struggle is someone who's had to train somebody overqualified for a job. And it's like, this
You
was
already
supposed to be
said
your
it.
job for the day. You mean I have to come up with something else for you to do for the rest of the day now?
じゃあ、俺帰るから。
I feel like Gilbert didn't know her very well if he thought she'd be happy just living a pampered life with somebody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless that wasn't his idea and everyone's lying.
ね。エアカンの配達やってるとこもあるのか。
Huh.
うちにはまだ無理。
配達です。
So she just does. She's got no turn off. So what it means to be human, the first thing I think of is free will.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's what they mean. Like, she's a living weapon. She's not human in the sense that, like, maybe she's been through some crazy brainwashing or training that she literally does not have free will, or it's like been broken
obedient,
from her.
Completely obedient.
I don't know.
Doesn't question. I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out if there's magic in this world. That was the other thing I thought. Maybe like she has some superpower, but it doesn't. At least so far, there doesn't seem to be anything supernatural.
Or he is. There we go.
退院したばかりなんだし、
問題ありません。
バイオレットちゃん、食べていいよ。
And she won't do things if she's not ordered to.
食べます。
But she can
食べ
eat.
たら会社まで送っていけ。
And she has questions.
So she's not a robot.
寝泊まりできるようにしておいたから。エヴァーガーデン家は身元引受人にはなってくれるそうだ。君が成人するまで。
So she is a teenager.
屋敷に置くのは。
問題あったんだな。
お前、俺がやんわり言ってんのに知らねえよ。
Did she get offended?
送るよ。
I mean, I kind of would have been.
ギルベルトから最後にどんな命令をもらった？
逃げて自由に生きろと。それから。
君は小さい頃からずっと軍にいて任務を遂行するだけの毎日を送ってきた。でもこれから君はたくさんのことを学ぶよ。だけど学ばない方が知らない方が楽に生きられるかもしれない。君は自分がしてきたことでどんどん体に火がついて燃え上がっていることをまだ知らない。
The body holds the score.
燃えていません。
燃えてるよ。
燃えていません。おかしいです。
いや、
Literal again.
燃えてるんだ。
Wait, what?
そんな君を見ていて放置した。だからギルベルトに君を託された時、これは俺の機会だと思った。いつか俺が言ったことが分かる時が来る。そして初めて自分がたくさんやけどしていることに気づくんだ。
Because your sister works with kids. She taught us that like children haven't learned how to monitor their own feelings
Yeah.
and states.
Yeah.
So like kids don't know that they're hungry until they get to a certain age. Rather, they have a hard time even recognizing and like looking internally, mentally, and
Like,
recognizing.
why am
like,
I upset? Oh, it's because I'm
hungry.
hungry.
Oh, what is this unpleasant feeling? It's because I'm hungry, or it's
Yeah,
because I'm
they're just
thirsty,
like,
or it's because I'm
"Ah!"
tired.
Yeah.
I wonder if she is also childlike or not human in that way. Like she doesn't even recognize the pain and the trauma that she is in herself.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
It's kind
understand.
of a
She seems
mystery.
deadened. Yeah.
Yeah, deadened to everything.
Numb.
But she doesn't know where this guy that she's in love with is. That's what I'm getting out of
I
this.
want to. I
She
can't
stayed up
tell.
all night. Does she not sleep?
Does she love him romantically or like a father?
I think it's romantic.
ドールさん？
いえ、私はバイオレットです。
ミス・バイオレット。代筆を頼みたいんだけど、僕字が書けなくて。
After a war, I'm sure you'd be trying desperately to get in touch with different people.
何を書くのですか？
ここで話すのかい？
何か問
Oh,
題
that's
があり
very
ますか？
personal,
Yeah.
depending on the content.
It's like, I have a personal letter.
田舎にいる幼馴染に、あいつ、他の男との縁談がある。
Oh, whoa.
Oh.
伝えてほしいんだ。
Man, I feel like this is going to be a rough line of work for Violet because you need a lot of sensitivity.
君だった。君が世界のすべてだった。
Whoa.
君のためなら僕は
What makes her special though? Ugh.
She's like all these men, and she's a female child.
Whoa.
君の心を
So she's like superhuman. Oh, do you see her block with? She blocked a bayonet with her arm.
I don't know. I don't. Yeah.
今は離れているけれど君のことを愛している。
Aw.
よろしいでしょうか？
はい。
愛している。
So they help them write too.
Oh.
So they like give suggestions on what to actually say as well. Oh, that's hard. I feel like you need such a deep understanding
of
of
humans. Yeah, I don't know if she's gonna be able to do that.
自動式人形サービスのご利用
That's an interesting
Auto
outfit of
memory doll
choice.
service.
ありがとうございました。
Doll service.
Auto memory doll service.
Her eyes too.
あなたは誰？どうしてわかるのですか？先ほどの方の愛してるがなぜわかるのですか？
自動式人形の仕事がしたい？
あ
はい。ペンを握るのはまだ困難ですが、タイプライターなら操作可能です。
いや、そうじゃなくて。
You don't understand human emotions.
仕事が。
知りたいのです。
It's all implicit, not literal.
愛してるを知りたいのです。少佐は最後の命令の後にその言葉におっしゃいました。
So he did
その
love
言
her.
葉が出たのは初めてでした。それはどのような状態を意味するのか私には理解できないのです。
So this is gonna be that kind of a
そ
show.
れがわかるから自動式人形になるんだけどね。でもいいよ。ギルベルトの命令にただ従っていた彼女が初めて自分の意思を主張した。
Wow, that is a good
心を
point.
持たない道具と言われた彼女が愛してるを知りたいと言った。
Oh,
Oh.
what? How?
絶対少佐を死なせません。もうやめてくれ。バイオレット、君は生きて自由になりなさい。
Why do I love that when he's dead? Oh.
心から愛してる。
Oh, so he's not a bad guy. Oh.
He's just a dead guy.
I was kind of hoping he was a bad guy. She just didn't know. That makes this so much worse to watch.
Why?
Oh, no.
Just tell us what happened. Then it
Oh,
wouldn't
I
be a
think they just
show.
told us what happened, Stephanie.
You think
He's
he's-
very, very, very dead. And she has, like, traumatically repressed the memory.
I have hope that he's still alive.
I think that he's very dead. Very, 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 very dead.
So that she's somehow not human. She's trying to understand.
That's
what
why
it
Gilbert
means to
trusted me
love.
with you.
That's what it means to love.
I think she is human. I think that when they're saying she's not human, they're referring to like, oh, she's a super soldier that's gone through so much brutal training that she doesn't have the component parts that we think distinguish us from an animal. Like, I think that's what I think. Like, she doesn't have free will. She just follows orders. She
Not
just
that she's a robot, just that she was like basically brutalized from the time she was a baby and traumatized so much that she can't connect with that
and
inside of her.
She doesn't feel fear. She doesn't think. She doesn't question.
Well, that's our
She
theory
doesn't
anyway.
feel emotions. That's what I think.
I don't know. Maybe we're right. Maybe we're wrong.
I feel like this is going to be a show that makes me feel too many emotions. Already, I was like...
And how did they show so much love between two people in one episode? Why do I feel like I've watched, a whole anime?
They did a really good job. I think they did a really good job communicating things unsaid.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a really key component and theme in this show is like understanding things unsaid. Also, Auto Memory Doll is the coolest ass service I've ever heard for like transcriber and editor. Like Auto Memory Doll service sounds so badass. That's crazy.
Doesn't it hurt that they're all
I feel
beautiful?
like she has the lowest EQ, emotional intelligence.
Yeah.
And she's asking to do the job with like
With
the
the
highest
highest.
required EQ. And did you notice? I kind of wondered that too when they first showed his business. I was like, why are all these typists and workers beautiful? Is this just anime?
Nope. There's a point to it.
It's like half. What's that place? Hooters. It's half half Hooters and half like
post office.
Post office.
They combined.
This world is so interesting. I want to learn more. Wonderful watercolored war-torn country.
I want to learn more about Violet.
I do too.
And does she experience human emotion?
So are we dropping right back into the war? Whoa.
That's cool.
ようゲル元気にしてたか相変わら
It's his brother.
Gilbert's brother?
兄さんこそ
Do you see he's
Yeah, he looks
he's got
tired.
lines around his eyes?
父上が見たらきっと許しはしなかった軍刀で切られていただろう死んでくれてよかっ
Whoa.
Their eyes are crazy.
た悪かった 今日はお前の昇格祝いにいいものを持ってきてやったんだ。
Is it Violet?
いいか、あくまで武器として使え。情けもかけるな。
What?
Don't
They
get
can be
attached.
given like this? I thought it was purely military.
She has kind of elf-like ears. Did you see that?
I had the impression, I thought it was much more like regimented and military.
起きろ。
Like they get assigned to a handler and are trained.
I know. He's
I didn't
giving
realize,
to her like
yeah.
a slave.
Or like a gun.
北東戦域で拾った名前は
バイオレット・エヴァ
He
ーガーデン
found her, Stephanie.
今日から
Yeah.
自動式人形の見習いとして働くことになった。仕事のこととかいろいろ教えてやってくれ。
表情のないその少女まるで人形のようだったこの職業の名の由来となった機械仕掛けの人形のよう
It's so funny when someone's getting introduced and you are on like a panel,
Yeah.
so you are supposed to be looking at them. How
But
then
then
if
they
they kind of
look
look
at
at you,
you.
you're like, oh.
Sorry. He
They
found
found
her
her.
at the war zone.
Did the military even train them? My impression of the progression of Gilbert and Violet's relationship was completely wrong.
I know.
I thought that he went through training as her handler, but it sounds like she was trained up as a weapon, was already possibly operating as a weapon, and then was transferred to his control.
I feel like she's a different race, that they found her and enslaved her.
Really?
I have no idea if I'm on or off on that one. That's what I'm getting out of this.
Like an elf?
Yeah.
You think she's an elf?
Look at her ears. They're pointy.
そうね
But that could just be anime.
自動式人形の仕事についてはどれくらい知ってる依頼者の要望に応じて手紙を代筆する部門だと完全に理解したとは言えませんが任務の遂行は可能と思われますそんなに簡単な仕事じゃないのよっていうか任務って何アイリスいいから仕事続けて
Iris
Both
is
named after
grumpy.
flowers.
あそういえばまだ他の道路を紹介してなかったわねさっきの子あの子がアイリス養成講座を終えたばかりの新人ちゃん
No wonder she's a little
それから
sensitive.
彼女はエリカ彼女も私も道路は前からやっていたけど全然違うと思いますバイオレットあなたタイプライターは使えるんだっけ使用したことはありませんじゃあまずはタイプの
She's being very nice to her.
She really
I'm
is.
glad. I wasn't sure how this was gonna go.
教則本貸してくれるはーい座って了解しました
Why are they playing such ominous
手
music?
袋は取った方がいいわねはい
Dang.
She wasn't embarrassed or
No.
no, she
問題ありません
It might disconcert the people she's helping.
ログを回して巻き込むの F と J にそれぞれ人差し指を置いて打ってみて
Interesting that the keyboard is like, you see how they said F and J keys, even though it's a
typewriter
Japanese type.
in Japanese.
Yeah.
そうそうその調子あとは文字に対応した指の位置を覚えて
What happens if you make a
その
typo?
教則本通りに打ってみて
Whoa.
Whoa. She tweaking the settings?
That's what it looks like.
Dang, they have the most futuristic arms.
Yeah.
I'm happy for Violet because the rest of the technology seems like it's significantly less advanced than her own. Whoa.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Was she doing bad?
もう少し静かに
Oh. But at least she could do it.
1.2 リブルですので10カラスでございます
I mean, it's better that she'd be able to type than not type, but it was very intense.
一緒に昼飯食おうぜ。焼きそば。
Fried noodles. That sounds great.
いらない
Whoa.
それとそんな汗臭い格好で窓町に来ないでよね
That was nice.
Yeah, but I think he wants something more than just to eat with
なん
them.
だあれ真面目に汗水垂らして働く男にお疲れ様の一言もない。
You didn't say thanks for your hard work to them.
Yeah.
They were working this whole time too.
最近の
That guy's just watching, having a great time.
あいつら絶対窓口に来る金持ち引っ掛けるつもりなんだよ。もういい。もう働く女はいいわ。あ、お前ら焼きそば。
お前っていうのやめてください
焼きそば。
That was
Oh, he's
great.
actually happy about it.
午後に予約が入ってる2件ともカトレアさんをご指名ですって。
No more working girls, only working grandpas.
大丈夫です。
Everybody wants
せっか
Catlia?
く
I
ライブ
wonder
の
why.
道路になったのに毎日宛名書きだの戦争で行方不明になった人の安否問い合わせの手紙だの
Aw.
そんなのばっかり。そういえばあのシーンにも軍にいたそうですよ。まだ子供なのに
This is a beautiful, like, lunch area. Look at that ship.
何も道路にすることないのに愛想もないし気も利きそうにないし絶対向いてないですよね。
She's talking really loudly.
I know.
What bothered her? Something really
Wow.
bothered her.
Yeah, what's wrong with Erica?
お昼に誘ったんだけど補給は不要だってひたすらタイプ練習してる。
She never stops working.
面倒かけるね。
ねえじゃあ今度夕食ごちそうしてよグラウディア。
名前でよか。
女の子が欲しかったからってあんまりよね。ベッドの中で女の名前呼ぶなんて最悪だったわ。
What?
やめてお願いごめんなさい。
Catlia! Poor
いや
Claudia.
無理だな。今月の俺の給料なしだから。
Why did she do
I don't
that?
know.
I'm so
Was she trying to make him
confused.
jealous? Did she see he was there?
That was not like what I expected
No,
of
not
her.
at all. Also, I was like, Claudia.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they acknowledged that that's more commonly a girl's name.
長き終わりました。お疲れ様。配達の方に回しておきます。バイオレットもお疲れ様。今日はもう終わりにして。あ、随分上達したじゃない。すごいわ。
She's really nice to her.
Yeah, super nice.
武器です。武器。そうよね。私たち働く女性が社会に出て戦うためのね。明日は誰かの横で実際のドールの仕事を見ていこっか。私はこれから出張サービスに行ってくるの。要望があれば自宅や仕事先にも出向いて。
Oh, yeah, I can see that being more comfortable.
私も携帯してよろしいでしょうか。タイプをどこへ？自室です。訓練の
She's not going to stop all
No,
night.
she won't sleep.
Can she sleep?
I don't think she has elf ears, baby girl.
No, she doesn't. I was wrong. It just looked like it from that one angle.
脱出業務に着任し訓練も開始したと現状報告をしたいのです。
I think Gilbert's dead.
詳細はまだお忙しくお目に
Either
か
that
か
or
る
like
状
in a
況で
coma.
はないのですよね。
Can we tell her what's happened to him, please?
わかった。これは俺が出しておくよ。それで訓練は順調なの？
順調です。
知っての通り、毎日生活するのにやっとで。
ご存知の通り生活資金にも給付すりが間違っています。
それから毎月2クロルずつ返すって書いてくれ。
毎月2クロルずつですと完済するまでに120年ほどかかりま
Oh,
す。旦那様はそれまで生存可能なのでしょうか。
Violet. She's so practical.
時々カッとなることがあって大切なお子様に怪我をさせてしまいました。何がいけなかったの？
Oh.
業務が滞りますので
Violet
すぐに泣くのを中断してください。
なんだよこの文章は。勝手なお願いではございますが、勝手なってなんだよ。
すみません。
遅れにつきましては弁解の余地もなく、これじゃ俺がまるっきり悪いみてえじゃねえか。お前何様だ。
Whoa.
エリカ様です。
名前なんか聞いてねえ。とにかくこの手紙は気に入らねえ。金は払わねえからな。
気に入らないから代金を支払わないは違法行為です。どこがどのように気に入らないのか
どけよ。
具体的か適切な指示
Whoa.
速やかにしてください。
She's like their like bodyguard.
苦情が来てるんだけど、君は大丈夫？
健康には異常ありません。
いや、そのドールの仕事の方は。
鋭意訓練中です。
I think it's that
The
personal.
empathy. She doesn't
こ
understand.
の後予約のお客様はいらっしゃいません。商工会議所の名簿の作成を彼女と鋭意行いますので。
They're actually kind of similar personality-wise. I wonder
As
if
far as,
that's
like,
because
reserved.
Erica, that's the part of the job that she has the most trouble with.
Yeah.
So hearing Iris criticizing Violet for that, she feels like she kind of is
Yeah,
getting
like
criticized
it got
too.
a dagger to her heart.
Yeah. Maybe that's the part of the job she's insecure about.
どうしてこの仕事をしたいの？私は。あら。誰もいないの？いらっしゃいませ。退出をご希望でございますか？
She looks cool.
他に何の用が？失礼いたしました。お客様がお望みなら、どのような文章も代筆させていただきます。自動式人形サービス、カトレア・ボードレールってどうるわ？ただいま出張しております。あら、彼女なら間違いないって聞いてきたのに。
Oh.
まあいいわ。
It's interesting. So it's essentially like hiring a ghostwriter for your own personal correspondence.
Yeah, to like write a difficult letter for you.
Which is interesting because I was like, oh man, that's tricky. I don't think people would really pay for that if everybody was literate.
Yeah.
But even with us, if we have a difficult email, we like having each other to go
talk.
over it and make sure that you're communicating what you're trying to communicate in the words that you're saying.
I hate
It's actually
writing those
really
emails.
hard.
It is.
It's almost really good to have an impartial third party to be able to do it for you.
Yeah,
That's kinda
especially
what-
if you only do it every once in a while and you're not like, I mean, it took probably like a few months to like get in the habit when you're first learning how to write corporate emails,
Yeah,
right?
and that's what kind of lawyers do this service, but just not with the emotional aspect of it. They do it with the technical aspect to making sure that you're protected.
Yeah.
But they do like the emotional
emotional.
side.
交際を申し込まれたの。自動車の会社を立ち上げた男性でね。これから自家用車
Henry Ford.
尻の軽い女に見られたくないわけ。つまり、まあ、大して男じゃないし、私には好意なんてないけど。
I don't believe you.
彼がもっと誠意を見せてくれて、本当に私を愛してるなら、気品のある
She's like, oh, that
ロマン
word.
チックな手紙をお願い。
Katlia might be the best one for this. Oh, her self-confidence is torn down.
It's kind of okay. I will say the only thing that makes me feel kind of weird about it is so much about your personal communications in romance are you displaying who you are as a person.
Yeah.
So if you outsource it, I feel like you're misrepresenting who you are to the person that you're talking to.
Well, she told
But
her
you see
exactly
what
what she wanted.
I know, but at the same time, like, if you can't put the words
Articulate
together
it.
and articulate it that way, I feel like you're not being honest with who you are as a person.
Yeah.
Like, imagine modern context, right? If you can't come up with cool Tinder lines,
Yeah, and someone else is coming up with your Tinder lines for
and then you meet the girl in person and she's expecting you to be somebody who
Witty.
has incredibly witty banter and stuff,
And then
I feel
you're
like you
not.
kind of misrepresented who you are as a person.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
あら、あなたが書いてくれるの？了解しました。
What could possibly go wrong here?
She understands love, though. She wants to understand it and grasp it. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
She seems upset.
なんなのあの手紙。お客様、どうぞ落ち着いてください。
Did she not hear it before it was sent?
お茶をお出しして。
She didn't hear it
ご
before
要
it was
望
sent?
通りに代筆しました。あのどこが彼怒って手紙を送り返してきたのよ。
Oh, no.
見なさいよ。自分が書いたやつ。
She didn't
She
vet
didn't
it
vet it?
first?
手紙を拝読しましたが、私には現在好意はありません。なおかつ、貴殿の誠意も愛情も不足しています。
Nobody vetted her first letter?
複雑かつ重々しい女でありますので、その点を考慮し、贈答品および資金を調達した上で、
Oh.
再度の挑戦を要望します。
Why did nobody vet this?
どこが間違っていたのでしょうか。申し訳ありません。ちょっと表現が素直すぎたというか、私、彼とお付き合いしたかったの。でも彼の思いをすぐに受け入れたら簡単に手に入る女だって思われるじゃない。もっと追いかけてほしいのが女ってもんでしょ。私だって愛してたのよ。
Holy crap. Why did we let her
Violet.
do this?
This show kind of hurts my heart a little bit.
何それ。
I'm glad that every time they do something horrific, they cut to a very satisfying, beautiful building. This
So I
show,
can get distracted.
if before I would have been like, oh, my favorite aesthetic is George Washington's mansion.
And now you're
now
like,
I'm gonna
no,
be
it's
like,
Violet
my favorite
Evergarden.
aesthetic is Violet Evergarden.
This restaurant specifically with the flowers inside.
水には水かさ湯で十分です。
Hot water.
Flower teas.
Flower
い
tea.
きなり任せる仕事じゃ
Is that like hibiscus?
理解不能です。依頼者の意図を最大限反映して文章を記しました。言葉には裏と表があるの。
She's being really nice to her.
So nice to her, so considerate and patient. She's being so patient with her.
相手を試すことで自分の存
Wow, she's articulating it so well.
It's almost like she's a professional writer.
I wouldn't even know how to explain to her like what she's missing.
Well, there's an explicit and an implicit meaning to things.
Yeah.
This is something that a lot of dudes struggle with in their relationships.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of men that will only talk about the explicit meaning
and they don't
of what's
understand
being
all the
said.
implicit. I'm fine.
There's a lot of, and
She's not
especially
fine.
like, and this is very stereotypical, but the more pragmatic and practical professions, people who are drawn to those professions, like engineering or sometimes trades, stuff like that, they like systems, they like things. They're not
like
as
very
interested in people.
straightforward.
And people are very complex. People
Yeah.
are not straightforforard. And this is something I've struggled with.
Like
I've
there's
actually,
not barely any men in nursing because it's such a
It's-
people
yeah.
heavy and it's just not as intuitive to them a lot of the time
I've
statistically.
really struggled because I remember where I was when I realized that there was implicit.
You
I remember
learning?
because I was in college.
So you can relate to Violet.
Oh, so much. For me, I just remember being shocked. And I read so much about this. I was so trying to understand. Because it had happened a bunch of times for me where, like, stuff had happened and I didn't understand why people were upset. I didn't understand why conversations or outcomes were going so differently to what I was trying to accomplish. And then I had to learn. Like, it was very important to me to learn. And that's a lot of sales, too.
Can she learn this?
I
Or
think
is
she
it-
can.
I
No,
don't
you
know.
can learn. You can learn. It's just that people don't understand it. If you understand implicitly sufficiently enough, you don't know how to express it explicitly because you're so gifted implicitly. And that's kind of the problem. Is people who
I don't
are,
know how to explain it.
well, for me, I was really good at explicitly expressing myself. So I had to learn implicitly and express it explicitly so that I could understand it myself.
I feel like I couldn't pick a worse possible job for her.
I know, but
But like, if she
for her
learns,
development.
can she? Like, is she a human? I don't
They
even know
basically
if
are
she's
asking her to
human.
do the most human job possible. She's a human. What do you mean?
But she's a weapon. I don't understand.
She's not a
They found her
weapon.
wandering around a war
They
front.
dehumanized her.
やっぱり私だけで送り先の彼のところへ行って謝ってくるわ。
Oh no. Wait, is that Gilbert's brother?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. I
Oh,
think
no.
you're right.
That's not good. He didn't seem like he cared about Violet at all.
He seemed like a jackass.
If anything, he was very cavalier with her.
Oh, no, somebody totally else.
Just the hair color and the uniform.
Did you
Poor
see she
Violet.
got tired from running?
Did she?
Yeah.
Dude, he's wearing some kinky pants. Did you see? They're like laced up. We bought jeans, and I keep on getting excited when I buy jeans and buying jeans with rips.
Nah,
but
don't
the
do it
rips go
anymore.
up
That's-
to my upper
It's a
thigh.
millennial thing.
And I wanted to be so cool, but I'm like, dude, that guy, he had like lace up to his waist.
You cosplay as him at the next run fair.
Absolutely not.
元気ねえな。飯ちゃん
I
と
won't
食ってる
even do a
か
rip by the pocket.
栄養の補給はしています。
Replenished her nutrients.
じゃあ、仕事の失敗でもしたか
Yes.
お前配達に戻ってこいよ。
Because she's not learning enough.
なんねえべ他の仕事探した方がいいんじゃねえの
質問よろしいでしょうか。私は自動式人形に不適格でしょうか。それは私もあなたのことは聞いていません。
Oh, Violet.
向いてないわ。第一、あなたどうしてこの仕事がいいのよ。愛してる。知りたいのです。それだけです。特定の感情を表す言葉だと理解はしているのですが、少佐がなぜ私に向けて。
You know what's interesting is like I really liked Violet the first episode. She is not likable in this episode.
No.
No.
Intentionally.
Intentionally. I
They're,
think
they're
they-
trying to make us feel the way that the people who are interacting with her as an auto memory doll
Feel,
Like
yeah.
they're making her very jarring.
Yeah.
She's not listening as long. She's interrupting a lot more.
Yeah.
知りたいのです。
They're making us feel. They're showing
Yeah.
and making us feel.
私はこの仕事を続けたいのです。
It's a really ominous, sad music too.
どちらにせよ彼女バイオレットにドールが無理だと思います。うちはまだできたばかりの会社ですが、カトレアさんへの依頼は絶えません。でもここで評判が落ちたりしたら、せっかく軌道に乗ってきた
I mean, she's not wrong.
やめてもらった方が。
いや、もう少し。どうしたの二人とも。
Well, I think Erica will appreciate that
何もやら
Violet
せる
had
こ
her
とはな
back.
いと思います。
when that man was angry.
Yeah.
バイオレットはタイプは正確で早いですし、宛名書きや名簿の作成といった業務はこなせます。
Yeah, just don't have her write the letters.
Or at
いろん
least,
なことを知って
you know, if I was them, I would have her like off to the side trying to write her own letter while an auto memory doll who's more experienced
Write
does the
real
actual
one,
letter.
and then compare them.
And then she can learn, and because I do think if you give her a good example,
Yeah.
and she can see the difference between what she wrote and what the good
She
example
could
is,
learn.
that's how you can actually start to learn, and you're not hurting your clientele.
Yeah.
That's how I think you'd actually need to train her up. I can't believe they sent a letter without any oversight.
I don't know.
I
I don't
cannot
know.
believe
I'm
they let
just
her write that letter
flabbergasted.
and send it without
That's
anybody else reading it over. That's wild to me.
horrendous.
Like, you don't even do that to interns.
I know.
Like, you do not let interns send emails in the company usually.
Yeah,
And
at
if
least
they
for
do,
until they
mama,
prove themselves.
interns send the wildest emails to people.
That's true.
It's wild. Like, you do
Even
not even let an
full-time
intern
employees.
look at an email by themselves at first. You don't even let them think about writing an email at first. You have to teach them these
They
things.
need to learn how to
Communication's so important, man, and it's all a skill.
お願いします。
Erica's really going to bat for
やめ
her.
させないでください。私はこの任務に向いていないと言ったのに裏腹です。
But your motivation moved her.
自動式人形に向いていないのは私の方。
Oh,
Oh, Erica.
だから彼女をあんなにムキになってかばってしまった。
that's what she started talking about herself. The author who wrote this had to have a really good understanding of human nature and empathy.
の権威であるオーランド博士が発明したものだった。小説家でありながら盲目となり執筆できなくなった。
Oh.
モリーのために制作したものだからあの子と出会って実感した。忘れ
What's
そう
your
になった
dream?
自分の
To write?
埋もれてしまってた自分の気持ち。オーランド夫人が書いた小説が
Oh.
私の心を震わせたように。
決めるけどいいかい？
はい。
That was nice to
That was
check
actually
on her.
very sweet. For the most part, everybody's really lovely to each other. Honestly, mostly except for Violet and Iris.
犯すような
But I completely understand why Iris, without all the context we had, has
It's
the
like,
takeaway she
no,
had.
this is not good. This
She's
isn't
like,
good for us.
this girl is very abrasive.
And we're already not making enough money.
Yeah.
She's gonna make the company suffer.
I think that people sometimes who aren't as implicitly gifted or aren't as in touch with their emotions sometimes actually value it a little bit more. They had to work to appreciate it. Like Erica had a deficit that she recognized, and she's working really hard to try to learn and grow in that area.
Yeah.
And so it's not
It's
as easy for her
valuable.
to be moved. So then she values being moved so much, and she wants to give that to other people. I think that's really beautiful.
どう？
Like, I think sometimes if you overcome a
バイオレ
difficulty,
ットちゃん
you appreciate
はい。
it a little bit more. Like someone who has trouble learning to walk appreciates mobility more.
よく似合ってるよ。やっぱり俺の見立てに間違いはなかった。ああ、それから
All their outfits are very dissimilar to each
遅くなって
other's.
ごめんね。
Whoa, he got it?
これです。
He got
アプロ
it?
ーチです。
闇市に流れていたんだ。
On the
What?
black
誰かが
market.
君の荷物から盗
He didn't pay himself.
You think he bought this instead with the money?
I think so. How did he even find it, Stephanie?
Why does I just say this feeling you have for Gilbert?
This
That's
is love, yeah.
あなたドールの育成講座に通ってみない？短期の講座もあるし、アイリスも通ってたのよ。先生すっごく厳しいけどね。ためになると思うの。
They dressed her so softly.
買い戻したから。
Like so much frills.
Yeah.
いただきます。
ねえ、あの子の言う少佐って誰のこと？
He's very nice to her. They both are nice
ギ
to
ル
her.
ベルト。士官学校時代
He's
か
a
ら
friend,
From military academy.
but he's not dead.
ブーゲンビリア家の一族で。
Bougainvillea. You love Bougainvillea.
I
There's a
love
lot of flowers in
Bougainvillea,
this. They
yeah.
use flowers in the names.
いや、いいところ坊ちゃんの割には骨のあるやつだったよ。
だった。
I can't believe he found it for her.
あいつはもう戻ってこない。
Ah. Wait, that's not what he's
not.
He didn't say he's dead.
No, he said he's not coming back anymore.
Okay, so we learned Gilbert's family is very powerful. Some type of aristocracy in this world.
Yeah.
Are they conspiring to keep him away? Or is he in a coma?
He's not coming back anymore.
Does he have an arranged marriage?
He's not dead.
But it could mean not dead. But now I'm starting to think they're trying to convince us that Gilbert is dead, which makes me think that he's not dead.
I think they're trying to convince us he's alive, but he's dead. I don't know. I think they're leaving it open enough so that we keep like, is he?
This show's really good.
They do a good job playing with my emotions. You sneaky author,
Sneaky. You, author, understand the implicit communication really well.
Too well.
Too well. Stop playing with us to this degree. We're just puppets dancing on your strings.
I was surprised how much I disliked Violet this video because I didn't want to dislike her.
Yeah.
You go into it wanting to like her. And I empathize with her and I feel bad for her, but it still doesn't mean that I would want to be around her if I was like living there.
Because that's what even Violet said of herself. Like, she has things that are missing.
Yeah.
And those things that are missing are the things that make you able to communicate effectively with other people at a human level. Military is a degree more formal than a professional level. Mm-hmm. And so Violet can do military, which is like very, very, very blunt and literal.
Yeah.
100% literal, 100% results focused, 0% concerned about feelings. But like even in the professional world, most jobs are like 60% caring about just the outcome and 40% we care about feelings, you know? And then like casual relationships, it's almost more so like 20% we care about outcome, 80% we care.
Feelings.
But she's like 100% outcome still. She just doesn't understand it.
I would understand her origin. Like, where did she come from? Why is she like this?
How did he find her on a battlefield?
I don't understand. All right.
She feels like an ancient relic or something.
Yeah.
Like when you find the ancient bases in Breath of the Wild and you go down and you fight some like machine that's thousands of years old. It feels like Violet. It's like that, the way they talk about her.
Yeah.
But I still think she must have just been recruited like as a baby as a part of a military project.
I don't think so.
You still think so? She's like some...
I think she was captured and enslaved.
Man, this show, there's a tag on Netflix called Slow Burn. I feel like this is a slow burn show. But it drops a bombshell on us every single episode.
And it hides other bombshells that I want to be dropped. Let's get some answers. I feel like it's
misleading bombshells, too. Man, you would get the exact wrong impression of her personality from her outfit. Because she's kind of like Little Bo Peepee.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it.
Oh, this is the school.
Oh, the class.
A brooch. Dang, teacher is strict.
I didn't realize this was such a pop in industry.
I thought she would be a much softer person. I didn't expect her to be so harsh because it's such a, like you said, it's so about understanding people.
本校へ通わずともドールになることは可能ですが、我々の目的はただのドールではなく、良きドールを育成することです。
It's funny because she's so like cold.
一流の証明。
And military.
私が良きドールと認めない限り、この証は決して与えられません。
Dang.
覚悟はいいですか？
了解しました。その子の立ち居振る舞い
Yeah.
は。お人形のような服装とはかけ離れた。
Of a military weapon?
軍人さんのようでした。
You see her brooch at her throat?
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Everything about her is so soft now in appearance. I mean, her face and hair always was.
This part she can excel at.
Whoa, Violet.
That's really high.
Yeah. This actually might be the best teacher for her.
Somebody who's
I think
like,
this would be more comfortable for Violet. Someone who's very clear and concise in what they want and in their demands.
Yeah.
And is very explicit.
She thinks this is a mission.
Everything's a mission for Violet, though. Aww.
This girl seems like she has a lot of empathy.
She's very sweet.
良きドールが身につけるべき手紙の書き方には文法や語彙、それに
How long is the school? This is a lot to learn, actually.
Yeah. I think they're also very difficult things to teach because this sounds really dumb, but so much about writing is about how you think. If you want to write differently, you have to teach yourself to think differently.
Yeah.
And people, you tend to write how you tend to think initially. So you have to learn so much that you actually either can voluntarily or unconsciously change your thinking.
Change your persona.
Yes.
Oh, I'm a lovesick teenage girl. Oh, I'm a weeping widow who needs extra money,
But
right? Like
grammar is something we learn instinctively as kids. Like our daughter is 3 and she's learning grammar instinctively just from being around and listening to people.
Yeah.
Modifying your grammar is very hard because it's instinctively taught.
Yeah.
では本日の成績を発表します。文法の成績満点バイオレット・エヴァーガーデン。
Well, we knew that one.
次語彙の成績満点バイオレット・エヴァーガーデン。
But this is all the stuff that's not the problem.
帰還しました。学校どうだった？
That's it?
です。
That was it?
怒られてはいません。
I thought the new redhead girl was going to be more of a character.
本日の評価をどうだ？
Oh, it's just today. It's just today.
お、初日の評価は優秀だね。
お、帰ってきたのか。
What is between them?
そのくせにいつまでも。
いいかよ、そっちこそいつまでも。
何をしているのでしょう。あの二人いつもあの人に喧嘩ばかりしてる。
So
社長、本当よくあれで一緒にこの会社創立しましたね。
I thought she was into Claudia, but was she just being into Claudia to make him jealous?
That's what you said, right?
That's what I thought initially, but then I thought, nah, I'm
実
wrong.
際に手紙を代筆する訓練を行います。
よろしくね。お願いします。ルクリアさん。
That's nice that she's like partnering with her.
私が手紙を書きたい。
Major Gilbert.
あなたが気持ちを伝えたい身近な人にすればよいのです。
身近な人。宛先はクラウディア・ホッチ。
Aw.
クラウディア。お友達？ご家族？社長です。以上、報告終了します。
My report. She can't even come up with like a very like emotional letter to her boss.
これで終わり？
Do you want to say anything
少
else?
佐よりの新たな命令はまだ届きませんでしょうかと付け加えてください。なんだか手紙っていう
It
やつ
is just literally a report.
今度はルクリアさんの手紙をどうぞ。
Well, it's like, that's cute. I don't care.
両親宛てにするわ。お父さんお母さんに今までのことのお礼をちゃんと言えてなくて。いざ手紙にするとなるとなんか言いたいことが。
Do you hear Violet typing?
Yeah.
あと一緒に行った場所に。
This is gonna be horrible. I'm nervous.
This is what she needs, though.
バイオレット、読んでみなさい。
背景父上様、母上様。久々の手紙ですが、伝達事項はありません。以前からの件に感謝を伝えていないことを懸念しております。一緒に行った場所、行きたかった場所に関して伝えるべき情報
I have nothing to report. Everything's a report.
鋭意努力中。状況は健康、無事。問題は起きておりません。以上、くれぐれも憂慮なきよう、ルクリア。
それで手紙になっているつもりですか？
It is very succinct.
もしかしたら私の話が抽象的すぎ
No,
る
but that's how it is.
そういう問題ではありません。手紙とはそもそも人の心を伝えるもの。良きドールとは人が話している言葉の中から。
It's so funny hearing her be like, this is all about feeling.
Yeah.
The most optimal doll. And she seems not
No
touchy-feely.
feeling.
She's so stern. And she's
exact
like,
opposite
the
of
optimal
touchy-feely.
doll has optimal touchy-feeliness. This is not optimal.
あなたは学科の成績も良くて、タイプもとても速くて正確です。けれど、あなたの代筆したものは手紙とは呼べません。
手紙とは呼べない。もう一度。
今日はここまでです。
I'm glad somebody just told her, no,
Yes.
it's not
この
good.
手紙はお互いの
But she's also not being specific either.
She didn't give her any
Specific
actual...
feedback.
Yeah.
調子が悪かっただけや。
No, she's always like
同
that.
じようなことを言われたことがあります。
She's being so sweet
I
to
know.
Violet.
She's a great friend.
この街で一番素敵な景色教えてあげる。
I'm kind of surprised Violet's going along with her.
I know, I am too.
It makes me kind of happy.
I would have expected Violetta to be more like, no, what's the point?
Yeah, that's what I was
You know?
wondering.
Maybe she will when we get to the top. Poor Violetta, because she knows there's something she doesn't understand.
That's crazy.
That's beautifully drawn.
素敵でしょ。
Everybody in the show is
私は
beautiful.
子供の頃からずっと
Please don't fall.
この眺めが大好きなの。
バイオレット、いつか君にもライデンから見えるあの美しい景色を見てほしい。
Oh.
じゃあ私
It made her feel something.
Something.
I don't think that it's not that she has feelings. I think she just can't articulate or express them or like
Understand them
herself. Yeah.
ルクリアでいいわ、バイオレット。
もう早く帰れよ。まあそう言うなっていいだろう。
Usu Lilia?
また飲んでたの？
Oh, remember she was gonna write him a letter?
お帰りよ。こいつが飲ませねえから飲んでね。
Oh.
Is he injured from the war too?
I don't know.
ありがとう。
バイオレットちゃん、手紙をくれるんだけど、なんだか報告書みたいだね。
教官にも私の代筆したものは手紙とは呼べないと指摘されました。私は良きドールになれるのでしょうか。
We gotta learn.
I'm starting to feel for Violet because no one is actually
good
taking the
feedback.
time to give her good explicit feedback.
Like-
everyone just keeps saying vague things like, "Oh, you can't call this a letter."
Yeah.
No one's like, "Hey, Violet, this is what would make it a letter."
Exactly.
Like, "Hey, Violet, let's do the same thing, but we're gonna have one of our other employed dolls write the same thing,
and then you can
and
compare
them
and study
like,
the
I
difference.
feel like they're not giving her anything that's actionable and tangible.
They're just like,
which
this
is,
isn't good.
They're like, Violet, you know what's crazy is you're super literal and you're super pragmatic and tangible, but we're not going to give you any feedback that caters to that aspect of
It's
you
very
at
frustrating.
all. I know. I'm starting. Remember, we
It's
were
hard
like,
to
oh,
articulate,
we're
though.
frustrated with Violet. Now I'm frustrated with everybody else because I feel like it's quite obvious what Violet's shortcoming is.
It's hard to. How do you teach somebody that?
But we
though?
just said.
Even then, if she did that, like I don't think that she'd understand.
But at least she would have something to aim for. Oh no! What? Spencer or? Oh.
Where are her
Where are
parents?
her parents?
Poor girl. And she's in school right now. How is she affording that?
There'd be a lot of soldiers who would be using substances.
Like PTSD.
Yeah, to deal with all the heartbreak and trauma that they went through.
Are her parents
So everything
dead?
he told her parents.
Are they dead?
Yeah, uniform
Yeah.
for Spencer. She either was lying to not make them worry, or they're dead.
ベリスこの上
Oh no.
ルクリア・モールバラ
I don't think.
I
We're
don't think
jumping
she's gonna
here.
pass.
She's not
ルクリ
gonna
アモールバ
pass.
ラでは以上9名を今回の卒業者とします
Oh.
皆さんが良きドールになりますように
やったー。どこでドールになる？私は地元の郵便局。私はライデンで探そうかな。
I feel like that was pretty realistic though.
Yeah. I thought we were gonna get more time in the class.
I did
like,
too.
why didn't this teacher give her any feedback?
そうか。残念だったね。
申し訳ございません。
大丈夫。卒業できなくても。
I hope Lucilia comes to work for Claudia.
Me too.
それでは何のために学校へ通ったのでしょうか。確かに卒業が全てではありませんが、人が話している言葉の中から伝えたい心を救い上げられないのではドールの意味がありません。
She sees that that's the specific
Yeah.
gap.
She's at least identifying the problem specifically and articulating it.
Yeah.
やっぱりここに来ると思った。ルクリア、学校は終了したのになぜここにいるのですか？ここに来ればまたあなたに会えるかなって思って。
She knows her well.
ねえバイオレット。
She correctly interpreted her
少
feelings.
佐って誰？あなた、毎回手紙の最後に少佐からの手紙はまだですかってつけてるじゃない？
She's very astute.
No wonder she's top of the class.
今日はその人に手紙を書いてみない？いつもの報告書みたいなのじゃなくって、あなたの素直な気持ちを込めた手紙を。
Yeah, maybe if
Yeah.
Violet could write
If she could tap into her feelings, maybe that would help.
on the client side.
Yeah,
Why is Violet here today?
because it's gonna haunt her that she couldn't figure it out.
私はあの方に何を伝え
Were
て
they
い
there
る
the
のか
whole day?
自分でもわからないのです。私はまだあの方が言ってくださった言葉の意味さえも理解していないのですから。バイオレットは どうしてドールになりたいと思ったの？私は愛してるを知りたいのです。愛してるを知りたい。心を伝えるって難しいね。実はね、私の両親死んじゃったの。残った家族はお兄ちゃんだけ。私、お兄ちゃんに何を言えばいいかわからないの。お兄ちゃんは兵士として戦いに出たわ。でも配備された西部戦線はほとんど戦闘がないところだった。戦いはいつもどこか離れた場所で起きていて、私たちはずっと人事のように戦争を感じていたの。お父さんとお母さんが貿易の仕事でヘルネに行った時、西部戦線が突破されたのですね。お父さんもお母さんも遺品すら見つからなかった。そして戦争が終わったわ。お兄ちゃんは無事に帰ってきた。私はお兄ちゃんだけでも生きてくれたことを喜びたかった。でもお兄ちゃんはヘルネを守れなかったことを悔やんで、お父さんとお母さんが死んだのは。
How's he fighting with a crutch?
I don't know.
So he's just self-destructing.
Yeah. Did all these other guys not fight in the war too?
I'm surprised to punch a soldier.
本当はただ生きててくれるだけで嬉しいの。
At least in the period pieces I've watched post World War I, usually if there was an injured soldier,
They're
like
very
Spencer,
respectful.
well, everybody else was drafted too.
Yeah.
So they're like, hey man, if you're injured, they just
Assume that was the cause.
and they were very
understanding
and caring to other soldiers because they were the only ones.
Yeah, it's interesting that those guys may or may not have been soldiers, and they obviously have no sympathy or empathy.
I know. I'm very surprised because this feels like World War I fantasy version.
Yeah, it does to me
and
too.
So I'm kind of surprised by that.
Oh, that's so sad.
ルクリア、手紙を書きましょう。あなたの伝えたい気持ちを手紙にしましょう。お兄ちゃんに伝えようって考えるとダメなの。今まで何度も伝えようとしたけど。ありがとう、バイオレット。先生の手紙はまた今度ね。
Oh, she came there to help her and ended up having like.
But she gave Violet everything. She could write that letter.
言葉の中から伝えたい本当の心を救い上げるもの。
Teacher did give her a very specific goal to shoot for, at least.
But like examples would be helpful, you know?
Oh, he showed her the view.
Oh.
Oh. I
thought he was gonna fall. There's no railing. It's really bothering
I know, it's really disconcerting, man. See his knuckles?
Yeah. He remembers better days, too. Oh. Oh. She wrote. Oh, no. What'd she write?
An assignment is slightly better than a mission.
I'm
Oh,
nervous.
nice job, Violet.
What does it say? I'm nervous.
I'm a little nervous too.
Because it's not like she's gonna suddenly be able to do it, right? That was pretty good.
That was great.
You okay? She did a good job. Simple. Like, she conveyed all what she said. I'm just happy you're alive at the end of the day. Good job, Violet. I'm so
I'm
good.
just upset because, like, I feel really bad for Spencer, that's all.
Yeah.
Because, like, he's not happy he's alive.
No.
He doesn't want to be alive.
No.
And if he didn't have his
guilt.
sister, he probably wouldn't be alive.
Mm-hmm.
But he's just in this weird no man's land where it's like he doesn't want to abandon his sister.
He's tortured by
but
his
he's
own
not
demons.
living, so he's just doing everything he can to, like, not kill himself while hurting himself as much as he can.
I'm so proud of her for, like, distilling that down. Like, she got it. Simply. But she did it. And honestly, sometimes simple is better.
Yeah. They did a really good job portraying, like, self-destructive.
Yeah.
おかえりなさい。ずいぶん遅かったけどどこ行ってたの？学校です。ところで社長はどちらに？
What? They're drinking tea together nicely?
つうかお前学校もう終わっちまったんじゃなかったっけ？
はい。ですが今日は手紙を書いてきました。
A letter.
ところが伝わったかどうかはわかりませんが、お二人は喧嘩しているのではなかった。そうなのよこのバカ。私が代筆した手紙なんかそれでコップを置いたのよ。
ところに手紙を置くお前が悪いんだろ。
だから何よその言い方。
So much tension.
A lot of
That's too much
tension.
tension.
どうしたのですか？
And
Oh,
even
worked?
even in the hair, look at the hair color. The red is supposed to be like super emotional, you know, and they usually symbolizes a lot of like passion. Whenever the redheaded characters are written, and Violet's is almost like white, like leached of color, leached of that life, right?
おはようバイオレット。
教官、学校は終わったはずでは。ごめんね、私が勝手にお願いしたな。
この手紙をルクリアに見せてもらいました。あなたが書いたルクリアからお兄さんへの手紙を。
ずっと言えなかったお兄ちゃんへの思い。バイオレット、あなたが届けてくれたのよ。
Hey!
ドールとは人が話している言葉の中から伝えたい本当の心を救い上げるの。あなたは今その一歩を踏み出したのです。あなたが良きドールに
She's
な
like,
り
you're
ます。
not there yet, but aww, this friend is good
Come on,
for
Claudia,
her.
you have to hire her.
Aww, please hire her.
本当にありがとう。
Honestly, Claudia looks like he could be her older brother too.
Oh, yeah.
And
Aww.
hire Spencer as a delivery guy.
たくさんの美しい言葉を並べるより、一言だけで大切な気持ちを伝えることができるのです。
I feel like that will be Violet's speciality.
She's like short and sweet.
Oh, he brought her. Or she brought him.
How? Wow, he climbed up
Oh.
even with
彼女に
his
伝わった
crutch.
気がします。
Oh.
彼女はお人形のような服装で、ちょっと軍人さんみたいで、ちょっと変わった。
Aw. I hope that they're
とても
not
素敵な女
gone.
の子でした。
I thought they were going to be reoccurring characters.
They're gone?
Oh. Maybe
Aw.
they'll come back.
But they got me so emotionally invested.
It's interesting that they even comment on like her doll-like outfits.
Yeah.
They do dress her up like a doll.
It's like
compared
they
to
hope-
everybody else. You'd think everybody would be dressed that way, but they're not.
You hope that the external will be expressed in the internal. So they're like, Violet, we're going to make you as doll-like as possible, hoping that it reflects on you.
Yeah.
That one got me a lot because I feel like the personal struggles I have in the past, thank God I'm good now, but they were very self-destructive tendencies like that.
Yeah.
Not quite suicidal
They're
ideation,
like,
but
why am I here? What's
Yeah.
the point to everything?
no, I didn't have suicidal ideation, but I had like, I wish I didn't exist ideation, which I felt very similar to what they were
Spencer.
displaying Spencer going through.
Yeah.
Like, I wish I wasn't here. And then I was in a really bad car accident. And that's what kind of shook me out of it because I was really glad that I survived. But that's what made me realize it. I didn't even really realize where I was before that because then I was really glad to be alive. And that's what kind of like turned it for
Shook
me.
it for you. Like there, he's happy, he's alive. Knowing that his sister's happy that
Yeah.
he's alive. And especially because I bet it would only make it worse every time he comes into the room. He sees the disappointment in her
But
eyes.
she doesn't understand why she's disappointed. She's disappointed because of where he is and the space that he's in, not because he's alive.
Even then, he probably conflates the two. And even then, he's probably like mad at himself for living this way. But there's not. Once you're in that trap, it's really hard to escape.
Yeah. I thought they did a really good job portraying that. And it just kind of,
And the solution, like
I
what
felt like
was
I
she?
was back.
What was she truly trying to express? And the author does a really good job of like understanding that. That was very complex, and she did distill it down into a letter.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting premise. That I feel like we're deep diving the human experience.
It's emotionally very volatile. And it's kind of funny because I feel like as reactors, we're kind of mirroring Violet where we're having to try to find the words for what we're trying to express. And it's very
Struggling.
difficult to because it's all so implicit.
Yeah.
It's so much implicit meaning. Like what it's making me feel, it's making me feel things
You have to think
that I have
through
to
your
try
feelings.
to figure out how to express.
through
And
your
it's
feelings.
difficult. Especially because my nose gets clogged. 'Cause I started crying. All right, let's do this.
I want to say something along the lines of subscribe to Wes and Steph or else.
Okay.
Got it.
What the hell are you wearing?
What? I want it to be an auto memory doll.
If you'd be so kind, it would be greatly appreciated if you would subscribe to Wes and Steph on Patreon.
Patreon.com/Wes and Steph.
Best wishes, Wes and Steph. That works.
I'm a good doll. But seriously, guys, check it out. We've got a ton of content over there, and we always post our reactions much sooner and more often over on Patreon.
Are you gonna wear that the whole ad reel?
Yes, I'm in character.
We've got Mushoku Tensei and Frieren over there. If you feel like watching a show that makes you think a lot but doesn't make you bawl your eyes out.
Well, sometimes.
Most of the time.
Sometimes. No guarantees. That is not a promise. But I do think if you like Violet Evergarden, I think you would probably enjoy our Mushoku Tensei reactions and our Frieren reactions, like Stephanie said. I feel like they both have really beautiful, deep world building and character-focused stories.
Yes. It's just $5 a month.
Check it out. Patreon.com/Wes and Steph.
Link is in the description down below.
Now let's get back to work.
Last one got you in the feels.
Dude, I know. I had to, as soon as we caught, I was running to blow my nose. Hack, guys, toilet paper, so much better than
If you're going to watch a sad show.
Oh, man.
I don't even think this is sad necessarily, but it's definitely
Moving.
a little moving and melancholy.
I would actually say that it's not sad.
私にですか？やったーね、アイリス。
出張先は飾りだ。
それ私の故郷です。
あ、そっか、そうだったね。
依頼人って？
サラ・フローレントという40代の女性で。
Sarah Florent.
いえ、知りません。よし、今日はアイリスに初めて依頼が来た記念に、みんなでランチに行きましょう。
Oh, and bye, Claudia.
うちの田舎でドールになったの、今のとこ私だけなんです。
I didn't realize it was so aspirational.
聞いたんですかね。あまり浮かれすぎないように。CH 便車のドールとしての品位を持った仕事。分かってます。それは
I don't know how I feel about Iris yet.
Yeah.
分かっているですね。はあ、今
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa.
That was a
What?
weird cut. Did she save her or not?
I mean, I don't want Iris to fall on the stairs.
I don't want Iris to fall.
Now I
on the
feel guilty
stairs.
for saying I don't know how. It's like I don't want to say I don't like somebody and then something unfortunate
Bad
happens to them right away.
Like, I didn't mean it like
I didn't
that.
mean like that. I just like they haven't given us any reason to like her yet. I don't even particularly disagree with her criticisms of Violet.
How-
ここんとこ投票を呼びかける手紙。
What, did she fall?
戦後初めての選挙だし、貴族院も動いているから、庶民院の候補も必死なんだ
House of Lords, House of Commons. You
Man,
can.
they'd be good politician writers if they can move people.
あの二人。
Write speeches. It's
Yeah.
kind of similar. Are they going together?
Wait.
ああ、もう。ついて
Oh.
私の華麗なタイピングを披露するいい機会だったのに。
Why did they choose to send Violetta with her?
代わりに私が行いま
Because
す。
she's the fastest typist?
いや、そういうことじゃなくて、最初に会った時もこの時も私にはバイオレット・エヴァーガーデンというこのことが
I think she's really cool looking.
どうにも理解できなかった。
I think everybody in the show is cool looking.
It's weird because, like, I would think she would be like the military girl because she's like tough and badass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
She has the short hair and she's kind of
Fierce
aggressive,
eyes.
irritable.
Yeah. That's a very beautiful village.
やっぱりライデンと比べると無臭。
Yeah.
Oh, really?
You're right.
There's this
We
much
kind
of a
of
difference?
has these like palm trees.
問題ありません。寒暖差には慣れています。そういうもんなんだ。
Ooh.
Ugh. Also still wearing her heels on the stairs.
I know.
おかえり。
おかえりなさい。
よく帰ってきたな。
お父さんお母さん、おじさんおばさんも。
Aw.
お前、その腕。ああ、ちょっと階段。死に行く暇もないくらい仕事しまくってた。
Oh.
事実に反します。私、結構指名もらっちゃうから、それも事実。
大変だな。花形自動式人形さんも。
Oh, they're all so proud of her.
もう、お父さん、大げさ。
Oh no.
She's like, damn, I got Violet.
それじゃあ今回の
She gotta keep me
I
humble.
can't exaggerate at all.
それね。だからこの子が一緒に来たわけ。お客様がお望みならどこでも駆けつけます。自動式人形サービス。バイオレット・エヴァーガーデンです。
Everything's so perfectly practiced and pretty. They're like, you got main character energy.
これがドールって言うんだよ。
Oh, is she a doll doll?
さすが都会のドールさんだな。
ちょっと、私もドールの衣装着てるんだけど。
あ 似合っているよアイリス。立派な職員。
Why is she looking at her like that?
ね、サラ・フローレントさんって知ってる？
Yeah, it's weird that it's
私を
like
指名した人で迎えに来てる
a
はず。
small village.
それ亡くなったひいおばあちゃんの名前よ。私が頼んだの。
Oh.
代筆を頼めば会えると思って。
Oh, so she's disappointed.
Oh.
Oh, she was so excited. That actually really hurts.
That
I feel so
hurts a
bad for her
lot.
sake. I don't think it's a false commission. I mean, it's false pretenses. I bet the mom will have her write a letter, but still, it's way different when you get business from
you're
family.
like, oh look, somebody bought my thing, and
Yeah.
you're selling something, and it's like your mom bought it, and you're
And
like,
it's like, okay, well, that's still really sweet of my mom, but I thought I had legitimately earned this purchase
Yeah.
or earned this commission.
That's a
That
dagger
hurts.
in the heart.
It's like learning that you got hired for nepotism,
yeah,
but when you thought you had done it of your own merits.
yeah.
契約書にも書かれておりますが、匿名及び虚偽の依頼は受け付けておりません。失礼いたします。
Violet's just out.
それでは、今ここでご依頼を受け付けます。正しいお名前で依頼書にご記入ください。それで、どのような招待状を書けばよろしい
Violet,
でし
all
ょ
the
うか。
nuances. Woo!
アイリスの誕生日パーティーの招待状よ。私？あなた、あさって誕生日でしょ。
忘れてた。
Did she actually forget her own
今年はたくさん
birthday?
人を呼んで盛大にやるんですって。
どうしたの？
It's so
食べ
pretty.
なさい。
招待客のリストはあり
I
ます
feel like I relate to Iris. Like I feel like my personality, like coming from like a big loving family, but being the grumpy, disgruntled one, I feel that.
私にも見せて。
You the oldest daughter?
Yeah.
なんだか男の人が多くない？
Oh.
あなたも年頃だし、
だから
そろそろ結婚してもいいんじゃない？
So that's why mom wanted to bring her back.
So not only like
Wait,
oh,
wait, wait. You're our only child?
That was supposed to be her
Nieces and nephews? Ah.
But did you? So not only did they want to bring her back, not just to see her, but to get her married off.
And under false pretenses. I feel really bad for
feel
Iris.
really bad for
I feel so
Iris.
bad for Iris.
こっちに戻ってきて結婚してほしいのよ。ドールはやめて、こっちで私たちと。そのために呼び戻したの？そんなについて？あなただって嘘ついてるでしょ。ライデン一の人気ドールなんて。
She told them she
とに
was?
かく誕生日パーティーはやるから。バイオレットさん、宛名書きよろしくね。
了解しました。
The nice thing is you don't have any reason to get embarrassed in front of Violet. She just kind of accepts things as they are.
That's
エレモ
true.
ンスノー。この人には出さないで。リストに載っているのにですか？そう。どうしてですか？どうしてもよ。招待する人を選定したのはアイリスさんのご両親です。
And she doesn't want them
ア
there.
イリスさんにリストから削除する権限はないと思う。
It's her birthday
出さない
party.
で。です今回指名されたのは私で。
Did that actually work? Did Iris out Violet?
I don't know. I hope so for her
Out
sake.
stubborn maybe?
届け終わったよ。
こちらも届け終わりました。
さあ、帰って夕飯にしよう。こんな田舎だから大したもてなしはできないけどね。
Hear the
大
bugs.
したもてなしがなくても私は問題ありません。この景色が大したもてなしという言葉に
Aw,
That was nice.
that was really sweet.
I was afraid she was gonna say something rude, but that was really nice.
誕生日おめでとうアイリス。
Aww.
ありがとう。
She looks happy.
大丈夫？平気平気。ライデンでドールになったんだよね。かっこいい。
She's like, yeah, that was more the reaction I was hoping for.
Yeah.
ちょっといい？じゃあまた後でね。
And boy
ご
time.
めんなさいね。モンゴメリーさん、評認試験に合格したんですって。
Not bad looking.
ハンさんは靴職人目指して修行中だそう
There are worse boys you could choose
え
from.
お久しぶり
Oh, she did not want to see him.
Why?
です。すみません。
Is she mad at him because she likes him?
Well, he's the best looking of the three, so definitely they have a history.
They have
There's
some
no
type
way
of
they don't
beef.
have history.
アイリス、誕生日おめでとう。
He seems like he doesn't have beef with her.
She must have liked him. She didn't want him invited.
Oh no, there is something. He knows. He knows what it is.
どうして？
その招待状をもらったから。
She's gonna be so mad at Violet.
お母様に確認したところ やはり出すようにとご指示いただきました。
Violetta.
That's actually really funny. I am glad that she out-stubborned Iris.
What if you like...
Well, what did you expect? Why is the mom
Okay.
acting surprised that Iris is upset when she's been disregarding everything Iris has asked for?
What? Okay, I know this is really dark, but what if you had, like, her or something? You know what I mean? Like, and she's like, I don't want him there. Like, she's obviously very upset, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like, oh, it's funny, cute, because we have a history together. It could be like,
Well,
no.
we don't know. It could be.
We don't know. I'm just saying, it could be. She looks pissed. Like, this is a pretty strong reaction. Nobody listens to her opinions.
I think that would be one of the most frustrating things. I remember growing up, it was very frustrating when my parents wouldn't listen to me. And I kind of get it now as a parent because kids say a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And so as a parent, it's very hard to try to figure out, even with our daughter, who's only just turned 3. And it's much simpler talking to her than it would be talking to like a 15-year-old.
Yeah.
It's very hard to figure out what she's serious about and what she's not serious about.
Yeah.
What's something, is she just being dramatic about this?
Yeah, I think your parents are always like, stop being dramatic. What if there's a legit reason?
But I am more sympathetic to my own parents now in retrospect because it is very difficult.
Because especially if you have a drama queen for a daughter.
Well, obviously these parents are doing...
急に気分が悪くなったこととの因果関係は何でしょう。私は出さないでって言ったじゃない。なんで余計なことするのよ。任務を遂行しただけです。会いたくなんかなかったのに。なぜですか？理由を説明してくださらないと理解できない。
That's
very
fair.
Oh.
Oh. Okay. Phew. At least it wasn't anything like, you know, as dark as
Dark.
I thought.
言い寄ったけれど拒絶されたということですか？好意を示したけれども相手の
She's like,
ことを
stop repeating it like that. Poor Iris.
Iris has had a very, very rough episode, man.
アイリスったらあんまりよ。ごめんなさいね。あ、バイオレットさん、アイリスの具合どうだった？
泣いていらっしゃいます。
泣いてるって。どうして？
There's she's doing okay.
Beginning. And for the record, even though I'm saying I'm more sympathetic, I'm viewing them as a fable of what try not to do.
Yeah.
I'm just sympathetic. I'm like, okay, I understand more so now how this is an easy trap to fall into where you
As a
stop
parent?
listening to your kids.
Yeah.
But I specifically don't want to be this type of parent that stops listening to my kids. Because you know what happens when you stop listening to your kids? They won't tell you things when they're very important.
Absolutely.
アイリス、大丈夫？元気出して。
Cheer up.
もっといい人見つけてあげ。まだそんなこと言ってるの？お母さんがあんなパーティー開いたからよ。もう帰ってこなきゃよかった。
お食事です。
あんた、みんなに喋ったの？
何をですか？
エイモンのことよ。
喋りました。
なんて言うの
？Violet.
そうとは思いませんでしたし、皆様アイリスさんのことを心配していらっしゃいましたので。
Iris, you have to be very explicit with Violetta. She really doesn't.
申し訳ありません。
Violet has to be the least satisfying person to yell at.
I know.
Because she just responds back with exactly what she was thinking and doing with no qualms and no aggression.
She's like, I'm sorry. I thought I'd come to understand emotions better.
できるようになったと思っていたのですが。
She is not like an ounce of self-preservation. Or like, you know, if I'm accused of something, I'll try to make myself seem more sympathetic.
口にするわけではなく、裏腹だったり、嘘をつく場合もあり、正確に把握するのは私にはとても困難なのです。本当に申し訳ございません。
She's like, well, I can't be mad at you, but I'm mad.
She took all the oxygen out of that fire.
私だっていつもちゃんと人の気持ちが分かっているわけじゃないもの。
Mom, you're just gonna leave? Iris's mom is very frustrating.
I know.
If Iris does end up marrying someone, I pity that poor son-in-law. Because I feel like Iris's mom is gonna be trouble.
She's just kind of interfering.
Yeah, and she just like is blowing by any concerns. Even there, she didn't actually stop to console Iris in any way.
No.
Moving forward, like Iris doesn't feel better. She's just kind of distracted from it because Violet
is
so disconcerting and startling and surprising in her behavior pattern. Like she's not better.
いつも優しくて親切だった。ずっと好きで
Oh wow, she looks so different.
Her hair's not even that much longer.
And it's a different color.
どうして何も言ってくれないのかなって思ってて。愛してるって。
Oh, the words.
She came on strong.
でも。
ごめん。幼馴染としか思えない。
Oof.
もう消えたくなっちゃった。ここにいたくなくなって文章を書くのなんて苦手だったのに必死で勉強してライデンの街に出てドールになったわけよ。
It's almost like they would have teacher colleges or like governess colleges back in the day. That's kind of what it reminds me of.
They even said working girls. They've said that a few other episodes.
Yeah.
Working girls.
とても勇気のいる言葉なのですね。
Hey, she forgot that
受け
part.
入れられないとそこにいたくなくなるくらいにあの時の少佐も
For Gilbert?
そうだったのでしょうか。少佐って私の上官です。私は少佐の愛してるが知りたくてドールになったのです。わからないと思っていたバイオレットのことが
It's kind of cool seeing things from other people's perspectives.
Seeing their perceptions of Violet so much.
軍隊しか知らないこの子に愛を与えたのだと。そしてこの子はそれが何かを一生懸命探している。この子なりに。
Iris has more empathy for Violetta now, but does Violetta understand more? And
I think
she
she
understands
does.
that
I
I
think
love you
she's
takes
grown.
courage.
I think she's grown since episode 1 for sure.
I think so
already.
too. I don't blame that guy for coming because, like, for him, he's like, okay,
She must have forgiven me
she
by
must
now.
have forgiven me. Also, he's like, I still want to be friends. Like, she's my childhood friend.
Yeah. It's not like he did something really, really horrible to her.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious too if there's another wrinkle to this. Maybe he does like her.
He acted kind of.
I thought he seemed like he liked her in a more than friends way, but clearly Iris thought that too. So maybe he's just
Maybe we're not good at emotions.
手紙書いてくれる。パーティーに出席してくれた人たちへのお詫びの手紙。はい。
Because then you're also kind of embarrassed that you acted out of emotion.
yeah.
エーモンさんにも出しますか？
Maybe you should read it
来る
first.
わね。まあでも出して。それからご両親にも。アイリスさんの本当のお気持ちをお伝えしてはいかがでしょうか。
She reminds me of the wolf girls in Mishoko Tensei. Because her
Oh,
eyes
yeah, a
and the
little bit.
hair and her ferocity
心の内も
and how she
伝
dresses.
えられるのです。
She looks like her mom. Please help it be a good letter.
お父さん、お母さん、パーティーを台無しにしてごめんなさい。招待客の方たちには私からお詫びの手紙を出します。それから私に仕事を依頼してくれてありがとう。本当はこれが初めての指名だったの。だからすごく嬉しかった。仕事
That's
は
a
分
lot of
そうだけれど
letters. Oh,
自
okay.
分で決めたことだから頑張ってみる。小さい頃から心配ばかりかけてごめんね。もう少しだけ私を見守っていてください。これが未来のライデン一の人気動
She
画
wrote that one herself.
大好きなお父さんとお母さんに送る記念すべき第1通目の手紙です。
That's sweet.
Oh. I thought Violetta was going to write it for her, though. I feel that.
忘れ物はないか？
手紙ありがとう。いやタイプしたのはこの子だから。
Oh, really?
Well, typed it.
後で
Typed
請
it.
求書をお渡しします。
oh
お金取るの？代筆は仕事です。じゃあ昼食3日分で規定の金額
my goodness. Violetta!
Aww.
Irises. Aren't they irises?
I think so.
おめでとう。
元気でね。
We should know. We have some in our yard. Yeah, they are.
あの手紙でご両親にうまく伝えられたでしょうか。二人の反応を見たらわかるでしょ。
I was like, no, actually, specifically,
I
I can't.
can't.
That's why I'm asking. I thought you would have figured that out by now since we had that big conflict, you
手
know?
紙だった。伝わったよ。あんたの書いてく
So
れた
Violet did write
Good
it.
job, Violetta.
いい手紙だったから。私、いい手紙書きました。なんて片言なのよ。
It's important, Iris.
その花は
Yep.
It's beautiful.
Whoa.
Irises.
Do they even grow in a field like that in real life?
I've never
That's
seen that.
Stunning. I've never seen an iris in the wild.
この花が満開になった時に生まれたの。
Aww.
だからお父さんとお母さん
That's so special.
That's a better justification than why we named our daughter Rose. We just like the name and the flower.
And she's named after a flower too. Violetta.
Oh, yeah.
じゃあ私が名前を
Oh,
つけて
he gave her a name.
Oh.
Oh, she was named after him too. She didn't have a name, Wesley. Are we gonna gloss over that?
バイオレットだ。成長すれば君はきっとその名前
She's
に
just a little girl here. How old do you think she is?
君は道具ではなくその名が似合う人になるんだ。
Interesting. I'm wondering if Violet has another meaning in Japanese culture. So, like, because he's like, you'll grow into it, or you become your name. And to me, I'm like, become a soft, gentle flower. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
we don't have the same connotations, or if we do, I don't know it.
There's most connotations with flowers are similar that I can think of at least.
Yeah.
Rose has a thorn, that's something.
Yeah.
But not violets. Like violets, lilacs, poppies, irises.
Yeah.
There's not really a hardened connotation to
But
them. At least
flowers
I'm aware.
do have a lot of meaning when you
Yeah.
make, like, give bouquets to somebody. Like, there are a lot of meanings. I just don't know what they are. So I'm curious if there's a specific meaning in, like, Japan that they have. So
For violets.
for
specifically.
violets, yeah. Now we're getting more and more about Major Gilbert. Where are you? Are you dead or not? I'd like
Dead
to
or
know.
alive?
I don't know.
We just want to know, Gilbert. What's your deal, Gilbert?
I don't
If you are alive, we have some questions for you. If you're cognizant of everything.
How old do you think she was there when he, like, adopted
I
her?
have no idea. She looked like a child, though. Like, young.
Yeah,
Maybe 10?
Really? I was thinking, like, 13.
13? Maybe 13?
Like, prepubescent or, like, right on the cusp.
I don't know.
一杯あるかね。
Every time I see someone with dark hair in a military uniform, I'm like, Gilbert?
まあ君
Or
は
Gilbert's family?
人間ではなく民間の会社経営者だからな。
What's he doing there?
してるそうじゃないか。
I don't know if it's thriving. He didn't pay himself last month.
どうなるかな。北側とガルダリク帝国に率いられた北部同盟諸国の中には和平に納得できない勢力がい
Of course there are.
る。ドロッセルの
I didn't think we were gonna go macro.
ドロッセルは我々南部連合の一員でしたね。そ
It
う。
looks like Australia.
ドロッセルとフリューゲン敵対した勢力同士が幸せな婚姻を結ぶ。これは戦争が終わった
Where's Violet going?
周辺諸国に告げる明確な儀式なのだよ。
A beautiful castle.
That is stunning castle.
Looks like Versailles or something.
I never realized that
It's
my
not Versailles.
love for houses that are attached to a garage and they have it built above the driveway, they're just because they're
Oh, where you could drive
imitations.
through.
Yeah,
Under,
you know what I'm talking about?
you drive under your driveway goes under your house.
I've never realized before that that was just
Castles.
a disdainful imitation of where you could ride a whole boat under a castle and it's built over a whole river because that is so much cooler.
社長では行ってまいり
Dang, man.
I didn't think we were gonna get into the politics.
I didn't either. I thought this was going to be a very micro show, like a very human show. I didn't think it was going to be macro whatsoever. Did you remember back when Avatar came out and people were getting depressed because they couldn't live in Pandora? I feel like they should have showed them Violet Evergarden because then they would have been even more depressed because this is
But
so
there's war.
beautiful.
There's war.
Okay, but I get why they're fighting over this land. Have you seen it? Like, this thing is stunning. This is like
Beautiful.
every Renaissance Impressionist painter come to life.
自信を持って言っておいで。
They sent Violet to do this job? That seems...
Risky.
No offense, Violet. That seems like a mistake.
Why is everybody in the show good looking? They don't draw any ugly characters.
The author's like, sue me, I like to draw beautiful people. Sorry. They're sending Violet
Whoa.
on a mission, Stephanie, by herself. Where the consequences of it going poorly could be war.
ご謁見でございま
Princess
す
Charlotte.
お初にお目にかかりますお客様がお望みならどこでも駆けつけます自動式人形サービスバイオレット・エヴ
Her
ァーガーデン
perfect curtsy.
The letters are a cool episodic device, kind of like Monster of the
Her
Week.
eyes twitching. Did you see that? Whoa.
Oh.
She's got the same demeanor as her teacher.
Yeah,
from last
I thought it
episode.
was her teacher for a second.
何大筆屋が来たの お初にお目にかかります。自動式人形サービス、バイオレット・エヴァーガーデンです。
Whoa.
Oh,
私はシャルロッテ・エーベル
she's
フリューゲル
little.
ロッセル、隣国フリューゲルの王子、ダミア
Aww.
ン・バルドゥール・フリューゲルと婚姻する予定です。お前には公開恋文の代筆をしてもらいます。
This seems like a terrible, terrible plan. Okay, so you've got a girl who's not in love, so they have to fake a love letter, and they're gonna fake it with Violet Evergarden. Why did they choose her for this? I'm
Unless
sorry.
we're jumping very far into the future, and she has accomplished a bunch of other tasks, this seems like a very high degree of difficulty combined with a very high cost of failure.
Also,
to
the
send
fact that
Violet
Violet's like,
on.
I'm supposed to convey what's not supposed to be conveyed. So she's gonna convey, this girl's not in love with her, so I'm gonna tell him that.
Despite I'm not in love with you, I want peace. So I hope that this letter convinces everybody not to fight for war.
姫、格調高くおっしゃっていてもそのお姿では台無しでございます。
How old is she?
いかに美しい文章で恋を綴るか、人々に二人の婚姻は素晴らしいものだと思わせられるのか。
代筆や、すべてはお前の腕にかかっています。心得ております。ご期待を裏切らない働きをいたし
I
ます。
hope not, Violet.
I'm nervous,
なんだ
Violet.
人と話している気がしないわね。お前、本当に人形みたいだわ。時に代筆や、年はいくつなの？
I'm very curious, actually, even now.
孤児なので、自分の正しい年齢がわかりません。ですが、大体
14
What?
Now?
Major Gilbert.
Gilbert,
She was like 10 then.
we have some questions for you, Gilbert.
How's Gilbert? Like,
悪かったわ。謝罪を受け入れてくれるかしら。代筆や、お気遣いなく。年齢に何か問題がありますでしょうか。
No wonder she doesn't understand what love is. I
yeah.
only think she's
She's only 14.
いえ、年の近いものの感覚が知りたいの。
Well, how old are you, princess?
年上の男性って何歳までありだと思う？
恋愛対象として見られるかと姫様は聞いておられます。
How old is this guy?
恋愛はしたことがありません。しかし、古今東西の文献にあたり、統計的
Statistics.
に分析はしております。それから判断すれば、年の離れた夫婦や恋人はたくさんいます。世間的に言えば、特に年齢の垣根はないのでは。10も年上でも。
ダミアン王子は24。
24 to 14 is really weird.
By
But I
modern
don't
society
think that it-
standards. It's
But
not
this is
weird.
World War I era. Wouldn't it have
Is
been weird
it?
in World War I
Is it
era?
World
I mean,
War
it's
I
not
era?
exactly.
It
But
doesn't
I mean,
have to
before
be.
that, no, it wouldn't have mattered because it was just when girls had their menses.
Menstrual period.
First period is called
Menses.
menses.
I've never heard
That's a
of that.
biological term. I learned it in health class.
I've never heard that before in my
It's
life.
menses. It's her first period. That's when they were like, okay, you can marry her off.
Throughout
And a
human
lot of-
history, 14 to 24 would have been so normal. It's
Honestly,
only by modern
probably
standards that it's changed.
for a noble, 14 to 24 is actually probably pretty happy making
And-
because they would do like 14
to
to
like
60
40 or 60.
Yeah, so like
That's not that bad, all things considered.
for the aristocracy in the past, now it's horrendous.
Also,
Now it's horrendous.
now it's horrendous, but I also think a big reason why it's horrendous in today's standards is because of the psychological development of teenagers. Like back then, I can see like if you had to grow up and take care of your family, like you would become mature at a very early age. Like 14-year-olds experience a lot of life compared to 14-year-olds today. So a large part of it is somebody who's older taking advantage of somebody who's really, really young and manipulating them emotionally, right? And that's why we have such a resentment to that age difference in our modern society.
Well, it's criminal. It's not just resentment.
Yeah, but criminals. But like
That's why it's treated as criminal.
yeah, because you
it's
can manipulate somebody when they're that much younger than you. But it's very different because, I mean, this is very common throughout human history. So it's just very weird.
Well, that's also, it's not like it was common throughout human history necessarily because they had like more life experience though necessarily. The way that women in relationships were viewed
Yeah.
back then was also very different.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it was like a life experience was happening more so back then. I think it was, number one, it was a biological, not a legal marker
Yeah.
that you were going off of, which was the first period.
Yeah.
And then number two, it wasn't particularly important how much life experience the girl had necessarily.
That's true.
If she knows how to run a house.
Yeah.
So, because the responsibilities were different, the male-female responsibilities in modern society are a lot more comparable.
Yeah.
Back then, it was much more divided.
問題ないと思われます。愛がなくても。
That's typical, though. Why would there
どう
be
なの？
in political marriage?
愛ということについて考えております。愛も愛がない結婚も 現時点では十分な情報と理解が足りず返答できません。お前は今までどんな風に生きてきたのよ。会話がうまく成り立たないじゃない。私よりお前の今後の方が心配よ。それともう少し表情豊かに話せないの？
Do you think that she's smaller than Violetta? She's up on a
Yeah.
pedestal.
Maybe this will be a good relationship for both of them.
This is beautiful. Holy crap.
Cucumber sandwiches. At least she's doing the one thing that no one else did, which was freaking read the letter
I
before
know.
it gets sent.
Well, she didn't. She just handed it off to her maid. Can we read it,
But at
please?
least they're checking.
ダミアン・バルドゥール・フリューゲル様、私がそのお名前を言葉にするだけでも、こうして文字として表すだけでも、心が震えると言ったらあなたはどう思うのでしょうか。
Nice. Nice, Violet.
私はこの花の都からあらゆる事柄にあなたを結びつけてため息を漏らす毎日なのです。
How'd she get so good at
それ
this?
は夜空に
Dang,
浮く月を
Violet.
見上げた時、私は
Heat in that typewriter.
ひらりと舞い落ちる花弁のようだと思う。
Holy crap, Violetta! Where did this come
Violet
from?
Evergarden, more like Violet Shakespeare. That typewriter was showing just straight flames when she was writing this. We must have done a
そし
chime
て
jump.
次にこう考えるのです。
There's no other
あなたは
explanation.
同じものを見て何を思うのかしらと。
Violetta!
月と花が入っていますね。
She's like, that's so good, it almost makes me think I love this guy.
おお、両国の婚姻近しか。どうやらうまくいきそうだな。白椿の白でその美しさを称えられるシャルロッテ・エーベルフレイヤ・ドロッセルス。私の恋の物語であり、情熱の対象であるあなたについて。
How embarrassing to have your love letters like put out publicly if they were real, you know?
Oh yeah, if they weren't written for this
Yeah,
for
specific
express
person.
intention, it's kind of interesting because I'm thinking about it. It's almost like they're becoming representatives for the whole people.
Yeah.
If they're merging the two countries, which I don't think they are legitimately merging the countries, but it almost feels like a marriage between two people that's being championed by two like vessels for the peoples coming together. And so this is a way for them to like accept it. But it's really sad for the people who have to become the vessels because they have to give away their own opportunity
But
for
the princess
happiness.
almost seems like, oh, okay, I can romanticize this. You're romanticizing
Oh,
it
for
for me.
sure.
Right?
For sure.
溢れん
Who are we to stand in the way of this?
私は早く
Love
私のあな
story.
たに触れたいと思っています。失礼いたします。
さすがに美麗な。
How long is she at this post for?
This is a lot.
恥じらっていらっしゃるのでしょうか。
How is she starting to understand?
あの泣き方はそういうものではありませんね。思い通りにいかないときに見せる泣き顔です。姫のことはお妃様のお腹の中にいる頃から。
That's a beautiful way to say that.
Yeah.
I've known her from her mother's womb.
姫、お隠れになってもどこにいるのかすぐにわかりますよ。
A governess relationship like this is very interesting to me.
Yeah, because she's almost closer to her than her own mother.
And because the princess has such a higher
私
social
が嫁ぎ
status,
先のお母様でしたら今のは減点ですね。
She's
姫は
not
感
there.
情的になるとご自身の立場をお忘れになられる。
I think she is under the pillows, babe.
フリューゲルに嫁がれれば、このアルベルタはいない。
She
She
can't
won't-
bring Alberta?
Why
can't she
not?
bring Alberta?
そんなこと言うの。
私は宮廷女官です。私の身は王宮のものであって、シャルロッテ様のものではないのです。
Aw.
お前は私のものよ。お前が母上の腹から私を取り上げて、
Was she like
お前
the?
が私を育てたのよ。
Why wasn't she be allowed to accompany her?
少なくとも
She belongs to the
私
palace.
はお前のものでは。
Aw.
That would be hard, man. When you're 14 years old, you don't even have like a real mom who's close to you, and then the one that you have is just ripped away because they're just a servant.
いいえ、おそばにおります。
That wallpaper and molding though are beautiful.
I just end up feeling bad for everybody whenever there's aristocracy and
シャ
peasants.
ルロッテ
I
様。
know.
It just seems like no one ends up with an actually happy life.
Has she even met him?
なんかもうどうでもいいわ。いいから好きなことを書いておいて。どうせあっちもドールが書いてるんだし。ダミアン王子はお忙しい方だから手紙を読んですらいらっしゃらないわよ。何を書いたって同じだわ。シャルロッテ様は あちらのお返事に満足されていないようですね。そういうわけじゃないわ。
They're just not him. Oh, she
Oh, she
has.
has met him.
お会いしたダミアン様はあんな言葉を使う方ではないの。
Obviously, this is different because they're publishing them, but that's
Yeah.
kind of what I don't like about the auto memory doll service.
Yeah, like it's not his words.
バイオレット、あなたも今だけはドールをやめてありのままの。
I'm glad she said that very specifically.
But the thing is that Violet probably will give an even worse answer. She's like, cool, I'm not going to be my auto memory doll, I'll just be me, Violet.
ただ聞いてくれるだけでいいの。
She just wants a friend. She doesn't even have any friends.
She's very isolated.
私が10歳になる日、ドロッセルでは盛大な宴が開かれたの。
Only 10?
王族は10歳になればもう結婚の対象。会う相手全てが見合いの相手。
At 10 years old?
全くしなかったわ。
I could have been sold on 14. I am not sold on 10. I'm sorry. That is what'd you call it?
Mincy.
Mincy? That is pre-mincy from most girls, or a lot of girls. No.
Well, I mean, I wasn't saying that I thought Mincy's was an appropriate
I know, but I'm
demarcator
saying
for
that's
marriage.
100% not.
Well, yeah, I mean,
There's not even a gray area.
I think that 18 is great. Like,
Sure.
I think the way that we've got it set
I
up
think
now
how we
works
set it
really
now
well.
is
I think that it's
protective for all the girls.
It's a really good way to draw that line.
I do
Like,
too, but I'm just saying, like, I can see it how you could argue it, and it would be shades of gray, but
I mean,
not
this was,
for a 10-year-old.
Again, though, like for the aristocracy and the nobility,
It's very.
this was super.
Sometimes they
common.
get betrothed really young, but
Yeah.
then they wouldn't
Not
get married until
later.
later.
But still,
That happened a lot. Usually, when they did that, they didn't have like the suitors
Yeah, it was
walk
just- it
in
was
front of the girl. It was
political.
more like, hey, it's a name on paper.
no, it was like dad and dad
Dad like getting together.
signed contract.
Yeah,
Essentially.
it wasn't, oh, let me parade suitors in
Yeah,
front of
yeah,
you to let you choose. That's even
私の
weirder.
気持ちなんてどうでもいい。そう思われてるみたいだった。
Poor little girl. I'm just thinking myself at 10 years old. You know what I mean? And at 10 years old, a 15-year-old was ancient. That was like an old man.
No, he'll be 20.
I know. I'm saying even a 15-year-old.
よう誰も見つけてくれなかったのか。泣け泣け、もっと泣いていい。
抱きやめたいの。
He seems nice.
宴で見たとき、なんて小生意気な子供なんだと思った。こうして泣いていて安心したよ。あんな誕生会最悪だ。俺ですら逃げ出してきたんだ。当の本人なら泣きたくもなるさ。
He's like 20 here.
じゃあな。
あの方はありのままで私に話しかけてくれた。たったそれだけ。だけど私
But at least it wasn't fake and
Yeah.
weird.
にはそれが
She's probably only used to hearing fake things.
その後戦争が悪化して私の結婚どころでは
That was the guy she's supposed to marry,
Yeah,
right? yeah.
yeah.
ところが
I
戦
assume.
争が終わってすぐに縁談が持ち込まれて驚いたわ。だから私この機会を逃してはならないと両国がつながれば国益となりうる情報を調べ上げた。
She cared.
父上や議会にもそれとなく根回
So
し
she actually advocated for this.
その成果はわからないけどドロッセルはフリューゲルを選んだ。私この婚姻が嬉しくて仕方ない。
Really?
Really?
だけどあの方はどうなのかしら。
I'm surprised.
That seems incongruous with what we just saw. She was upset, she was crying, and she was just frustrated.
I think she's more so. Again, she's only 14.
Yeah.
So these are a lot of big emotions and big things to be.
She's very mature for
Just
14.
a kid.
Yeah, but he still proposed.
At the same time, though, it's like for her, at least she had a positive impression of this person. She's going to be getting married off to somebody.
Yeah.
So at least she'd like to get married off to somebody she had a positive impression
Yeah,
of.
she's like, he was
But
truthful and
do you know
honest.
how many unhappy marriages have been built off of a first impression, though?
Yeah, but okay, also though, what she liked about him was how truthful and honest he was with her in that moment, and then she knows these letters are like BS.
BS.
So that's probably
they're
also
not, they're
hard.
not, they're
Because
not
that's what she
candid.
liked about
Yeah,
him.
they're all flowery. They're not candid.
本当は心に決めた方がいらしたのではないかしら。年だって10も離れているわ。だって
Could be worse.
私なんてただの泣き虫な娘。
Oh, she remembers he called her a crybaby, basically.
アルベルタもいない異国でもし嫌われてしまったら
I mean, she's gonna have to leave everything she's ever known.
Poor girl.
And I get the impression she's been pretty isolated.
There we go. Maybe you should just like see each other.
あの方の本当の気持ちが知りたいの。本当の気持ちが知りたい。シャルロッテ様。バイオレット。我々自動式人形はお客様にとっての代筆のドール。役割以外の仕事はいたしません。ですからこれからすることは私の出過ぎた行為です。
She still wears a pin.
CH 郵便車とは無関係だとご承知ください。あなたの涙
Does she not wear gloves
を
anymore?
差し上げたい。実は
Oh, it's because she was typing.
あちらのドールが書く文章に少し覚えがあります。バイオレット。何をする気なのかしら。
She didn't tell her plan. She's just gonna go off and do something.
Violet doesn't ask for permission.
いいね。
シャルロッテ・エベレフレイヤー
She
どう
still
してる
sleeps
様
with the puppy dog.
あの月の夜白椿の庭での俺のことを覚えていますか？
あの手紙手書きよ。中身もあれだけで一体何なの？バイオレット。相手方のドールと今後の手紙の協議をしてまいりました。
She knew who the doll was.
次はあなた
She
の手紙を
recognized her
書いてください。
writing.
あなた自身の言葉で
Whoa.
覚えています。あなた、私の泣き顔を見て笑いましたね。私、とても腹が立ちました。
I don't know if this is.
あなたが泣いていいと言ってくれた声を、その時の優しさをいつまでも覚えています。
年相応の君が可愛くて笑ったんだ。悪気があったわけじゃない。ごめんよ。
Is this? I don't know if this will move the whole people of each country the same way.
大人の男を期待しないでくれ。あの夜一度しか会ってないけど、君はどんな子なの？
That it's more
Oh, it
real
is.
though. You can tell it's more real.
泣き虫で感触持ちです。きっとあなたを夢中にさせるような女性ではありません。
そんなことないよ。
安心させてやる。
妹がいるから泣き虫な女の子は慣れているよ。でも俺も大層な人間じゃない。君を夢中にさせるような男じゃないさ。何言ってんだよ。男なら俺についてこいだろう。
いいえ、私はもうすでにあなたに夢中なのです。
最初の手紙のせいかい。あれは腕のいいドールだ。
They said that
I
in
know.
public?
手紙のあなたではありません。4年前、私の頭を撫でてくれたやっとのあなたです。
When are they gonna meet in
一度
person?
泣いているのを慰めた。
What's the point of having an auto memory doll there now if they're not even doing the writing?
Emotional support?
Advice?
私はそのたった一度をずっと宝石のように大切にしてきたのです。
俺はガサツで。
Maybe she's still like coaching her on
Yeah.
how to say
It's
it.
like having a ghostwriter a little bit.
女心もわからない。君を置いて狩りに出かけたりすると思う。きっと君をがっかりさせると思うよ。君は大人になる過程でもっと素敵な
Dude,
人
you're the
に
one who
出会う。
proposed. Why'd you
言葉です
propose?
が、素敵な男性とはどのような方ですか？お顔、お金、私が思う素敵な方というのは自分を偽らず接してくれる方です。上辺だけの人々の中で自分は
This is really sweet watching them kind of fall in love.
私の知る限りあなただけ。それでいいんです。それでいいんです。あなたが狩りに行くのなら私も行きます。ドロッセルの王女を舐めないでください。どんな殿方にも嫁げるように教育されています。遠乗りなら私の方が
Now they have to meet so they can have a hunt off.
But it's genuine, like you
Yeah.
said.
に全て任せておけばよかった。
When is he gonna come and visit her? I'd be freaking out if I was her because she's actually kind of fallen in love through the writing even more so.
月下の庭園
Whoa.
で待つと。
That was sweet.
And it's way harder when they're actually being genuine because then there's no level of plausible deniability that you got rejected or whatever because of the doll.
Yeah, the same spot.
おう、
ダミアン様。
返事を持ってきた。俺の未来の花嫁は賢くて気が強くて面白い人らしい。いい妃になる。結婚しよう、シャルロッテ。結婚してくれないか？
Aww. This was like the most wholesome. This is like everything I've ever wanted in a story condensed into like 20 minutes. This is beautiful.
I'm to be honest, I'm so weirded out by the 10-year age difference.
I don't think I'm getting over it.
In my head, I've made them 20 and 30. And even that, I'm like, oh.
I don't. It doesn't bother me as much as it bothers you.
I'm just sad Alberta can't come.
Maybe she can. Maybe she can just ask for her to come. He's in there with her?
No, she just got up. 70.
I don't know. The giggles got me. It's weird if like all the people around her don't see her as an adult, you know?
Yeah. She can get married, but she's not an adult.
Yeah.
I wish Violet could have been there for her wedding.
I know. That was really wholesome. Good job, Violetta. That was very big of Violet to be able to figure out, like, hey, this girl, what she really needs is to fall in love.
Yeah.
And she goes and gets the other doll. I wonder who the other doll was.
I wonder who the other doll
and gets
was,
them
too.
to, like, no, let's make this real. Let's make them really fall in love.
Let's just take our doll hands out.
Yeah.
泣いてはいけません。せっかくの門出に。ダミアン様の元へ嫁ぎたい。でも国を離れるのは嫌。本当に嫌なのは他の誰でもなく、お前と離れることなのよ。姫。
I like this music.
Why can't Alberta just retire
幸せにおなりなさい。シャルロッテ姫。
and train somebody else to be the lady of the castle?
Aww. I love this episode. There's a lot of flowers in this show. I feel like they have a lot of symbology.
Whoa. Oh.
あなた私に借りができたわね。ダミアン王子説得するの大変。
Really?
I thought it was going to be Iris, actually.
I thought it was gonna be her redheaded friend.
それが借りの代償ということでしょうか。その通り。ねえ、今日本当にいい日ね。そう思わない？
She had to convince Damien to do it. That makes me a little nervous.
良い、結婚日和です。
Violet looks so happy for them.
I know. She brought about something really beautiful and good. It was her idea. Who? Major Gilbert?
Who? Oh, whoa.
ブーゲンビリア海軍大佐。
His brother?
噂には聞いていたが
Why is he here?
本当に自動式人形になったんだ
He's...
貴様が
What?
俺の仲間を何人も殺して
What?
その
Is this when he captured?
多くの命を奪ったその手が
Is this when he captured Violet?
人を盗む手紙を書くのか
He came to like hunt her down. Holy crap! Holy crap!
So she was an enemy combatant.
Yeah, that he captured.
So was she a weapon for the other country?
And then they like used her as a weapon for their country, but she didn't care that she was just switching sides.
But I guess why would she care? She just takes orders.
Did they like torture her into being who she is?
The other country?
Yeah.
I assume so because she was already a weapon if she killed a bunch of people on board
And like I get his perspective, but I don't
Bougainvillea
like
ship.
him.
Well, if you
He's
hated
like-
her
he's-
that much, why did you even give her to your brother?
Why didn't he just kill her?
Yeah. What if he hates Gilbert? What if they have like a succession rivalry? If you're both the sons of a very famous
A
rich
noble,
family, only
yeah.
one person gets to be the heir. Maybe this was his whole plan. It wasn't like an actual gift. It was a curse.
Like, yeah.
And he was like, oh, I'll give him Violet. Well, it wasn't even Violet. I'll give him this human weapon that's loyal to the other country, and she'll probably kill my brother, and then I can be the only heir.
That's dark. I don't know.
I don't
that was
know.
a
Why-
lot to process. But are we going to
Why does
finally
he-
find out what happened to Major Gilbert? Please. That
Please.
would be great to know. Since Claudia won't
Well, I
tell
also,
her.
to be honest, I also feel like we've kind of been robbed because we just did a bunch of character development of Violet.
Yeah.
that we didn't even get to see.
But
going from 4 to 5.
She did a good job.
She did a great job, but she clearly has like a much deeper understanding of human nature.
Way
than
deeper.
What we had left off with. So what happened from 4 to 5?
I don't know, but that was a good episode.
It was a really good episode. But what
I
happened
love that.
between 4 to 5?
I'd read that book in more detail.
Take us, we're reacting to Violet Evergarden special.
Which you guys told us, but unfortunately we're already an episode ahead. But that's okay, we're catching up a little
We did react to episode 5.
And we're like, wow, it seems like there was a big time jump.
We really jumped. And then Stephanie read a comment when I posted the first episodes to YouTube. And they're like, hey guys, just so you know, don't react to episode 5 until you've seen the special.
Shout out to you. Unfortunately, we were already an episode ahead, but we're only an episode, so we can catch up. That's fine.
And it was a good episode. I felt like we followed it. We were just like, oh, we have a lot of questions. We jumped.
A lot of character development.
Yeah.
The lanterns are like my dream street.
This whole island
aesthetic.
is my dream place to live.
Except for the war.
Well, the war's over.
Wow. For the rich fancy people go. Opera.
Is it opera?
What do you think it is? My dream is to be in one of those special expensive boxes all dressed up in like some luxurious velvet gown.
With the binoculars that you're so
Yes.
fancy you don't even touch.
Like from Anastasia.
Who was like, you know what? Binoculars, not ritzy. Binoculars with a long handle attached to them.
Ritzy. Well, your hand probably gets tired holding it up here, but if you hold it like
Yeah,
this, you're
yeah,
more
that's probably
comfortable.
actually the real reason.
Oh, she's there.
Oh, there's Violet. She's watching? Why?
Is she by herself? I actually really like that
Yeah, that was
song.
beautiful.
That was beautiful.
Is that a real piece or is that original?
don't
mean, not
know.
real, but like, is that original for Violet Evergarden?
It was pretty.
That's how I feel oftentimes with standing ovations.
You're like, I feel peer pressured.
I'm like, okay, everyone else is doing it, so I'll stand.
初めて見た時の彼女はまるで人形のようでイルマの求める手紙の代筆ができるようにはとても見えなかった
So she came to write a letter for the opera singer.
Interesting.
I'm guessing. Oh, that braid was not her real hair.
That's cool that she could take it off that easily.
イルマ
It's kind of interesting they actually drew makeup. I feel like usually they don't.
Yeah. Stage makeup's intense
紹
too.
介したい人がいるんだ
お初にお目にかかります。お客様がお望みならどこでも駆けつけます。自動式人形サービスバイオレット・エヴァーガーデンです。あなたが噂が通りね。噂郵便協会の先生がぜひあなたをって紹介してくれたのよ。
Whoa, look at those flowers.
Dang, somebody likes her. There's a lot of flowers.
Dang. Whoa, look at that.
メッセージです
Earl Brady, all of that?
花束
Okay, no, lots of suitors.
予定されている取材の件でお話が
Okay, so I thought we were going to be picking up like right where episode 4 ended.
Yeah.
No.
No,
So
no.
Violet has some type of reputation already, and she is being sent on projects.
In a lot of like Regency novels that I've read, there'll be famous actresses or famous opera singers. And in real life in England back then, those women were considered to be like, it sounds really bad, but they were like upscale prostitutes, escorts essentially.
Yeah.
Bridgerton, I think that even happens.
Yeah.
Where, like she's an actress. And
The
so,
second son, right?
yeah, so I'll have lots of suitors, but it's not necessarily always for a marriage. It's more like
And it's temporary. There's no protection.
yeah, it's
like,
it's really kind of sad.
It's really sad. It's really
I
sad.
think it's sad.
But a lot of times they were women who were from lower social
So they couldn't get
statuses.
married.
But then they, through like the theater and through opera, they were able to attract the attention of
From
like
like
very
earls or
wealthy-
really rich people.
Yeah, but it was really sad because then they didn't get taken care of after earls and their
If
acquaintances.
the earl got tired of them, they'd cast them off.
and they had no protections like you would in a marriage. So it was really sad.
Versus like these rich men would like provide a house for them and like food and dresses and whatever.
but it was just on a whim. It was like, okay,
yeah.
cool.
As soon as they get tired of you, it's
Yeah.
just it's.
明日私
I wonder if that's similar in this world.
分かった後で少し時間もらえるか
タワの話もうやめましょう。
Sunflowers.
そこにかけて
I love sunflowers.
失礼します。
I call her my sunflower girl because I think she looks like a
ところ
sunflower.
で昨日の私の歌は聞いた？はい。
Wow, she looks so
Normal.
different, yeah.
歌詞が古典語だったため
Antiquated?
一部聞き取れませんでした。
Oh.
何のことを歌っていたのでしょう。仕事に移りましょう。
So,
You're not gonna answer?
We'll just skip that part.
必要な情報を伺います。まず送り先の方のお名前を。
I feel like Ilma didn't understand how big of a compliment it was that Violet said it moved her.
Yeah, it's huge.
That's
To me, I'm like,
huge.
whoa.
I was like, oh wow, because I was kind of wondering if Violet would be very unmoved because
Yeah.
she didn't stand and clap immediately.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, are they showing us kind of like, oh, this is a social convention. Most people would just stand up if everyone else is to be polite.
Yeah.
Or are they showing us like, oh, Violet didn't get why everybody appreciated it so
I think
much?
she's just analyzing it.
Yeah.
私の名前じゃないわ。マリエッタにしてちょうだい。
Marietta.
偽名ですか。まさか違うわよ。そして相手は彼女の恋人。名前はモデスト。
Modesto.
戦場に行ってまだ帰ってこないの。
But it's not a pseudonym?
了解しました。モデスト様ですね。それで名字は住所はどちらでしょう。
Is he
どうでも
alive?
いいの。それでは本文の方に移ります。よろしくお願いします。はい、よろしく。
She likes flowers a lot. I think that's a carnation. It's really pretty.
Well, like you said, there's so much flower imagery.
Yeah, got the whole show so far.
本文に移るのでは。そうよ。だからあなたが考えて
You think something up.
戦争に行って帰ってこないモデストを思って恋人のマリエッタが紡ぐ恋文よ。ですが自動式人形それを書くのがあなたの仕事でしょ。
But you've
Like
given
a
her
little
very
more
little to
information.
go off
Yeah.
of.
This is very broad.
I don't think I like her very much. It's a beautiful room that they're in.
終わりました。読んでみて。
She, like, is it a love letter, presumably? But still.
親愛なるモデスト
I mean,
様。
how can you make it more
マリエッ
personal?
タは現在戦闘区域外にて待機中です。モデスト様の安否情報は確認できておりませ
Why
ん。
is she like offended?
一刻も早くご指示をお願いします。マリエッタより。何その軍人みたいな文章。お嬢様が私に考えてらっしゃいましたね。
This is how my head works. If you don't like it, you should have done something more with
Yeah,
your
give her a little more to
instructions.
go on.
いただけてないのでしょうか。その言葉を耳にしたすべての女性が共感し、すべての男性の胸を打つ。そんな恋文が欲しいのよ。
Well, you should have said that.
Is this for a fictional work? Is she writing something? For two characters, do you
書い
think?
てみて。
That's kind of the sense I'm getting, but I don't know if I'm right.
We can see his face.
私はあなたを
Oh, she's like studying.
魂の牢獄の中でも記憶に残るあなたの甘くしびれるような声が私を震わせ今にも途切れそうな思いを
Do you think she
彼をつ
plagiarizes?
なぎ止めているのです。
I don't think Violet plagiarizes.
いつの時代の恋文なのよ。古すぎるわ。もっと今の時代のストーリーのあるものが欲しいの。
Lady,
I'm frustrated on Violet's behalf.
she's being a very difficult client. I think this is incredibly realistic, though. Line
I
of
mean,
work.
I do that when giving instructions. I'm really bad at instructions.
I think a
so-
lot of people, it becomes very broad. Like if you're a graphic designer and you want a logo, or
Yeah,
somebody wants a
you're like,
logo.
I just want it to look cool.
And if you don't understand specifically that industry, I feel like there's a requisite level of knowledge you need about any craft to give feedback and instructions. So like if you're trying to hire somebody, because you need to hire somebody because you don't have much knowledge in that area,
Yeah.
it's very difficult for you to tell somebody why something doesn't meet what you were looking for,
Yeah.
and give them further instruction on how to
Like,
get
I
it
just want
closer.
a cool logo. No. That's,
Not like that.
That's very, like, masculine. I want it to be more feminine. Oh,
Yeah.
why did you have those colors? I want soft colors.
Yeah.
Like, okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You just, like, keep...
You want that Goldilocks zone where someone couldn't do it themselves?
Oh, there's
Oh,
an actual
we've seen
doll.
that doll before. We've seen that doll before.
あなたのことが愛しくて
She spent a lot of time on this letter.
愛しくて愛しくて愛しくて大げさすぎよ。こんなんじゃ今時の人は引いちゃうわ。
That's what I'm saying. It sounds like it's for something public, not.
時代
I feel like anybody would have a hard time with this.
Yes.
I'm not coming up with any, like, epiphanies. What
It's
does
so
modern
broad.
mean
It's
to
like,
her?
how are you supposed to make something beautiful and personal and moving, but also for mass appeal?
You know what? When she asked about the song, she was like, it seemed antiquated to me. So remember when she didn't respond?
Yeah.
So she's got this thing with, like, antiquated and modern.
Modern.
Oh,
No
Violet.
one puts Violet in a corner.
Oh.
戻りました。
Oh, Violet? Poor Violet. Violetta.
So it seems like we are picking up kind of right where Violet was as far as her development as an auto memory doll.
はい。ものすっごいゴシップだったらこっそり教えてね。アイリス、冗談ですって。
No, you're not,
何
Iris.
か悩みがあるんじゃない？お客様の依頼内容が高度すぎるのです。あんたの愚痴なんて初めて聞いたわ。
Yeah,
そんな
seriously.
に難しい恋文なの？
I think so.
すべての女性が共感し、すべての男性の胸を打つ恋文だそうです。何それ？
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad.
I'm glad Iris
I
is
feel
like,
edified.
what the heck?
I'm glad Iris is like, okay, yeah, this customer is horrible. I feel like they would get these customers though for reals.
I
Quite
know.
a lot. Quite a lot.
I'd be so
I'm
pissed off. I
confused
couldn't do
what
this
the hell
job.
she wants to use this letter for.
I don't know.
That's what I'm so
It doesn't
confused
make
about.
sense. Like,
Do you
she
think
just-
she wants to use it and take it and turn it into a song?
Maybe.
That's the only thing I can think of. But then she said, it was a relatively specific story for how broad it was. It was like she has a lover who went to war and he's not come back yet. And then she seems to live by herself. She has suitors.
Yeah.
So I assume that man in her photograph
Is the
is
man she's in
Modesto, or like a stand-in for him, you know?
Hugo.
He had a military uniform on, I believe.
お二人にはできますか？無理ね。
Nope. I'm glad nobody can,
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
Look how many books she's got to try and figure this out.
I was so ready
No.
to like her and be on her team.
Nope,
And she's
I'm
being
not.
so difficult that I am
And unhelpful.
off her team.
ああ、お疲れ様。バイオレット。依頼の件、難航しているようだね。
はい。どんな風に書いても満足していただけません。
イルマも新作オペラにかけている。
Yeah, okay, what does this mean?
新作。それが手紙と何の関係があるのですか？
Yeah, if somebody could give her this context, that would be
手紙じゃ
helpful.
なくて歌の歌詞だ。新作オペラのクライマックスで歌う。
Why didn't anybody just say that? This Ilma chick sucks.
I'm very
so
annoyed
annoyed.
for
Like
Violet.
you could have said that, honey.
この曲だよ。
And they didn't even give her the music for it.
No, they didn't even give her anything to go off of.
え？代筆じゃなくて歌詞を書く仕
Yeah,
事だった
she could have said it's lyrics.
アルザ様のお話では最初からそういう依頼だったとのことです。依頼を検討するときに気づかなかったの？
No, of course
No,
not.
they didn't say that.
依頼でさ、てっきり代筆だと思い込んでたんだよ。
これヒロインが自分が書いた恋文を読み上げるシーンですね。なるほど。恋文には
I know. I'm with you. I'm
I
with you.
dislike Ilma.
一度受けたお仕事ですが、業務内容と異なります。
そんなの簡単じゃね？代筆じゃなくても俺たちで最高の歌詞作ればいいんだよ。
All together
だか
now.
らそんな簡単じゃないぞ。
大丈夫だって。うちには優秀なドールがこんなにいるんだぜ。
Aww.
本当にそのようなことは可能でしょうか？
やってみなくちゃわからねえって。ね。
I'm surprised that they specifically wanted Violet for this
一応書い
request.
てみた
I
けど
know.
I want to understand why.
That's a haiku.
どうかな。
君を待つ岸壁に吹く風寒し。短いわね。歌詞に使えるかしら？
次俺の番。
They're all trying.
So excited to show his work.
ここは地獄さノーホーム。お前がいなきゃノーフューチャー。って何よこれ？
I didn't think it was that
The
bad.
cries of my soul.
響くだろハートに。
I didn't think it was
I
that
didn't think it was
bad.
that bad.
今度かよ。大体お前らが書いたのだって。
It was better than the haiku.
バイオレット、本当にそれでいいの？はい。たくさんの武器をいただきました。
I have a full armory.
It was nice of them to all help. Man, this job better pay like
No,
for
they
how many
better pay,
hours
like,
she's sunk into
10
this.
times the normal rate at least. There's still a lot of missing context.
There
I don't
definitely
get how
is.
she expects her to answer everything that she wants
When
without
articulating
Yeah,
it.
it's not even articulated that it's lyrics. And even now, they still don't understand. Like, they still haven't even explained why they actually hired her. Now, they're starting to eliminate
figured
what
it
the
out.
actual sort of use case
They
is.
had to figure out it's a letter in the song.
But it was Aldo who told her. But if you're an artist and you're making art, you need to know the context in which your art is going to be
Yeah, it makes such a big difference.
viewed. You need to know the medium in order to know how you express it. Why did you want me to write these lyrics for you? What about your process were you unhappy with? So that I can try to make you satisfied. If you're giving so little to go off of.
もう諦めるんだ。
分かってるわよ。こだわってるのはあなたも同じでしょ。
Do you think Aldo is the soldier?
No.
すごい数だな。これ全部君が書いたのかい？
郵便社の人たちが手伝ってくれました。
So she wrote like, here's 30 versions.
多分イルマは OK しないと思うよ。それにこれは君に依頼した仕事ではなかったかな。
ですが、私はドールです。私の業務は歌詞を書くことではありません。
I'm already stretching things to help you
Yeah,
guys here.
good.
man.
I'm glad she said that. My job's not to write lyrics, so you
付き合って
figured
も
out.
らえるかな。
違うわ、もう一度。なるべく静かに。けれど確か
So
に。
she's just
Demanding.
いい？
Perfectionist.
服装が
違うだろ。
普通すぎます。今の時代の誰もが着ている服のままです。オペラというのはもっと古い時代のものではないでしょうか。あれは練習用の服ですか？
いや、あれが次の舞台の衣装だよ。ユルマが言い出したのだ。次の作品は新作にしたい。もっと今の人たちに伝わる舞台にしたいってね。
戦争が終わって平和な時代が来たはずなのに、本当にみんなが幸せになっているのかしら。新しい時代を開くのよ。
あの戦争は多くの人々に傷跡を残した。今もその人々の心は凍りついたまま。次の時代の到来を感じることも、前に進み出すこともできていないんだ。
Oh, so she's like, we're going to revitalize our time with new art. Bring us
We're
forward
going
to
to
the
shake
modern
up the
era.
conventions.
Yeah, that
of
makes
what-
sense.
I think it's a beautiful idea.
頼んで私が書いた。ヒロインのモデルはイルマ自身だ。曲も私が全部作って、彼女と相談しながら。
But it doesn't change that she's been very difficult
私もイルマもクライマックスで
and gone about working with Violet and collaborating with her horribly.
Maybe that's why she was recommended, because she's in love with somebody from the war.
Oh.
So they thought that she'd be able to articulate
納
it.
得のいくものにならなかったんだ。それで恋文ならドールにお願いするのはどうだろうという話になってね。知り合いの郵便協会の人にアドバイスしてもらったら君の名前が出
Who?
た。
Who?
確かローダンセという人だ。あなたが
Really?
She recommended her?
She recommended
Maybe because she knew she
Violet?
was
同男性教官が私を推薦してくださった
Special.
That makes me really happy.
ああ、イルマが作りたい歌の内容を伝えたら彼女が君の
Yeah,
名
I think
前
you're
を
right.
教
I
え
think
て
you're
Yeah.
right. She thought Violet would resonate with it.
できそうなドールが一人いますと。
How convenient and kind of them to be so specific
I know.
to somebody else about what the job was.
But not to the person writing
I'd be
it.
more pissed that I had spent so much time doing work when they hadn't informed me what they actually wanted.
She spent hours in this
Days.
letter.
It looked like days.
もう少し手伝って。
Aldo, I'll write for you. I won't write for
Now,
Elma.
thank you finally for telling like
Aldo's the
why I
only
was.
one who's giving useful information.
お疲れ様。
なんでついてくるのよ。良きドールとは人の言葉の中から伝えたい本当の
Yeah, but she
心を
won't give
吸い上げ
anything
る
to
ものな
her,
のです
so she can't.
だから私についてくる
Yeah.
っていうの。はい
I think that makes perfect sense. She's gonna
任
run.
務遂行上必要
Good
なの
luck running
Yeah,
from
good luck.
Violetta,
Like, you're probably in really good shape because you're an opera singer.
but not that
But,
good shape.
but Violet is a...
疲れを知らないの。
Nope.
行軍訓練では完全装備で20メリド以上は歩いたことがあります。あなた軍にいたの？はい。
I'm surprised she's surprised because she saw Violet's.
Yeah.
はい。あなたにも大切な人はいるでしょう。 何よりね、大切な人と再会できて、あなたが帰ってきて喜んでるでしょ。その人もわかりません。その方は私の上官で、最後の戦いの最中、行方がわからなくなって、どこでどうされているのか知らされておりません。
That's the wildest thing, that no one will tell her, and she doesn't have a way to get the information herself.
She doesn't realize something's being kept from her.
You know what's interesting too is I didn't realize until right this moment how much my paradigm is based on databases existing now.
Yeah.
Which is basically like
I can go look this up.
Yeah.
What happened here?
Essentially,
I'm gonna go call somebody. Oh, I know the number to call.
Yes. Or I can look it up. There's no way. She can't. She has no internet. She could try to find like service records, but that would be kept probably in paper.
Yeah.
In some type of either centralized location or like a few different centralized locations.
She could probably
She'd have to get access to that in the first place.
She'd have to go to the... I mean, I'm sure there's a way for people to find out who lived and who died. She'd have to go there. But it seems like she believes Claudia that nothing bad's happened
It's
to her.
just weird because I haven't thought about how back before the internet it would have been so easy to gatekeep information if you just had like 3 or 4 people willing to
lie
or collude.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to keep one person from knowing something, you only need like 3 or 4 people to agree not to tell them.
Yeah.
And they would be completely unable to get anywhere. And Violet doesn't... I don't think that she would know how to seek out that information on her own based on her training so far.
フーゴと歩いた場所よ。戦争に行って帰らない人ですか。そう、私の恋人、アルドの息子なのよ。
What?
Oh, that's why I was said you need to give it up.
アルドさんの戦争に行く当日も、フーゴと2人でここに来た。
This is way more helpful. Thank you, Ilma. Of course she doesn't want to revisit it either, I'm sure.
He looks a lot like Aldo.
And she's got all these suitors. That's gotta be extra hard when you're just like, I don't care about them, I care about...
What else is he gonna say?
I understand why Ilma didn't want to talk about it when it's like heartbreaking for her, you know?
It's probably frustrating and embarrassing that they even had to bring Violet on because it's her story and her heart.
Mm-hmm.
So I do understand a lot better now why she was... Whoa.
彼だって辛いのに、私だってもうフーゴが帰ってこないことくらい分かってる。そんな簡単に諦められるわけないじゃない。
Missing in action would be so hard. Because he was just like, keep the hope, you know?
Alright, so soldiers are still coming home now? Even, like, to this day? I guess I'm just trying to...
I thought it would have been binary.
Yeah, I would have thought it would be like, okay, it's been 3 months, all the soldiers have made it home by now. Or none, or they're not coming back.
I truly don't know the logistics. Like,
Prisoners
let's say
of war.
World War I or World War II, the way that it worked, yeah.
I mean, think about that. If they took prisoners of war captive...
How would you even know?
How would you know that they were taken captive and not
not dead?
They're just missing in action.
Yeah.
That's so painful. So painful.
私、少しイルマさんの心に近づけた気がします。ですが、歌詞が
Just write your own feelings, Violet.
もっと私の心が知りたいなら、手紙を見せてあげてもいいわ。私が彼宛てに書いた手紙、全部宛先不明で帰ってきたけど、私の心を救い上げたものにしかならない。私の欲しい歌は、そういうのじゃないの。すべての女性が共感し、すべての男性の胸を打つ。ですか。バイオレット、付き合ってくれてありがとう。
At least she's actually being helpful now, though.
Yeah.
一人じゃないのも悪くなかったわ。
Poor Elma.
Poor Violetta.
Think about what the author... I feel like one of the most difficult things with this type of story the author's done is now the author has to write a letter.
Yeah.
The author has to write a letter.
Yeah, she sets up
good enough.
a standard. She's got to meet her own standard.
The author has to meet whatever objective the author assigns to Violet.
She
Isn't
does a
that
terrific
really
job,
interesting?
though. Like, everything we've seen so far.
I know, it's beautiful.
You think those are all the letters for missing people? That's the impression I
Yeah.
get.
ローランドさん。
ベネディクトから聞いたよ。あんた難しい仕事を。
That's an understatement, man. It's like the difficult job.
今日仕事終わったら少し時間をもらえるかい？
I like the way he said that. Can I have a bit of your time?
But he's the one who wants to help her.
Yeah.
よくわからんが、手紙はな、宛先があればそこに届く。なければ送り主に戻されることになってるんだ。
存じています。私の郵便者
でも戦争は残酷で相手を選ばないんだ。着いたよ。
I like how blunt and pragmatic Violet is sometimes. Sometimes it hurts, but sometimes... Oh, are these all the lost
軍の
letters?
管轄だった郵便局の倉庫だ。今はもう使われてない。
Oh, so many letters not
その手紙
received.
だけじゃない。ここにある手紙は行く先も送り主も失った手紙たちだ。
Oh, they're just lost letters. Oh.
It kind of feels like your Facebook page after you die.
I never thought about that.
愛してる。愛しています。あなたを愛してる。愛しいあなた。
愛を君に。書いた人の心が込められているのに、その思いは誰にも伝わることは
And
な
they
い。
can't even return the letters to the original
航空
sender.
祭があれば空から撒いてあげられるんだが、
Oh, that'd be cool in the middle of the opera.
ご自分の愛してるを手紙に込めているのですね。
ああ、そうだな。
That was like groundbreaking for her to understand. To see them all written so
Yeah.
many. And that's what you always said. Like, she just needs to see a whole bunch of, like, get a sample size, essentially, right?
実はね、私の両親死んじゃったの。お父さんもお母さんも遺品すら見つからなかった。心から。
I'm hopeful.
It'd be very dirty narratively if she rejects it now after putting us through all
改め
that.
て書き直しました。
I want to hear the letter.
もしかしてイルマさんの心をすくい上げただけになってしまっているでしょうか。そうかもしれない。
Oh, that was in the intro. The tears on the letter.
Yay! Finally! See, I feel so having worked for like really picky bosses before, it does feel really good when you finally get
Yes,
it right, and because
yeah.
then you're like, okay, they have a high standard, and you met that standard.
I was worried that she was gonna be impossible to satisfy.
Yeah,
That's what I was more worried
because
about.
some people just they don't actually want what they're asking
Yeah,
for, and
I thought maybe Elma was unwilling to let any letter be good enough because she had trauma that she needed resolved first to be
Yeah.
able to actually do this and deliver this. That's what I thought. That's why I thought Aldo was so upset before we learned it was his son too.
Yeah.
I thought he was saying like, Elma, we need to stop because you're not healed enough yet to even do this. Once Violet started following Elma, I thought we were going to go off on like an Elma quest to heal Elma, you know, and help her find resolution.
驚いたよ。
But Violet did like a letter training art.
君にこんな歌詞が書けるとは思わなかった。
well, let's
That's
hear
because
it.
no one let her see good letters.
そう思っておりました。
I'm glad Roland let her see so many beautiful, sincere letters. Because I still think that's all Violet really needed.
ありがとう。
Oh no. It's interesting because like in Death Note, for example, the author had to be really, really smart in
To
order
write
to write
two-
two really, really
Oh,
smart
I guess
characters.
four, believe
Four,
it.
yeah. Okay.
Two.
Two really, really smart characters.
No spoilers.
And in this show, I feel like the author's got to be such an empath and very understanding of human emotion and the
And
subtleties
a
of
strong prose writer on top of it.
Yeah.
Because not every strong story writer is a strong prose
it.
writer.
Yeah, like writing eloquently and writing
It's
love
very
poems.
different. Coming up
right.
with a cool concept and even understanding characters deeply and writing a beautiful plot
That's a skill.
doesn't mean that you can write beautiful,
Poetry.
moving prose. That's
Yeah.
so different.
Very impressed with the author. But I want to hear the letter. Oh, we get to hear it in the song. It's even better.
Oh.
That's even cooler. All right, let's go. I hope.
It kind of feels more like a musical than opera.
そこにあなたはい
Hey!
Because the letters kind of all like feathers disappeared in the wind. I like cried myself. Wow, Violetta wrote this? Woo! Full of a lot of symbolism, right?
Yeah.
書いた手紙が凍っていた私のいる間の時
Oh,
間を
we see his
動
face
かし
now.
始めた。ここにいる私たちはここから新しい時を刻み始める。
Because you just wait and stuck with your life. You're not going to move forward because in a hope, right?
Yeah. It's way more hopeful than I was expecting.
Yeah, me too. It's not super hopeful.
It's
like
sad. It's very sad.
Yeah.
But I guess
It's like
love is
coming to
our love.
terms.
Yeah, our love is beautiful, even if we'll never be together again. But it's different than saying like I'm so sad we'll never be together again.
Yeah.
That's what I was expecting. I was expecting I'm so sad I miss you so much. I wasn't expecting our love is so beautiful and I appreciate it so much even though we're separated forever. I still think that's more hopeful than the former. She stood up first this time.
All right. Well,
Singles
Inferno. What is this
Yeah, what the hell?
suggestion? Oh, it's one of those like Love Island things.
But it's like I heard that your long lost love is passed away. Do you want to come on Singles Inferno?
I can't laugh and cry at the same time.
Hey, I just heard you finally come and healed your
All right,
trauma
she's
of
ready
your
for Singles
lifetime. Are you ready to find love?
I probably got the suggestion because I tried watching Love is Blind or whatever that show was. And it wasn't for me, but that's okay.
Is there a big?
I've never heard of
is the
that
Netflix
before.
algorithm seeing a huge amount of people who watch the Violet Evergarden special, and they like go straight into Singles Inferno? Like, why did we get that?
Oh,
It didn't give us any of the other Violet Evergarden content.
That's really funny. That was really. I mean,
It was
I cried.
beautiful, yeah.
I
It was
cried, especially when
beautiful.
you teed it up in that way. 'Cause
That's
exact-
how I understood it.
Yeah, me too.
Because love's always in a sunshine place.
Wesley, okay, that was sad.
I'm really glad that we took a break because now I do understand why Violet in episode 5 was so much more able
She had to
and
spend
capable.
a long time doing character analysis and trying to understand all these letters. and, like,
I'm so glad though. I didn't actually expect her to get what I had said I thought
that
would
arc.
help.
When we watched the next episode, Wesley was like, oh, I feel like we had a big jump in her development and her understanding
Yeah.
of love. Well, that's why.
There it is. I'm
Okay.
glad that somebody finally was just like, oh, you want to understand? Well, here, look at it.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to explain it in their own words, I feel like it's so much easier to show than it is to tell in pretty much any teaching.
Yeah.
If you're trying to get an athlete to become a much better like wide receiver, it's so much easier to show them the absolute best wide receiver and let them watch.
Instead of trying to say, he does this.
Yeah, instead of trying to like explain in words, articulate all the little things that somebody like that does. Especially like the more difficult the concept, the more important it is to learn by experiencing or showing than to try to articulate. Because the harder it is to understand, the harder it is to articulate.
I think the reason that song particularly got me is like I've heard a similar sentiment expressed when you've lost somebody. You have to think of them as like they're just in the next room, you know. And that,
Yeah.
I don't know why that always makes me tear up.
Because we talk to people who have lost their spouse
Or their kids,
or their kids.
and it's like, oh no, they're just a phone call away, or they're just in the next room.
And they take comfort by letting themselves still think about them in the same ways they did when they were alive.
Yeah.
Because that keeps their memory alive for them.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna cry again. Okay, we'll see you next episode. Bye.
And if we look a mess, it's because we just reacted to the special, Violet Evergarden special.
We
if you're
cried.
watching this and we do end up putting this in a big supercut on YouTube, this is going to be wild. We're going to be jumping. This is going to be non-linear storytelling in a reaction.
Well, that's okay. My contacts always get all blurry when I cry.
And you have to read subtitles.
I need a happy episode. I just don't have confidence that we're gonna get
If
a
this
happy
is like
episode.
a particularly sad episode, everyone's going to be like, ha 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 ha. I feel like every Violet Evergarden episode is, whoa, this is cool.
That's very cool.
Wow. You know what country? I think I know. This makes me think of Switzerland.
Yeah, they have some of those in Switzerland.
You know what it makes me think of?
What
Whoa.
the heck?
Leon is a sick name.
What? Women?
This feels like we're watching a completely different show. This feels like we're watching some like harem anime that's like, like I got 100 war-torn widows in my tower or something. Oh, they're all dolls? Are they all beautiful? Is that part of the job description?
Interesting.
What?
I'm sure there's all sorts of rumors and fantasies about them, especially because you have the word doll in the name.
Oh, and you have access to paying clients?
That, the travel. Wow.
He's being very
Look at that. It's like an observatory.
demeaning.
Yeah. I think that's very accurate, though. I think that is such an accurate depiction of a lot of people in real life when they see something that maybe they want it a little bit, or they're jealous of it, or they desire it, and they're like, oh, these beautiful women could travel all over the world, and then they, because either they want it,
Oh,
or
they imbue negative motives.
they imbue negative motives, or if there's another girl, maybe they'll be jealous, right?
You know what? I've heard relatively similar sentiments expressed about
Influencers.
Oh, I
Think
was
about
going to
that.
say
All the Instagrammers. There's so many comments on
stewardesses.
Oh yeah, stewardesses. Yeah.
Like on flights.
Yeah.
I've heard that before influencers.
Yeah. But think about influencers. That's the epitome, right? Like, I feel like an auto memory doll is the equivalent of like, oh, she's just Instagram famous. She's just a model on Instagram.
I mean, I agree with you. But if they're suddenly able to afford a private jet, certain locations, I'm going to still draw my own conclusions.
I agree,
I'm
but
going to be honest.
there's a lot who
There's not.
I
know.
95% are not like
I
that.
agree with you, but I'm not going to turn off.
You're this guy.
No, I'm not gonna turn off what I'm not gonna be like my lion eyes deceive me. Like
No,
I'm
I
like,
agree. There's definitely
You're doing really well for
Look,
yourself, but you're not private jet.
OnlyFans is out there for a reason. I'm just saying, I do think that people expand that 5%, 1%, whatever it is, and apply it to the whole group.
Everybody. I think for him as well. Sometimes the professions that I viewed with the most vitriol in my own head, and I go like, why do I feel that way? It's usually because they're doing something well that I feel inadequate at.
Yeah. I'm
So
curious
for
what he'll
him,
say.
I'm curious if he's not good at clearly and specifically expressing his own feelings and desires.
Well, see,
where the
he said
dolls
he used
are.
to feel that way, right? This is a really beautiful
It is.
scenery and
But
castles.
isn't it because where Violet lives, it almost feels like what I would expect Monaco to feel like, and it's like all of Europe is in this country.
元気してたブルーベルさん
Bluebell, Iberis.
ルクリ
Way!
アドロッセル王国の王女様の脱出
She knew it was Violet.
あなたが知り合いなんて
Aww.
I'm
That's
glad
so
she's
sweet.
got doll friends.
どうしたの
She's like Barbie with all her doll friends.
大丈夫ちょっと元気がないみたいだけど
I like Violet's new outfit.
バイオレット
You know, Violet kind of reminds me of like, some of your introverted friends who then like you get to know them a little bit and they're actually like very surprisingly funny and
Yeah, but
kind of silly.
it takes a minute to get to know him.
Shahar Observatory.
お初にお目にかかります旦那様
Do you see all the guys watching?
このシャヘル天文本部はご覧のように古今東西の天文に関する書物を集めた我が写本家の職員は本一冊一冊の状態を日々保ち
So they're kind of like abbots back in the day. They're like modern abbots.
まあそれだけであれば写本家の人員だけで事足りたのですが先月当方に大変貴重な けれど非常に保存状態の悪い書物が大量に運び込まれました。
So I just want
中に
typists.
は一度ページをめくれば崩れてしまうようなものまで含まれておりました。自動式人形の皆様80名、我が写本家の職員80名、双方1名ずつがペアとなり、解読と代筆を担当いたします。期間は2週間。
I wonder who Leon will get paired with.
貴重な記録を後の世代に残すため。
What are they gonna do? Sort them by eye color? They literally just copy pasted Leon and Violet's eyes.
次、入る税に日。富士見郵便
He
局。
seems
He's like, God,
excited.
we nailed this, dude. I told you we'd meet all the baddies if we got on top of a monastery and worked in a total. There's no women here.
I know.
Is it like a religious order? Why? You would think that there would be at least a few that, right?
I don't know.
Everyone laughed at me when I would say I'd find the love of my life on top of a mountain at an all-male observatory.
次、
Who's laughing now?
ステファノティス。
Hey, his name's practically my name.
バイオレット・エヴァ
Steph
ーガー
noticed.
デン様。
Don't fall in love, Leon. It won't be good for you.
Yeah, it would be really bad. I don't ship it. I friendship it.
お客様がお望みなら
You friendship it? I don't even friendship it.
自動式人形サービス
I think it would be good for both of them to learn.
バイ
No?
オレット・エヴァーガーデンです。
I'm easily.
What?
Oh, you know me. I'm the easiest person to win over. I just need Leon to say like one nice thing, and I'm back on Team Leon.
I
But
know.
until he does one nice thing, I will never be on Team
Well,
Leon.
he's looking at her nicely.
I know I'm practically there, but he hasn't done anything yet. Do you think him being like, "Wow, Violet's beautiful," is gonna make me feel okay after he was so snarky about my girl's whole life's work and vocation? No, like she is beautiful. We know this. That's not gonna make me change my mind on him. He has
Well,
to do
let's
something.
see. Let's
He
see.
has eyes, the same eyes as Violet.
It's like this guy's totally oblivious. Back to angry face.
いい座ってろ。
失礼いたしました。
I feel like he's just gonna get more grumpy because he's feeling
共通
things
語言
now.
語で書かれたこの本からだ。400年前に観測されたアリー彗星についての記述から入る。
Whoa, that's cool.
このアリー彗星はちょうど200年周期で巡ってくる彗星なんだ。まもなくここシャヘル天文台でも観測される予定だ。
了解しました。
How did they build that? Did you see how it was?
Yeah.
では始める。
はい。
言っておくが俺は解読が早い。記述が追いつかないようならお前は無用の長物と。
I'm glad it shocks him every time.
I'm kind of disappointed that we got spoiled.
I know. I think the first time would have been crazy.
Because
It's okay.
we were like, oh, Violet Evergarden, huh? And we've never done this before, and I think this is also why we've never done this since. We were like, we have no idea what this one's about.
Let's watch
Let's
the
look at the
promo.
trailer on
Nope.
my anime list.
Never doing that
and we
again.
pressed play, and it was like within 3 seconds, it was like, whoop, and we were like, oh, what? And then when it happened in the show, like I felt so bad. I felt like we robbed you guys. That's how I felt like I stole from you guys. I felt so upset.
ならお手並み拝見だ。
We get to watch all their reactions, so it's fine. The
暗き
characters.
天より出しその光の矢。長き
Dog, you're gonna have to talk so much faster than that.
故アリアドナ先生術師曰く。
Oh, astrologer, not astronomer.
Ariadne. That's a girl's name,
その
isn't it?
輝く光の杉氏跡。疫病蔓延し。
Plague
王の
spread.
崩御が国よ
She's
り
not even sweating.
聖バルバロッサもまた。同じく
Do you
光
find
の
the
矢
way
に
that
吹
her
かれて
fingers move very
その魂と
satisfying,
肉体を
strangely?
引き
I
離さ
do.
れしか。
What is happening? There's a plague? There's a king? Are you not hearing this?
アリアドナの言葉に乗らば過去にもあり、光の矢のゆえんは妖精国の王ラインハルトの嫁取りともいい、この光に際して失せる高貴なるもの。
There's
女はライン
fairies?
ハルトの即位に、男は祝福の宴の貢ぎ物とされるなり。
This is a wild story. Aww.
されば、その別離は悲劇にあらず、永遠の時流れる妖精の国にて、新たな器を授かりて、その魂は未来永劫守られるがゆえに。
Do comet lore hits a bit differently.
どうぞお続けください。
どうやらついてこられるよ
Of。course she is.
She hasn't even
さ
reached
れど高貴なる者の死は
60% of her highest speed.
光の矢走る姿を見る。
That was a cool
That was
story.
really cool. I'm a little bit irritated that we don't get to hear
今
more.
はここまでだ。
144枚。予定のおよそ3日分の仕事量です。素晴らしいお仕事ぶりです。
That's Violet's highest praise, by the way. Violet loves efficiency.
皆さん非常に順調です。最大で3日分進んだペアもおります。この調子で ぜひ明日からの作業も頑張ってください。
If anybody was gonna change his perception, it would be so funny if he thinks all dolls are like
I
Violet.
know.
If anyone's gonna change his perception
He's
of
gonna be like,
dolls,
no, dolls are great. What are you talking
He's
about?
gonna
They're
be like-
efficient. They're good. They're fast.
they're businesslike.
なあ、なんであれだけの代筆をこなしてそんなに元気なんだ？
代筆は移動に比べればさほど疲労することはありません。1年のほとんどは旅行カバンを手にあらゆる交通手段で移動
She's not even mentioning her extensive military training.
そんな大変な仕事をしてるんだよ。
与えられた役目だからです。最初は任務だと思っておりました。ですがいろいろなお客様のもとでその思いを紡ぐ。そして時にこのような古い書物を書いた方の考えを受け取ってそれを
That's
書き記すというの
beautiful.
はとても特別で素晴らしいことだと思えるようになりました。
そうだな。
He's like, I can respect that.
I'm assuming that he feels that way.
Yeah.
Because he works here.
Yeah, he
And
wants to preserve
I
it for
think
the
if
future.
anybody understands the beauty of preserving this type of information, it'd be him. I've been thinking about this recently, is that books, now we have it digitized, right? But just like books in general and the ability to write, it's so beautiful because you can condense a whole lifetimes of wisdom
Into a book.
into one book. It's like you're saving knowledge intertemporally.
Yeah.
It's wild to think about it. So like you can
You're
write
saving knowledge and wisdom.
and you're putting it into a format that somebody can then take it, read it, and digest it in infinitesimally less time than it took to actually write it.
Accumulate the
And
knowledge
so
in
it
the
should,
first place.
it takes so much longer to come up with all the information that you put into a book packed with wisdom than it does to read and digest that wisdom. So
Yeah.
like theoretically, you could get like exponential wisdom growth forever if
you just
everybody
read books.
Yeah, but it's so hard. Like I love reading books.
It's hard to read nonfiction. It's
I-
not
well,
hard to read fiction.
I
for
read
me.
nonfiction, but to be honest, it's hard. What I didn't expect is like I can't take on that much information. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like I'll read the
You
same
can only
book.
read a little bit. at a
Yeah,
time.
and
It's too dense.
there's only so much I can even like understand in a way. It's like I'm only ready to understand 5% of it, and of that 5% of it, I can only actionably do 1% of it. And it's just like, oh, this is so much harder than it should be in theory. Because what I just said about books is so cool, and I'm like, damn it.
Epiphanies with Wesley.
このような素晴らしい仕事に
I feel like it's more like shower thoughts, honestly.
おっしゃりたいのでしょうか。
リオンがパートナーでかわいそうだってことだよ。
Oh, that's
あい
not
つ
nice.
金持ちならない性格だろ。
シャヘルの寄付がなけりゃここで働くこともできない孤児だったんだ。君みたいに素敵な女性。
Oh,
Ah.
だ
jerks.
から仕事が終わったら僕たちのところへ。
私も孤児です。それに私は皆様がおっしゃるようなろくな生き方もしております。
Good for Violetta.
文字を覚えたのもここ数年です。もし生まれや育ちで会話をする相手が限られるのでしたら、私には関わらない方が良いかと思います。
Damn, Violetta.
そうさ、あいつ
Did they just recognize the giant put down she gave them?
No, they just said, no, you're different. What they meant was, yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
you're
you're
hot. We don't want to bang Leon. We want to bang you. So we'll look past your horrible social status and birth.
私は親の顔も知りません。
君、リオンがパートナーだからかばってるんだろ。
事実を言っているだけ
Good
です。
job, Violetta.
I kind of like they don't even bother showing their
話
faces.
が通じないよ。
Not even worth the time.
Why are they even working
旦
here?
那様、目当ての本は見つかりましたか。
あった。
怒っているのですか。
怒ってない。
He's embarrassed because you
こう
defended
いう
him.
顔なんだ。
私は無表情だとよく言われます。こういう顔です。
She's like, I found myself in male form.
似ていますね。
A lot similar.
あなた可愛いわね。だってこりゃ観測に誘うしかないだろう。おい、聞いてるかリオン。
At least he's got a friend,
Yeah.
right?
お互い頑張ろうぜ。
I'm glad that his friend is such an extrovert.
Oh. So is he like?
Whoa. They do wrestling at the
I
observatory?
guess.
就職の時
It's like, yeah, I enrolled to go to the observatory, but like, I'm not like the other guys. I'm actually going out for their wrestling team. Why did they have? I guess there's not much to do on the top of a mountain, but still, how weird.
どうしてみんなと一緒に食べないんだ。
修正です。
That's nice to bring your food.
食べている時と寝ている時というのは無防備です。
It's
敵への反
military.
応が遅れます。私は昔軍人でしたので。
Surprise!
軍人
I'm always
He's like,
surprised that people are surprised when they see her prosthetics.
おかしい。だってどこから見てもただの女だろ。女だよ。
Ex-military combatant.
見たくないか。200年周期だから生きてるうちに
Oh,
もう
they're
見
gonna
る
watch
機
the
会はない
comics
ぞ。
together? That's sweet.
Don't get attached though like that, my friend.
初日の写本で触れてあった彗星ですね。
そうだ。見たくないか。
I think he really likes her.
Don't get attached.
死んだぞ。
見てみたいです。
そうか。なら3日後の夜2時に宿舎の前に誘いに行く。
And he's running away?
You better be there. That's how it was when I was talked to Stephanie at summer camp.
It's true.
I'll like dance with you or whatever if you like want to, but
We don't have
you don't
to.
have to. You better be there.
Oh, I feel so bad
I
for
know.
him. Do you think she knows that
She's
he's like...
gonna break your heart. Oh, Leon.
Oh. I feel really bad.
ここに座れ。アリー彗星だ。
Do you read it as ally or alley?
Allie.
彗星の方が一番綺麗に見えるのが日の出前の東の空だ。スープも飲んでろ。
I don't think she's gonna get it.
I know.
旦那様は
Don't carry this flame, Leon.
バカを言え。俺は優しくなんてない。覚えてるか。図書館でいろいろ言われたの。
はい。
あいつらの言っていたことは本当だ。俺のことも家のことも。俺の母親は流れ物の旅芸人だった。
That's cool.
いろんなところに巡業して踊りや歌、自分の才を披露する。あの人はそうしてこの
We totally glossed over the fact that Violet's never doesn't even know her parents'
Oh, yeah, she
faces.
doesn't know their faces.
We totally glossed over that. I was so focused on the interaction
Yeah,
that
so was I.
それが俺だ。今思えば
Hey.
幸せないい家族だっ
Oh
た。
well,
Don't
he
get
loved
happy,
her
don't get
too.
happy.
I was afraid the dad wouldn't.
父が帰ってこなくなった。シャヘルの文献収集を担当していた父
Oh,
は
but he loved them. That's
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah. That's
very
different.
different
That's very
than
different.
like the dad
Just
abandoning him.
abandon the
大
family.
陸中を回って貴重な書物を集めていた。危険な場所へ行くことも少なくない仕事だったんだ。
That's an interesting job too.
ある仕事の最中、ぱったりと消息が途絶えた。それから2年が経ち、捜索も打ち切られることになって。
So many people missing. Do you
Oh, she looks just like him. Oh.
do you realize how many people are just missing no
Yeah, in this
bodies in
country?
this world?
In this world or our world?
This world.
This world. In
Yeah.
our world, you know that actually it's not as uncommon as you would think.
Yeah.
It's especially in the national parks in the West and in the Appalachians in
Yeah, I've
the
seen
U.S.
that.
at
I've
least.
seen
There's
the missing
tons of
persons
missing
map.
people.
誰よりも父を愛していたのだから、当然の選択だったのだろう。
She left her little kid behind.
置いていく俺のことは考えてはくれ
Yeah.
なかった。
I don't think that's true. I think she was just trying to get their family all back together.
恋愛というのは
But that's a big risk to take.
I mean, I get why he would feel that way as the child that was left.
旦那様はお母様のことがとても大切だったのですね。
Man, the more insightful Violet gets, I keep expecting her to be more tactful.
Yeah.
But she's just getting more insightful and staying the same blunt, which is
Sure.
actually kind of
It's
scarier.
like, I like it though.
I like it, but it's almost scarier than when she was kind of like clueless and blunt.
Yeah.
Because now she's not going to say something off topic. She's going to say something that goes
Cuts to the
straight
quick.
to the source of your insecurities.
私には血のつながった家族はおりません。ただ、ずっと庇護してくださった方はおりました。今は離れ離れですが、
その人と離れて寂しくないのか。
というのがどんな気持ちなのか、私には理解できないのです。どういう気持ちなのかは分かっても、それが自分に生じているのかが分かりません。
That makes a lot
本
of
気で言ってる
sense.
のか。
私は嘘はつけません。
じゃあ、
You can't
その
lie.
人のことを思い出すことはない
You
か。
just blunt.
いつも思い出します。
会えない日が続くと胸がぐっと重くなったりしないか。
なります。
He's doing such a good job articulating loneliness.
Yeah.
You think about them a lot? Does your heart feel heavy when they're not around? Yes, that's
If
called...
that's how you feel, then that would be loneliness.
What? That's such
Yeah.
a good education for her.
それが寂しいってことだよ。
That is loneliness.
それが寂しい。
Nobody's ever told her... Like,
No
you
one's taken the time to articulate it down to that granular detail.
it's really interesting because like now that we're parents, one of the things that we try to do is when our daughter is very upset, we try to like give her words to express
Yes.
herself. So she's like, we're like, are you frustrated? Yes, I'm frustrated. Are you sad? Yes, I'm sad. Are you angry? Yes, I'm angry, right? We try to give her words so she can pair an emotion with the word so that it's not as frustrating to her not being able to understand why she feels the way she does.
It's an additional source of frustration for her when she can't communicate what she wants to.
And she's upset, but she doesn't know why she's upset. And I feel like that's very, very common. And unless you're given the word and you paired someone's taught you to pair that up, you don't necessarily know. You have to be taught that.
And emotions are specifically difficult because it's something that is happening inside yourself.
Yeah.
And you can't see. I can see visual cues that you're feeling certain ways on your face.
Yeah.
But I can't see or observe or feel for you how you're feeling when you're sad.
Yeah.
So how do I know that this emotion I'm feeling is sad?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's a weird concept. I'm glad we learned it when we were a kid because it's such a...
Yeah,
it's such a difficult.
It makes sense, like if no one's told her, "Hey, you're feeling," and she's never had somebody like help her through that process.
She could say each requisite part. She can be like, "When I think of them, my heart feels heavy. I would like to be with them," but no one said, "Hey, that's loneliness."
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-oh, does he realize that it's a
better now than later?
もし俺との契約期間中にその人が危険な状況に陥っているって聞かされたらどうする？言っても助けられるかどうかわからない。それでもそいつのところへ行くか？
Yes, she would, I bet.
困らせたの？
いいえ、そうではありません。その問いには選択肢がなく、旦那様にどう謝罪しようかと。私にとってあの方の存在はまるで世界そのもので、それがなくなるくらいなら。
That's a form of love. One definition of it.
Well, that's not good because I think Gilbert's dead.
I think he's like comatose or something, or maybe kidnapped in a war effort. Does he realize that she's in love with him?
I think he knows.
そうか。お前そいつのことを愛して。
あの彗星。
No! Just when he's like, I think you love this person.
Just when he's about to explain love.
He's like a psychiatrist or psychologist.
And he wasn't bitter. That makes me like him even more.
I know.
He just takes it in stride.
He was really good at explaining emotions to her.
He just takes it in stride. Oh, okay, you're in love with somebody else? Great.
Look at it then.
人生でたった一度きりの出会いなんだ。
With the northern lights too?
Yeah.
There's like no view like this unless you go up to like Iceland or Alaska.
その別離は悲劇にあらず、永遠の時、流れる妖精の国にて、新たな器を授かりて、その魂は未来永劫守られるがゆえに。
That's a cool story.
It's a crazy story.
皆様、ありがとうございました。
I liked him for the tiny little bit he was in. He seemed very jolly. Oh, they're just leaving?
Yeah. Aww.
I wanted someone to get married.
短い間でしたが、お世話になりました。
バイオレット。
はい。
俺は今写本家にいるが、本当は父さんと同じ文献収集をやってみたかったんだ。
That's cool.
ここで待っていれば、いつか母が父を連れて帰ってくるんじゃないかって期待して。
Oh, there's always that hope.
I'd be scared to run around doing what killed my mom and my dad, though.
Yeah.
今決めた。俺もお前と同じように。
Oh, that's cool that she inspired him.
I like Leon a lot.
でも、俺はその道を選ぼうと思う。
Aww.
That's a real smile. That's one of the only ones we've actually seen.
どこかの空の下で会うことがあるかもしれない。バイオレット・エヴァーガーデン。
I'm glad they were able to connect.
Whoa, did you think he was about to jump?
I did for a half second. I was like, no.
I was like, Leon, no. Oh, no.
I hope he does.
I hope he does too.
That was special. They connected.
I think he's actually connected with Violet better than anybody in the show. Anybody.
He helped her a lot. She helped him.
I think because they had relatively similar dispositions, they understood each other well. You know how when you meet someone who thinks like you, they can say things in ways that you just get more quickly?
Yeah. I really liked this episode.
It made me like Leon so much that he didn't get like weird or bitter or hurt when he learned that Violet had somebody already.
He just appreciated her and like what she taught him and that she stood up for him.
And he just thought, oh, you know, you having somebody you love already doesn't change all the things I like about you.
Yeah.
I get that we won't have that type of a relationship.
Or maybe he'll desire it at some point in the future, but he recognized it like, yeah, she's not.
He accepted it with a lot of grace.
He did.
And I think that that is something I respect a lot.
Very commendable. I liked it. That was really good.
I like Leon a lot. I told you I just needed the smallest thing and I would flip.
She learned a lot from him too.
Yeah.
I learned a lot from him.
I wish that he would have gotten to tell her about love, but then I guess that would have taken away a lot of the central
the whole point of the show for Violet.
Yeah.
Or Violet's main goal in life.
The author's like, oh no, I have to stop him. If I let him say this, then she'll be able to quit the plot device that lets me do these wonderful episodic stories where I travel around and do a cool letter. That was cool because that wasn't a letter.
Yeah.
That was very different.
Yeah.
It was also interesting seeing Bluebell. And it's like, okay, who are you?
I don't remember.
Why are you here?
I'm sure she was one of the girls at the school and we just glossed over
I
her.
don't think so. I really don't think so.
Maybe not. I don't know. That was fun
I'm
still.
wrong, but yeah,
that was a surprising but fun little arc.
That was very fun.
See,
Every episode is an arc, and they do a good job. They do a really good job.
Oh, it's great.
Every story is so satisfactory and condensed.
Yep.
It's really
tied
good.
up neatly in a bow.
Sometimes like Monster of the Week or episodic shows, I think could be weaker because they lose some of the narrative like driving power.
This one does
This
not
author's
at
so
all.
good at making us care so quickly.
Yeah.
And getting very strong characters expressed very quickly.
Elma was so strong.
So distinctive.
The redheaded girl was very strong, right? Like there's so much
and
to
their
bundle up.
stories, and they get us so invested so fast. I think that's usually why episodic can struggle. If you have more time, it's easier to get stuff invested. The same as real life.
Yeah.
If you spend more time with somebody, it's easier to get invested.
Yeah.
So I think that's really cool about Violet Evergarden so far. It's been one of my favorites.
She understands people in order to create all these different character types.
And it's funny because I feel like to write a character who doesn't understand people, you need to understand people even better.
Yeah. That's true.
Beautiful building.
I just want to know what's happened.
Wait. Is this a courthouse? Oh, theater.
Did you see Iris?
I know, Iris is so not into it.
私はこの罪を背負って生きるしかない。この先にしろ。
Well, it
That's
sounds
the
like
end?
it was an absolute banger. But I hate when villains say that, where they're like, ha ha ha, by killing me, you have shown yourself to be just as bad as I am. And I'm like, no, bitch. First of all, you were killing a lot of people. I
killed one.
The
just
hands
you.
of justice. I am the avenger of blood.
Justice
I have become
is different
justice
than
incarnate.
a murderer.
You deserve death. I became
The
the
executioner.
avatar of death. I saved people. I'm what's called a hero. We are not the same. It is not moral equivalency.
This is,
I
what's
spit on
pet
you. I
peeve?
piss on your grave. I hope you feel bad in the afterlife because you're wrong. You have no moral.
Whatever makes you feel good as you die.
To stand on. So, no, I don't feel bad.
It really got to her.
このお芝居すっごく良かった。
She disagrees.
バイオレットも見に行けばよかったの。赤い悪魔でしたら今戯曲を読ん
Red Devil. You just reading it?
いいなあ。オスカー・ウェブスターの代筆なんて羨ましすぎる。だって真っ先に彼の新作が読めなかった。
Wow.
That's cool.
完成したら久しぶりの新作になるわね。ああ、私はこの罪を背負
The
って
way Violet read
I
it?
think it's gonna resonate with her.
この先一緒。
Well, for her, I get way more so when you're a soldier.
Yeah.
It's very different when you're a soldier.
I don't know that she has any
Well-
regrets about the war. Anything she did during the war, killing people.
We haven't heard her express it before.
None at all. She hasn't talked about it at all.
I can't imagine she wouldn't, though.
はい、これ代筆依頼書ね。
こんなに
That's a lot.
公開恋文
This is my dream house.
バイオレットちゃんの指名も増えたしね。
Oh.
例の少佐のことあの子に話した。
Major? Oh.
いや、
Can we
最
please?
近のあの子時々何か考え込んでるみたいだから。
For a second, I thought that they were talking about, like, letting the dolls major in a speciality,
Oh.
like a degree, and I feel so stupid now. I feel...
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The major is like the
Oh,
whole
I
driving
know.
force of the show. I
Oh,
wanna know
wow.
what's
Is this
happening
like
to
the
it.
Mississippi?
It looks to me like Switzerland.
Still Switzerland?
I don't know. Yeah, kind of. Or Germany. It's beautiful.
You asked for me.
自動式人形サービスです。
なんだそれは。
What's that?
お初にお目にかかり
Whoa,
ます。
whoa, 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 whoa.
お客様がお望
He
み
he recognized her. Where did he
I don't think
recognize
so.
her
He's just like,
from?
who the heck are
自
you?
動式人形サービス
No, that's not a who the heck are you look.
バイオレット・エヴァーガーデンです。
そこには少女がいた。もう一度会いたかった。名前すら悲しくてささやけない。あの子と同じ髪の色の少女が。しかし驚いた。
Oh, his house is a
まさかこん
mess.
な子供が来るとはね。
ご希望に添えませんでしたら別の道路を手配させていただきます。
いや、タイプさえ打てれば。
Is he the
俺は
author?
今ちょっと体調が。
申し訳
Oh,
あり
is
ま
this
せん。
this backstory of how she helped the author?
Oh.
That makes sense.
仕事中はお酒を控えていただくようお願い申し上げます。
He was shaking though. I think he needs it.
俺
Yeah.
は飲まないと書けない。
書くのは私です。
じゃあ、執筆は明日からにしよう。
困った
He's
お
sad
方で
because
す。
he misses a
執筆
girl.
はこの部屋で。
ここかテラスだな。
He's got books everywhere.
その手は。
戦争で失いました。
Man,
How
I know
many
this
days
sounds
is
so
she there?
stupid, but look at that like absolute paradise he's living in.
I know, but
And
he's
he's
just-
sequestered himself. It's just so sad because he's a prisoner of his own mind and
Yeah.
heart. So he's just like removing himself from all that's beautiful so
Yeah.
clearly. Like there's not even a window open. This whole space
It's
is
so dark.
And look, all he has to do is just open.
the
But he
shutters.
can't.
執筆に差し支えない程度には片付けました。用紙はありますでしょうか。
ないな。港の商店が。
Man,
Dude.
you're paying her a lot of money.
それと夕食も。
She's not your servant.
旦那様、私は代筆屋だって
Yes.
Good
メール
for
で
her.
Good job, Violet.
I'm glad, Violet.
困ったお方です。
Is she doing
炒
it?
めメニューの材料は揃えたよ。
Can Violet
Habanero?
cook?
何かついてるか。
いえ、これを一体どうやって調理すればいいの
She's never cooked anything before.
殻を割って黄身だけ取り分けて。
Wow.
She's never cooked before.
Oh. Oh.
何やってるんだ。
料理に挑戦しております。
She's never cooked, dude. This is your fault for
Yeah, this is
trying to
your
make her
fault.
into a maid.
まあ、初めてにしては
Really?
じゃないか。
I'm annoyed he's making her
君
cook.
は食べないのか。
私は
But she doesn't know how. Like, I get it because he's obviously in a really bad place. But, like, he should have got a maid. It was nice of her to help him, though. I wasn't expecting her to.
Well, just wait, babe. This is a pattern that I'm starting to recognize in Violet Evergarden. Incredibly difficult customer.
I know.
We get pissed at them. We're like, wow, they're so unreasonable. Why are they being such a prick? And then it'll be
You hear
flashback.
their backstory.
And we'll be like,
And it's absolutely tragic. I know. She had to make the pasta from scratch, by the
yeah,
way.
but not easy.
何をなさっているんですか。
棚にあった酒をどこにやった。
隠しました。
I thought she was
作
going to
業
throw it
の
away.
妨げになりますし。
I did that to Steffi because she bought Reese's.
I ate them all and found
And
them anyway.
Reese's give her sniffly. You found them? Wait, you ate them? All of them? When'd you eat them? When'd you eat
a
them?
couple days ago.
You found them? It would have been the best hiding spot. No! They didn't make you sniffly.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I'm glad they didn't make you sniffly. I hid them because usually she eats Reese's because they're her favorite candy. And they make her get sniffly. And she gets so irritated at being sniffly, but she can't resist herself.
お預かりしてよろしいですね。
That was the most casual Violet's ever looked.
I know.
この火の谷を越えないと怪物を倒す剣が手に入らないわ。トガキ、水の精霊が現れる。
Water spirit.
精霊のセリフ。私がこの火を消してあげる。そうすればこの谷を越えられるわ。
越えられるのですね。よかったです。
トガキ、燃えている火が消える。
どうやって消えるのですか。
舞台上ではためいてた赤い布を引っ込めると消えたように見えるだろう。なあ、どう思う？面白いか？
本当の話ではないのに、自分が体験しているようです。
Oh, that's
Oh,
perfect.
that's really
Yeah,
good.
that's perfect. You're immersed.
このオリーブという少女と同じように
Olive.
喜んだり、
I've never heard on somebody being named Olive
until
ever,
recently.
until this past
There's a dog
few
named
months.
Olive.
I've heard of 3 different instances of
Sidemen,
Olive being used as a name. The
YouTube
famous
group?
YouTuber group Sidemen. One
of their kids is named Olive. There's a dog, and now this girl.
This girl's Olive.
どうしてなのでしょうか
I went to school with an Olive. I just remembered there was an Olive in my middle school class.
オリーブと同じ気持ちになってくれてる。
Has she never read novels before?
オリーブに共
Only
感してくれてるんだ。
Why would she have? Oh, empathy. She doesn't even familiar with empathy.
ほっとした。子供向けの芝居を書くのは。
Oh.
oh.
Why?
この後オリーブは火の谷を越えて無事に剣を手に入れ
Do you think it's his daughter he's missing?
Oh.
Is it his daughter? I assumed it was
その代わりに精霊
romantic, but he just said the girl I was missing.
そんなではどうやって
Oh.
Look, Violet's into it. I don't think Violet has ever.
And she's still young. She's like 14.
Yeah.
So it probably is his daughter.
I don't think Violet's ever engaged in entertainment and fiction. Remember, we saw her see her first opera.
Yeah.
I don't think she's. Why would she have read for fun? It doesn't seem like something Violet would
Of all
naturally
those
do.
books she read when she was studying love, I thought she was reading like fiction.
It's cool seeing her get
でも
into
壊れて
it.
しまいましたし
そこはまだ考えてない。
考えないと
You must.
You must. I have to.
父親が待つ家に帰れません
Yes. Oh no, it's his daughter.
いい
All these people have lost somebody. I mean, that is the result of war.
良すぎるか。
But
旦那様
あ
これは
あ、ただの傘だよ。
とても綺麗な
I
傘
wouldn't
だ
leave
と
my
思い
house
ました
either if something happened to my daughter. Oh.
Oh no.
少し
What
休ま
happened
せ
to
てくれ。
her? I'm gonna cry.
いつかきっと見せてあげるね
やめろ。やめてくれ。
申し訳ございません勝手に傘を
もういい。帰ってくれ。
それではお芝居が完成しませんオリーブの物語が完結しません旦那様は心に何か隠していらっしゃるのではないですか私にはそれを汲み取る能力がなく本当に申し訳ございません
俺はもう何も書けない。だがこのままじゃダメだ。オリビアに聞かせてやった話を完成させようと。
Olivia.
オリビ
娘だ。妻が病気で亡くなって
He already had lost his wife.
俺は娘と越してきた。
Look how
Looks like
different.
our
Wow.
daughter.
Did you
She's
see how
got brown
different
eyes
he
and
looked?
blonde hair.
He looked like a completely different human being.
She looks like our little
Oh, she
girl.
does look like our daughter.
母親がいなくて寂しかったと思う。けどそんな様子はこれっぽっちも見せず。むしろ俺が仕事を頑張れるようにといつもいろいろと手伝ってくれてたんだ。そんな娘の好きなものがフリルのついた日傘と水鳥で。
いいなぁ私もこの湖を渡ってみたい
Oh no, not the. She's gonna drown in the lake.
傘を差して風を利用すればできるかもしれないね。オリビア。
私が湖を歩くところいつかきっと見せてあげるねお父さん
Music.
She's gonna drown, I think.
そして医者との不毛な押し問答を繰り返し残された時間を過ごすため俺は娘を連れて戻ることにした。
What happened?
娘の笑
Does she have
顔穏やか
cancer?
で優しい日々だ。たった一つの希望が神はどれだけ俺の大切なものを。
大切な人と別れるということは二度と会えないということはこんなにも寂しくこんなにも辛いことなのですね
I'm so proud of her. That's so sad.
さっきはすまなかった。
いえお辛いのは旦那様ですのに私の方が取り乱してしまい 申し訳ありません。
完成させるよ。オリーブの物語を少女は帰ってきて父親と再会する。どんなに辛い冒険をしたとしても最後はハッピーエンドだ。主人公も観客も幸せになる。
I read something for parents who lose their children. It was something like, especially when they're really young little babies, not older kids, you're the only one who knows that their life was cut short and how much they missed out on. From their perspective, all they knew was that you loved them. You loved them so much.
I think she was too old for that.
I'm so too, but it helps me a little bit.
そして倒れる怪物、
Really young kids, you know.
ついに怪物を倒したわ。さてここからどうやってオリーブを家に返すか。
船は壊れてしまったので鳥でしたら飛んで帰れますが。
Oh.
傘で飛ぶのはどうだ。
傘では飛べません。
飛べるんだ。風の精霊がもう一度だけ現れている。オリーブ、あなたの傘を広げて。その傘があなたの翼よ。高く飛ぶと風に流されるから。海では波を、川では岩を、湖では落ち葉を踏んでいきなさい。
素敵な着想です。
だろう。戻ってきたオリーブは父親に再会する。そして海を渡って帰ってきて再会して一言目。
So we had to take a break to take care of our 5-month-old son. That hit me really hard so far. I know I haven't really said anything, but I do think that it was really beautiful for the author to pay a tribute to his daughter like this and finish the story presumably that he was telling her when she passed away. It's horrible that she died, but at least she was with her daddy in a place that she loved.
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
True. Oh, don't say it.
I thought I was like, okay, I'm collected enough because we
downstairs.
took a break, but... Oh.
I went downstairs to nurse our 5-year-old or a 5-month-old, and our little girl's there.
Our 5-year-old. You went downstairs
she's
to
3,
nurse our 5-year-old.
and literally last night we bought her first umbrella, and it's just sitting there open in the living room too. It's just, it hits differently.
And she's little blonde-haired, brown-eyed girl too.
ただいま。
She looks just like that animation.
お父さん、君ちょっと向こうから歩いてきてくれないか。イメージをつかみたい。
Oh, that's gonna be brutal. Are you sure?
いいのですか。
できたら湖に浮かぶ木の葉の上をね。
了解しました。
You know Violet will somehow walk on water.
いや、今のは。
Stephanie, how is she gonna do this?
I don't know.
I wonder if they would be the same age. We don't know how long ago she passed.
Oh, that's true.
She's like Mary Poppins.
No.
この湖を渡ってみたい。あの落ち葉の上なら歩けるかな。いつかきっと見せてあげるね。お父さん。
あと何千回だってそう呼ばれたかった。
Oh.
死なないで欲しかったな。
That looks like our daughter.
I know.
Oh, that looks like our daughter right there.
そうだって欲しかったな。
She made it most of the way.
散歩を歩いていたと思います。
That was
She
pretty
did
cool.
steps.
旦那様。
He didn't even see her walking on. He didn't see her walking on the water.
お体の具合でも悪いのでしょうか。
奇跡を叶えてくれた彼女に俺は言った。神様なんていないと思っていたけど、いるなら君のことだろうと。
本当にこの傘をいただいてよろしいのでしょうか。
ああ、
Really?
もっと食べ
Wow.
ると思ってい
That's
たのです
huge.
十分だよ。君は死んだ娘をいつかきっと叶えてくれた。
He kind of sees Olivia and her a little bit, huh?
But not in an unhealthy way.
No.
Because I have read that it can be sometimes unhealthy
Yeah, you glob on to somebody else because they remind you of somebody that you
of
love.
a child you lost, and you hope that they'll fulfill that same role for you.
Yeah.
Kind of like in Violet, the lady's home that she went to.
Oh yeah, she's like, I don't want to be
I'm not going to be
your
a
surrogate daughter.
Yeah, but this seemed very healthy where he's like, you remind me of my daughter. I appreciate that. I'm not going to project anything onto you because of it, but thank you.
Yeah.
自動手記人形サービスのご利用誠にありがとうございました。
She touches a lot of people and helps them. And I think that's kind of the beauty in the story, isn't it?
Considering everything he went through, he handled that so well.
Seriously.
In retrospect.
その手で人を結ぶ手紙を書くのか。君は自分がしてきたことで。
Oh yeah, because that's where we left off with the Major's brother. I thought he was gonna like beat her up.
Yeah, we just kind of jumped ahead.
私は
燃えてるよ。いつか俺が言ったことが分かる時が来る。そして初めて自分がたくさんやけどしていることに気づくんだ。
翔さん、
生きて
いいのですか。武器として人を殺めてきた私が。
She does feel regret.
Yeah.
And that's why the Major picked those words so specifically.
奪ったのではないのですか。そしてその人たちが。
I bet it becomes harder and harder as she gets to understand people more.
Yeah.
Oh.
燃えていません。燃えています。燃えていません。燃えています。
Oh.
In a way, it's almost cruel because she was somewhat protected, even though she was unaware.
Yeah, and now
when she was naive, she was somewhat protected.
All that
And the more-
armor's been peeled off.
Which is she needs.
Yeah.
She needs to become
live.
as a human and free and to actually live. But
With that comes
before, I
the
do think
regret.
she was kind of numb.
Yeah.
I think
numb
she
is
was
a good
numb,
word.
and unfortunately, like numb is better than pain sometimes, but you can't live your whole life numb.
Oh.
奥様、いつへは大変失礼をいたしま
I
し
didn't
た。
expect her to show up.
奥様のお心を傷つけてしまい、誠に申し訳ございませんでした。
She recognized that she was disrespectful.
そんないいのよ。顔を上げてちょうだい。
Dang, Violet's changed so much. Sometimes it's
has.
easy to it's hard until I can see how she was in the first couple of episodes to how she is now, because she still is. I mean, she's still cold compared to normal people,
But she's
and she's
learning
still
so much.
yeah. She's changed so much.
Author's done a good job, like slowly trickling it.
But it's significant
あなたが立
already.
派になって浮かばれるわね。亡くなったギルベルト。
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
亡くなった。
So he is. I
おっ
thought.
しゃいましたよね。翔様ご無事なのですよね。
I thought he.
Just tell her.
I thought he was dead.
どうしても
He is dead?
He is dead?
インテンス最終決戦の後聖堂の下で君は一人倒れていた。おそらく砲撃を食らう寸前あいつは君を突き飛ばしたんだ。あいつは確認できなかったが瓦礫の下に認識票があった。
They didn't find his body.
ではわかりません。
Okay, so he's MIA.
だがあの状況では
翔様きっとご無事です。
Okay, so that actually kind of explains. Remember, we were so frustrated that no one would tell her. Now I understand why
It's
no
like,
one would tell her.
I
Because
don't know. Maybe they keep hoping you show up a little bit, or
I think that they. I mean,
Think he's
these are
dead.
all seasoned soldiers.
they think he's dead.
They think he's dead with
Yeah.
99.999% certainty. And they knew, okay, we understand Violet to a certain degree.
Yeah.
So Claudia knows if I tell her, hey, Violet, he's dead, but he's missing in action.
She's just gonna glob onto the host.
Yes, she won't accept it. But I feel like narratively now, I think it might be more likely he is actually alive. Because why wouldn't they find his body?
Let's hope he's alive. I think he's alive.
I thought he was
ご無事です。
バイオレットちゃん分かってくれ。
dead alive, dead alive. That's my progress right now.
わかりません。どうして私だけおかしいです。そばには
Survival
していたのに。そして私に。
バイオレットちゃん辛くても受け入れるんだ。バイオレットちゃん
At least we know.
That was painful. I messed up and clicked stop too soon on our last filming session, so we're going to talk about the last episode real quick. I think he's alive. He's got to be alive.
I think he's alive. Narratively, I think he's alive. So now, if I graph my Gilbert thoughts, it went like dead, alive, dead, alive. Now I'm back on I think he's alive.
Because the show made us think he was dead.
Because specifically they said, oh, he's missing in action. We didn't find his body, but we have his dog tag.
Whatever the show says, I'm going to believe the opposite.
Yeah, I would assume that would mean he's a prisoner of war. And like you were saying, even if there is peace, depending on the way the peace came about, which we have no idea.
We don't know anything.
We don't know what kind of peace this is. We don't know if this is like one side got defeated and the other side is like the triumphant total victor. We don't know if this is two begrudging enemies who are tired of fighting and they reached an apprehensive peace agreement, in which case they might still be holding prisoners of war in expectation that they would be using them in negotiation. And Gilbert's family is powerful, so he would be a very valuable prisoner of war.
He could have lost his memories.
He could have lost his memories.
That happens in movies.
Especially because it looked like they got shelled and Violet was passed out. Gilbert was hurt and had blood loss already.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have been able to walk away in the state he was in, though. We don't know what exactly was going on, but I remember we saw Violet try to drag him.
Maybe they left her because they thought she was just a child or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
It's also weird to me. Like, there's so many missing people. Like, every episode, there's somebody is missing. Right?
I'm kind of wondering if Gilbert's brother or could Gilbert's family have taken him away?
I don't know.
I don't know.
If he was like...
Because his brother's in the military, too.
If he was severely injured or mentally unfit. And they want to hide that because they're a big prominent family.
Yeah, that could make sense. And it's like, oh, it's better that our family member died.
Or
what if Gilbert was the heir? We don't know where the older brother is.
Yeah.
If Gilbert was the heir and he was having mental issues, they might have preferred to hide him away.
Whoa.
Oh, this is right when they met.
Oh.
挨拶しろよ。乱暴はよせ。こんな子供に。そいつは武器だ。わかった。
He won't look at him or look at her.
そうか。受け取ってくれてよかったよ。
It's weird to see his eyes go from so hard and uncaring and dehumanizing to soft.
I know, I don't
It's crazy they were able to animate that so effectively. I thought we were going to get an explanation. I thought that was going to be exposition time because Gilbert didn't understand how she was a human weapon, and we still don't understand.
Yeah. I'm also trying to understand the age demographic.
Whoa. Whoa.
Oh. Good luck with that, bro.
Oh.
I don't think this is gonna go well. He's genuinely...
He's scared of her. Yeah.
大佐、少佐がギルベルト少佐が力艦だというのは事実でしょうか
He's like, why are you worried about my brother at all?
You didn't know? Oh, this is hard on his brother, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he loved his brother clearly, despite what other character flaws he has.
Well, she clearly is.
いや、今の彼女なら受け止められるはずだ。
あなたいっつも見極めが甘すぎるのよ。相変わらず女心が分かってないし。とにかくさっさとあの子を
Oh, she's been nothing but lovely and sweet.
Big sister. Big sister energy for Violet. Especially because I could easily see her being jealous of how much attention and special privileges Violet gets paid.
Yeah.
Especially because she was the company's moneymaker previously.
Yeah.
And she's been nothing but supportive. She's been so happy for every one of Violet's successes. She is a wonderful human being.
I like her a lot.
If I was a big sister, I'd want to be a big sister like her. Why is Violet walking on the
Also
train
sexy.
tracks? That's never a good sign. I meant like physically. I didn't mean character-wise.
Because they might not have a lot of room.
I mean, I would want to be her like
physically.
Physically,
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
mean her character that I was just talking about. Just have some big kaboongas.
Whoa.
Oh.
その子は
とりあえず風呂に入れて服を着替えさせてやってくれ。しばらくの間、私が預かることになった。
The Madame being Gilbert's mother, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. She bit her?
やめろ。
坊ちゃま着替えさせたのですがこの子が暴れるもので
いいの、構わない。
And her hair's been like that ever since.
I get that he's trying to be like, oh, well, she's a little girl, so I'm going to let my maid take care of her.
Yeah.
But I'm like, dude,
your maid,
poor
she's been
maid,
your maid
is getting beat up.
I know.
風邪をひく毛布を使うんだ明日も寒くなる
Their house is beautiful.
I know. He's real he's literally a young lord. He's like a prince in this country.
It's interesting what Violet listens to versus what she doesn't. At this face.
It's the only one who's ever shown her kindness.
前線には連れて行けませんあの少女は不安定すぎますなぜ反対する
Why are they so interested? Why does Top Brass even care?
上での奴の姿を君も見ただろう人を殺めるだけが取り柄で他に何の役にも立たんしかしそう向きになるな身寄りのない娘一人使えるだけ使って役に立たなくなれば戦場に捨ててくればいいあの子はまだ普段全く君の偽善には付き合っており
Hypocrisy.
命令だ以上
Why is he calling him a hypocrite? So is this more like, do you think he's more like a father figure to her?
No.
I
don't get that impression.
I don't get that impression, but
I don't
like
think
he's
so.
got the lines under his something. I don't know.
I don't think he's even that old
ガルダ
here.
リク連合軍はボチアッチャに侵攻を開始した直ちにボチアッチャの首都カプリア全面の川で防衛線を張ったが現在は持久戦に突入持ちこたえているが敵は前線に大砲を送ってきたそれ以降その砲撃によって士気は低下戦線崩壊の可能性もあるそこでブーゲンビリア少佐は君に中隊を率いて砲の破壊に当たってもらいたい
Oh. Sounds like the worst job you could possibly imagine, man.
私が戻るまで動く
He's still not bringing her, even though he was ordered to.
少佐準備整いました
I don't think those are the eyes of someone who's gonna obey that order.
I don't think so either.
No.
Man, I didn't think we were gonna get all the backstory.
Yeah, I didn't think we were gonna almost ever be in the war. Ooh. What? Oh, she jumped across the lake earlier.
Yeah.
Last episode.
But she walked with her backs.
Clinical, like nothing. Okay, I get why that was scary.
Holy crap,
Yeah,
I'd be terrified
whoa.
of her too. Uh-oh.
Well,
Damn
didn't
it,
she
she
just
gave it
alert
away.
everybody?
Yep.
Well, go, dude.
Oh, Violetta.
Was this the same battle, or was this a different battle that we...
This is a different battle.
This looks like a different battle. That was not in the woods.
How did she learn?
Wow.
Someone had to teach her.
She's so cold. She almost looks like a little fairy or an elf or something. She could be dancing or killing, and it would look exactly the same.
Yeah, for real.
Is she
How long has she
going to the
been walking?
Bougainvillea household?
What's she
That's the
been
only thing I can
walking
think of.
for?
Where is she going?
So it looks like she's going.
Days and
Does
days?
she have food with her?
In heels.
Yep.
Okay, Bougainvillea house.
はい。あなた。
Kind of in the same state she was when she first arrived.
少佐はいらっしゃいますか少佐はこちらにいらっしゃるのですよね
This is what you thought. He might be.
坊ちゃまは
But they don't have a
No.
body. They don't have a body. A grave without a body doesn't mean anything. This tells us nothing else except that the family's probably not hiding him.
ブーゲンビリ
Especially because the brother was so pissed.
Yeah.
少佐のお名前が
I didn't think the brothers actually got along, but I think he actually cared about his brother.
It seems like they did get along. It seems like they had very different values.
Yes.
バイオレット
But I think that they loved each other from what we can
君は
tell.
道具ではなくその名が似合う人になるんだ
バイオレット
She didn't even
She
talk.
couldn't talk?
少佐バイオレット
そうだ君がバイオレットだ
私が少佐だ。
Do you think she spoke a different language?
I'm trying to figure that out.
Or she couldn't talk because, like,
Of
she
her
was just a
training?
weapon.
少佐
She hadn't been allowed to talk?
少佐読みました
So she's read kids' books before, but I guess she just never engaged with the story.
書くことも覚えよ
It's all clinical.
報告書です
う。よく書けている。字の練習にもなるから、これから毎日報告書を出すんだ。
So that's why she wrote the report like she did with the letter to the
報告書を
major.
出します
A daily report.
あいつは確認できなかったが
坊ちゃん、
瓦礫の下に認識表があった
ギルベルトも。
それで未帰還扱いになってギルベルト
Abrupt? That's abrupt.
They keep doing this to us. They have a Thanksgiving?
ここはガルダ陸軍に占拠されていたが、やっと解放された。
And 3 years is a long time.
君の功績だ。この町、メヒティッヒの感謝祭は、感謝を捧げる人に贈り物をするのが習わしだ。何か欲しいものはあ
Oh,
る
the
か？
necklace.
欲しいもの
そうだ。何でも欲しいものを言いなさい。
はい少佐が命令されるのでしたら
命令じゃない。私が君に感謝したいんだ。少し歩こうか。
少佐私は何を欲しがるのが適切なのでしょう
She really was like, probably in her training, I bet they didn't let her talk, didn't let her just execute.
Have no will. If you have no voice, can you have a will? That's hard to think about because
Yeah.
it's something we associate.
Yes, you can.
I think you can.
Yeah, but because
Our
people-
baby has a will.
Or like if you're not allowed to communicate.
Yeah, I was
all,
thinking
right?
when I said no voice, I don't mean literally the ability to talk. I feel like I mean the ability to form words.
Or to
But Violet-
communicate, or
yeah,
to like
in any way.
express. She can't express herself. She was told
She
she
was
couldn't
stopped
express
from
herself.
expressing herself. That's the best way to say
ア
it.
クセサリー。
ドレスやアクセサリーを欲しがります
Boots honestly are not that dissimilar.
No, slightly higher heel.
どうした？
少佐の瞳があります
That's really beautiful, isn't it?
少佐の瞳と同じ色ですこれを見た時のこういうのを何と言うのでしょう
どうです？美しいブローチです。
She's like, time to
Very
haggle.
abrupt.
美しい美しいは知りませんでした
Wow.
I hope she cuts her a deal. I feel like Lady's gonna rack the price
同
up
じ色
though.
でなくてよかったのか。
いいえこれが一番美しいでした言葉がわからなかったので言ったことはありませんが少佐の瞳は出会った時から美しいです
How do you say something like that, Violet, with just such
Because she
bluntness?
she doesn't know the implications. She's just being honest.
ブローチを。
How did they get the brooch? Where did Claudia hunt the brooch down?
Black market, he said.
But what does that mean?
It was on her
How?
body, remember? And then, yeah, I don't know how he found it. You sus. He's suspicious.
I don't know. I feel a little bit suspicious about everything. I think Claudia knows something else he's not telling us.
I'll
I don't
tell
think
you-
it's something nefarious.
I do not get daddy to daughter vibes at all. I get lover
No,
vibes. I'm
no,
just being
not at
very
all.
clear on that. Those are the vibes I'm getting. And if we're wrong, we're wrong. That's what I'm
That's
getting.
what I'm getting. I'm a dad. It's not daddy-daughter vibes at all. Is that Claudia?
Oh, kind of, maybe.
Because we have no idea how he fits into all this.
Just a random soldier.
Do you see her hide the brooch?
ホッチンズ中佐。
Hey. It is. It's weird that they're allowed to have long hair
そうは言
in
っ
the
て
military, you know?
階級は君の方が上だ。
お前のそのそっけない態度久しぶりだと
Oh, he's also
It's
blunt.
funny he's known for being blunt.
君も変わらないな。中佐になっても。
戦わずして勝つような戦線ばかりに投入されてきたし
君の家は戦費の大出資元なんだ。軍本部が配慮するのは仕方ない。
だから出世するのも肩身が狭いよ
I get that.
So the Bougainvilleas are keeping Claudia
気に
safe.
してたか飯食ってるかちゃんと寝てんだろうな
これはふざけただけだ。楽にしていい。私より年は上だが、彼は士官学校の同期だ。
Whoa, whoa, did
Oh.
Claudia find her?
訓練所で見たこの子だろ カプリアの戦いで凄まじい戦功を挙げたのは少佐の武器だって密かに噂になってるぞ。他にさせることがあるだろう。いや、すまない。
Oh, like for her sake.
Oh.
Like you should make her do something else other than being a weapon. That's how I
Yeah.
interpret it. Is that what you thought?
インテンス奪還作戦にもその子を。この作戦が成功すれば敵は総崩れになる。おそらくそれが最後の戦いだ。ああ、俺さ、この戦争が終わったら軍を辞めて会社を起こそうかと思ってるんだわ。
Foreshadowing, hindshadowing.
そしたらお前も雇ってやるよ。君の下で働くのは気が進む。じゃあ、バイオレットちゃんを雇うことにするか。いいかもしれんな。
Oh.
Is that
So
what he meant when he
Claudia
said
was
it was
like-
something the major wanted me to do?
Yeah.
少佐、私はもうご不要ですか？
何のことだ。
ホッチンズ中佐のもとへ移されるのでしょうか？
Ah.
少佐に命令はいただけないのでしょうか？
君は悪くない。もう数時間で決戦だ。この話はまた今度にしよう。
I think it's important to her.
作戦を説明する。このインテンスには敵軍の総本部がある。周りを断崖に囲まれたまさに自然の要塞だ。そこでまず飛行部隊が砲撃を仕掛ける。その隙に我々が地下水道からインテンス内部に侵入し、
Whoa.
大聖堂に
In the sewers?
本部を制圧する。その後信号弾を
Were they not guarding their
全軍
sewers?
突入の合図を送れば作戦は終了だ。攻撃5分前。よし行け。
Whoa. She has taken a lot of lives, Wesley. All of them have, though, right?
It's very different if it's a kid.
Yeah.
A kid that's been brainwashed. I don't blame a kid. It's not. What are they supposed to do? That's all she's ever known.
It seems like she was just brainwashed.
Yeah, I don't think she has any moral culpability for this.
Is there moral culpability in situations like this?
In war?
When one side's just trying
No,
to
I
beat the other?
I don't think so. But I was just saying, like, I don't think if anybody shouldn't have it weigh on them, it's a kid who can't even like consent to make this decision.
Yeah.
It's so drawing seeing
Half our
Violet.
men.
It's so drawing seeing Violet on a battlefield like this
I
because it looks like a
know.
World War I movie
It
or
really
something.
does. He's in a lot of frontline work, it seems like.
Gilbert? Yeah, I'm surprised that he's because if his family's so influential, why is Gilbert being sent on these? They're not suicide missions, but they're like almost suicide missions. Oh. Whoa.
She saved him. Everyone else died.
Was he shot?
I don't know. I can't
It looks
tell.
like he was shot. Dude, Violet is crazy.
Who trained her?
How did they train her? Yeah, he's shot. Violet, he had blood running down his leg. How badly was he shot, though? Man, we are getting so much more extensive
I
backstory than I
know.
was
I
expecting.
didn't think we were going to get any of this.
They took it.
Oh, they
well, then
have
what
flares.
happened? Was this not what happened? What happens? This must not be it.
少佐、
Not the last battle, then. Oh!
Whoa! In the head?
What?
That's not what happened at all. Whoa!
In his eye? Did she block out the memories?
Did she misremember it differently?
Or is this a nightmare?
That is not line up with what we saw at
No.
all.
What did he tell her he loved her?
Yeah, no, there's... What the hell?
I can't tell if it's her memories, if it's a nightmare, if it's...
This one felt more like a real memory. I
Yeah.
don't think this is a nightmare. Does that mean, did she make up the other?
That he said he loved her? Maybe
That-
he never did.
Did she make up that he said he loved her and that they had that other ending? No, because she still has her arms.
I don't
And
understand.
we saw her lose her arms, and we saw when she lost her arms in the other one.
I don't know.
So this can't be the end.
Is he alive or is he dead?
Maybe it glanced. Maybe it didn't.
Oh, like it skimmed?
Yeah,
It looked like it went...
I know, but that was from profile angle. So maybe it went like at a... From
You
that...
like lost an eye?
Yeah, maybe. But I don't remember him having a lost eye. Do you?
I don't know.
Maybe it's just across the brow, like here.
I got no answers.
I didn't think we were gonna go live in this. I thought we were gonna get dripped stuff.
Yeah, I didn't think we were gonna have a whole episode.
Very different.
It was very
direction.
interesting though.
Gilbert was using his bougainvillea pool to protect Claudia by sending him to positions where he doesn't have a lot of fighting.
Yeah.
But he didn't use that pool to protect himself.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I think he's just an honorable man.
But it's interesting that he's comfortable doing that for his friends, but he doesn't want to do that for himself.
Yeah.
I could see doing that. I think a lot of people would do that, yeah. Okay, so... Oh, he got shot again? Damn, Gilbert.
Go take out the people shooting him.
Oh.
Kind of looks like Gilbert. It's kind of weird. Oh, she's out of ammo.
Wow. Do you see he has a very distinct scar?
Yeah.
He must show up again. This is... We've been here. This is where we've been. So this is the battle. Oh. Ah. Oh.
He shot her arm off.
Oh. Ah.
How did she not bleed out? She loses her other arm too. We know that's coming.
When did they get...
Oh.
Oh. Oh, a bomb?
Grenade.
Ah. Poor Violet. Ah.
Oh,
I don't like when it sloughs off. Poor Violet. This is what we saw.
She can't even tie a tourniquet on either of them.
Oh. Okay, so it did happen. But then what would the artillery bombardment where they found...
Where it was separated? I don't know.
What's that sound?
Oh,
Whoa,
there it
whoa.
is.
From where? From who?
Them, probably.
Their own side?
I don't know.
Whoa. So it's the opposite. Remember, we thought that Violet must have... Oh, no. Claudia said...
She's there in her dress.
There.
She's like, I'm going to find his body if nobody else will. But would the body even still be there?
Who is this?
ここだと思ったよ。
Whoa,
Claudia?
Claudia?
君たちが信号弾を上げた後、全員が突撃し、負けを悟ったガルダ陸軍は撤退する前に自らの総本部を砲撃した。
Okay.
That makes sense.
君はその階段の下で見つかった。おそらくあいつは砲撃の
So exactly what happened.
君を守ろうと突き飛ばしたのか。
入院している間、どなたに伺っても。
It's crazy how many people lied to her. They probably just didn't know how she'd react. Makes sense given how she's reacting now.
Yes.
君は自分のことよりあいつの身ばかりを案じていて。
Imagine what she would have done when she first woke up, considering what she did now.
Yeah.
行こう。
So he is dead? I thought he was...
He would have to be under the rubble, though. He would. She's right.
I mean, his body would have to be there.
Unless...
私は少佐のいらっしゃるところにしか行けません。
会社に戻るんだよ。君はうちの自動式人形だろ。
Oh, he's gonna appeal to her sense of duty?
じゃあ、俺もここにいる。君が一緒に戻ってくれるまで、俺はあいつに君を託さ
I
れた
don't
んだ。
understand where his body is, though.
決戦開始の直前、あいつは俺のところへ来て言ったんだ。
もし私に何かあったらバイオレットを頼む。
戦争が終結したらライデンのエヴァーガーデン家まであの子を送り届けてやってくれ。あいつは決して君を戦う道具とは思っていなかった。一人の女の子としても君の将来を案じていたんだ。
It's ironic he lost an eye when she thinks that that looks like his eye, you know?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm surprised they could drive here. The way
Yeah.
Violet got here made it seem like it was so isolated.
大丈夫だよね。
Am I the only one who's crazy? Like, I feel like she's determined that she wouldn't find his body.
どうなることかと思ったけど、君はちゃんと道路の仕事をこなせるようになった。本当に頑張ったよね。
She really has.
あいつの命令がなくても生きていけるはずだ。
So everything that he was doing for her was
詳細に
preparation
命令はいただけない
for
のでしょうか
this.
君は悪くない。この話はまた今度にしよう。
What?
道が封鎖されてる。
what?
What is this?
中佐。俺は軍は
They recognize him.
まあいい。安れ。何かあったのか。エスクレールの町がガルタリクの和平反対派に襲撃を受けました。反対勢力が活発化しているとは聞いていたが。
Who's anti-peace?
Anti-peace? It's interesting they don't call them pro-war.
まだ周辺の警戒を解ける状態ではありません。
I've never heard anti-peace. I've never heard that. I've only ever heard pro-war, anti-war.
Anti-peace is a good way of framing up.
Yeah.
Like, this is what you're after. You just want disaster.
Whoa.
I can't tell if we're just trapped in our own head or not.
バイオレット戻ってきたんですよね。みたいだけど仕事にも戻ってきますよね。
I'm glad they care about
ちょっと休み
her.
てきてよ。
お前が行けばいいだろ。
あんたくらいがちょうどいいの。
暗いってなんだよ。こっちはそれどころじゃねえんだよ。12区あたりを探してみてくれるか。わしは14区の方へ行ってみる。新人の配達員が配達しきれなかった手紙を捨ててしまってな。
That's horrible.
What a jerk.
Poor Violet.
バイオレットいるんでしょ。少しでいいから顔を
It's so sweet of them to keep checking on her.
ご心配おかけして申し訳
At least she's talking back. I kind of didn't expect that she would.
体の具合はどう？ちゃんと食べてる？差し入れ置いとくわね。
She's the best.
She really is.
明日は
MVP
顔を出せそう？みんな待ってるし、あなたへの依頼もたくさん来てるのよ。ホッチンズ社長がおっしゃった通り、燃えているのです。自分がしてきたことで。どうしてそんなこと言ったのよ。あの子の境遇を考えたら仕方のないことだったじゃない。
境遇がどうであれ、経緯や理由が何であれ、してきたことは消せない。
だったら忘れて一からまた。
忘れることもできないだろ。燃えているのはあの子だけじゃない。俺や君だって。
We don't know what happened to her
表
during
面上
the
は消えたよう
war.
に見える火傷の跡もずっと残って
We
る。
actually know nothing about her backstory.
We really don't.
どうすればいいのあの子。
どうするかは自分で決めるしかない。
あの子少佐も何もかもなくしてしまったの。
She didn't have anything else except him.
Yeah.
なくしてないよ。何も。
カトレアさんも戻ってこない。
What does he mean by that?
明日は私があの子の様子見に行ってき
What
ま
does
す。
he mean by
I
that?
don't know. I don't know. I'm so confused. Is it like something about she has him in her memories?
Or is it that maybe the Major is alive and asked maybe Claudia found him and the Major asked him to like hide him away and to pretend that he was missing in action or dead?
しばら
You know what
く
I mean?
そっとしておいてあげた方が。
Like maybe the Major's run away?
愛してるを知りたいのです。私は
Run away from what?
少佐の愛してるが知りたくて道路になったのです。このままあの子もう道路やめちゃうんじゃ。
I like how much Iris cares now. It's when the mean tough characters show like, oh, I'm so sorry.
Whoa.
頼みたいんだな。
Whoa. I didn't think he would ever show
That's
up
her brother,
again.
right? If not, they look very, very
Oh,
similar.
it's their blood. Still there. I didn't think she'd be able to keep coming back here so easily.
But you're right, that one guy had a very distinctive scar. He must come back.
Maybe he's one of the anti-peace insurgents?
バイオレット。
So we're dreaming again.
ジョアンさんご無事だったのですね。
その服は
今私は自動式人形として働いているのです。手紙を代筆しております。
手紙か。
Oh yeah, dream.
多くの命を奪ったその手で。
That's not Gilbert.
That empathy is turning.
その手紙を書くのか。
You're right. Numb to empathy has got to be a horrible transition. This is the most interesting story I feel like I've ever seen. The dog.
It still feels like
the teddy
Gilbert might
bear.
not be alive, strangely.
Like, it's all of it. The story's just about her character development. It's just something in her past. And no, he's not alive, just like so many others. She's never had emotional outbursts like this, ever. This is character growth.
Whoa.
Oh, she wants to kill herself.
I was wondering if she would get around to that. Thinking... That's why I'm kind of like Claudia. I feel like it was a very scary proposition to leave herself by herself right now. Agency.
Oh.
So now she's having to develop agency.
Oh, that was really hard to watch. But it's so... I think it's so realistic.
手紙だよ。Violet Evergarden.
She never gets letters that we know of.
Aww.
お前さんが
I really like him.
エリカとアイリスから頼まれたんだ。
Oh.
じゃあ確かに届け
They
たよ。
didn't. They kind of went in between by giving her space, but also reaching out to her.
配達を。
ああ、捨てられた手紙が見つかったんでね。
That's such a weird little side point.
あいつ足くじいてな。あんな靴履いてるからだよ。
Oh, those were Benedict's shoes
We
before?
always saw them, but I was like,
I never
are those
realized he
his?
was wearing heels.
That's funny.
Callie was like, you will pay
あん
me
たは
attention.
一本裏手を頼むよ。
God dang, that's so many
どれ
letters.
一つ取ったって
What a scumbag to throw out all those
誰か
precious
大切
feelings.
な
I
思いだ
know.
からな。届かなくていい
At least just
手紙
take
なん
the
て
letters
ない
back to
ん
the
だ。
post office.
If he never existed and he was just like some mythical creature, I would not be surprised. Like something like Studio Ghibli.
Yeah,
and it
he's
turns
just
out
helping.
he's just, I don't know, Santa Claus or
Helping
the
her
spirit
cope.
of letters undelivered or something like that.
He does as much for her, I feel like, as anybody.
Yeah.
Aww. I've never thought about the importance of like mail back before like the internet.
It's so different with text too.
Just critical. Imagine sending a letter. It's confusing when somebody gets your text and you're like, did you read it? Did you not read it? Why
Yeah.
haven't you responded? Imagine with the letters.
The
And then
time
a
frame.
letter gets lost and they're like, oh, how many marriages failed because a letter got lost in the mail? Or like people who were dating and they would have ended up together but they didn't because, oh, she must not like me. She never wrote me back.
よかった。みんなちゃんと届いたん
That's
だ
a
な。
beautiful way to think of it. And now most of our mail is just bills. In fact, 99%.
And if it's not bills, it's spam.
バイオレット、大丈夫。会いに行こうと思ったけど、アイリスと相談して手紙を書くことにしました。ドールがドールに手紙を書くなんて変かもしれないけれど、
That's special though.
でも伝えたかったの。心配してるって。それからあなたのこと待ってるって。
Aww.
今は
That was exactly what
と
she
ても仕
needed.
事に戻る気持ちにはなれないかもしれないから。
That makes my heart happy.
I
that
do
these
think
two
Claudia
did
was
that.
right not to tell her about Gilbert before she had made new connections.
I
This
think
is
you're
still a
right.
support group.
あな
Yeah.
たが戻ってくるのを信じてる。それから今日スペンサーさんって人があなたに代筆を頼みたいって来たわよ。妹さんに感謝とお詫びの手紙を書きたいんですって。
Apology?
あなたに書いてほしいそうよ。
I'm hoping at least for all the years it's
あ
not
なたじゃ
something
なきゃダメ
new.
なんだって。
I think it is.
And she has purpose too, because we already know that she had suicidal ideation at least,
for sure,
right there, and hopelessness. Imagine if she didn't have a sense of duty, vocation, and purpose,
and friends,
and a support network.
No, like where she was.
I actually think Claudia was right.
I think he was right.
I think he was right, and I didn't think I was going to agree with that decision.
I agree with it.
Hey. Is this their house? It's so much in better states now.
Oh, that's a long letter.
妹に手紙を書くなんてなんか照れくさいが
No, it's special.
でもあいつのおかげで仕事も決まった
I'm really proud for him.
What's he gonna be able to
一
do?
度やり直す気持ちになれたんだ悪かったなわざわざ来てもらってしばらく休むと聞いていたんだが
同僚が知らせてくれたのです手紙でそれは私が生まれて初めてもらった手紙です
That's so special.
というのは
It means even more to her now.
It's crazy she's helped write so many and never got one.
I know. That's beautiful.
ラクリアも喜ぶと思います
I know she'll be very pleased.
Yeah, she'll be so happy.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
The pin looks smaller than I remember it. Change the size every time they show us. It's the princess.
Oh.
I was like, where do we know her? Which character is she? Princess.
There she is again. Oh no!
Oh, that's the play.
Oh.
All these things she's helped.
Facilitate.
Yeah, do her job.
Connect. I wouldn't even
Palm
say
trees.
facilitate. She's made possible.
Flowers. Violets? Violets.
その名にふさわしい
Soft and gentle, maybe? Not a war tool. It's crazy that he even gave her name. You know, like her whole identity.
Her whole identity up until then. No, thank you for the letter.
Bye, bye.
That's the most violent thing ever.
I know.
When it meant the whole
社長の
world
おっ
to
しゃる
her.
通り私はたくさんのやけどをしていました自動式人形でいていいのでしょうか生きて
Gilbert's brother didn't think so.
いいのでしょうか
Oh, it's probably the same question he asked himself, you know? Aw.
してきたことは消せないでも
I really like them.
Really,
I wish they would be in it more.
That's so cute. Aw.
Oh, the parasol.
Oh, he's going adventuring like he said.
He's doing it.
Yeah.
What book are they going to find out there?
I don't know. I was thinking
The
the
only
same
thing they're finding out there is like a grimoire at the bottom of a dungeon.
君が自動式人形としてやってきたことも消えないんだよバイオレット・エヴァーガーデン
So she's doing good in the world, even though.
Tons of good.
And I don't even think if you're brainwashed, if you're completely, you don't even have a personality, you can't even form your own thoughts or opinions or exert your will in the world, and you're just, that is how you're raised from the time you're a child. I don't think she's a fairy anymore, for the record. That was my other theory hypothesis.
I forgot that you were the Violet
Yeah.
Elf theory.
Yeah.
It was. I don't think it was a bad theory. Now it seems.
now it seems silly.
less likely. But at the time, with what we knew, I don't think it was a bad theory.
If you don't have free will, how are you responsible for what you do?
And I think to a certain degree, every soldier has less moral weight for the lives that they've taken within reason than they otherwise would have in a vacuum.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like
not
a straight up murderer versus somebody
it's not
who's
the
like...
same. But Violet is even a level beyond that.
Yeah.
Because she was a child.
Yeah.
She didn't even have the ability
brainwashed
to
child.
like Violet couldn't have even been a conscientious objector.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, like a grown adult, a grown soldier can always be a conscientious objector, and that's always the choice that is made, right? It's like, if I'm not going to follow orders, I'm going to give up my life, but I'd rather give up my life than follow these orders.
Yeah, she
Violet
can't
didn't even have that option. So
I mean, she fought for both sides equally, it sounds like.
out of everybody, she is the one who should feel the least of a burden for that.
Yeah.
But she's going to because she's a good
saw
person.
her actions, her memories.
And I think...
And now she's going to put the new emotional intelligence and empathy that she's acquired, and she's going to put that back onto all of the actions she did. Because it's not like she forgot what she did. She just didn't experience emotions at that time. It's like...
And she'll be like, how could I do this? Why would I do that? Yeah. But again, like, it's so much easier to say because it wasn't us.
Yeah.
But if anybody deserves to not have to shoulder the burdens of the lives that they've taken, it's a child who never knew anything else.
I agree. I feel like I'm going to be watching this whole show. Every time they show somebody's boots walking up, I'm going to be like, is it Major Gilbert? Every time.
I think he's still alive. Otherwise, I don't see narratively why they wouldn't show his body unless that's just to engender even more of a sense of loss.
If she survived all that blood loss with 2 arms cut off, I think he can survive the blood loss of like a bullet wound in his side.
And we know that the other forces were still operating because we saw the general like shell our own base.
Yeah.
What if the guy with the scar, what if he's not a bad guy anymore? Because remember we said he's very distinctive, that scar? One, that could have just been so we knew that the guy that she couldn't shoot before is the one who threw a grenade at them.
Yeah.
So that could be all that was about. 2, I thought maybe he was leading the anti-peace force and maybe she'll recognize him.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem likely. That doesn't seem like it's going to be really a plot point for us. 3, maybe he captured Gilbert.
Yeah. I mean, there's still somebody around there.
Maybe he thought Violet was dead and he took Gilbert.
Yeah.
Because she lost both arms.
But why would he save the people that he was trying to kill?
Prisoner of war. A lot of these soldiers aren't actually, like, they don't hold anything against the other soldiers.
Yeah, it's just
like they have to fight. Remember in World War I? Coming out and playing soccer together during Christmas.
It wasn't the other man, it was like the powers that be.
Yeah, it's not like they have anything in particular against that other soldier. They just don't want to die themselves and they don't want their friends to die.
I think you'd be mad at the person who shot the person next to you. It's hard to like...
Yeah.
Feels very personal.
I don't disagree, but there are a lot of stories of aid being rendered to enemy combatants.
That's true.
So
I don't know.
These are my theories. I have no idea if
Violet Evergarden would be the kind of show where that would happen, though. But why didn't he help her?
Because he probably thought she was dead. She had both arms lost.
True.
But why would he have taken Gilbert's dog tags? They could have fallen off.
They could have just gotten torn off.
Honestly, episode 9 felt like the end of the season.
I know.
So even though I knew how many episodes there were in the season, I was kind of surprised for us to keep going.
Yep, I
know. I'm waiting for boots along this. I'm just waiting for us to cut to this.
You guys are gonna just be like, guys, just drop Major Gilbert, but he keeps coming back. Like he's dead. Just get over it.
Surely you guys, when you watched this initially, must have done the same thing we were.
Surely, right?
It's like
they're like teasing it.
The Violet Evergarden will they or won't they from Friends?
But maybe
is he alive?
What if maybe
or is
you
he
never
dead?
get an answer in the whole show, and the whole point of the show is this is what people who are victims of war literally go through. They never do get an answer.
The closure.
They never get that closure.
That's what it would be.
You want
the
that
body.
closure.
The body is closure. Remember we said this before. No body, no death.
The point of the show.
Closure.
Emotional development.
Could be
closure.
Right. I keep thinking along those lines, and then I keep convincing myself that he's actually alive. Are you getting weird vibes? I'm not getting weird vibes. You getting weird vibes? This
We're mommy's visitors. That's a beautiful house.
Yeah, it's stunning.
Oh, it's Violet.
I just thought it was like a little girl who's annoyed that her great aunt is visiting or something because she wants to play with her mom. Really? Why? Why?
She does kind of look like her doll.
Our daughter's been watching a show called Little Bear, and there's a doll named Lucy.
The doll dies, and they like bring her back to life, and so Rosie's like, "Oh yeah, she died and came back to life," and I'm like, I don't know if I like these lessons being learned for a 3-year-old. It's just kind of weird. Because how do you explain that to her, you know?
That dolls don't die. Oh no.
それとご挨拶いらっしゃいませ失礼しますお母様まあよろしいそれで
So her mom probably sick.
Yep. Writing a last letter.
見つけたのでもお母様には見せないでねじゃないのお人形が歩いてきたのお人形ご到着されましたお人形
Who are these two people?
今日だったわね今にお年してかしこまりましたちょっと申し訳ありませんけど続きはまたってこの屋敷どうするの
Oh, they're just relatives who want.
She can't live here on her own. That's why we offered.
Will. They're trying to weasel their way into the will. How horrible to have to spend your last little bit fending off
people who just
vultures.
Want to take advantage. You see how like not nicely she looked at her, and then her expression shifted to a smile.
A fake smile. That's
really,
why.
It threw me
she's
off.
like, okay, if we ingratiate ourselves with the daughter, that might pressure the mom. Yeah, that threw me off too. I was very confused.
That makes a lot of sense now. But she's like well enough to get up and move around.
Maybe in just really, maybe just very limited.
Yeah.
Or something. I hate because I do the same thing.
Which part?
Where I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. When our daughter's just being like a normal little kid.
Yeah.
And I hate it because like I hate it when somebody apologizes on behalf of their kid for just being a little kid.
Yeah.
And I do the same thing, and I'm kind of it just makes me sad.
I don't think we do it that often.
I don't think we do it that often. But
here. We got a kid here.
I definitely have done it though, and it's just kids being kids, especially when kids are trying to struggle through their awkward first interactions at like 2 or 3 with other kids.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh sorry. I don't know. I just don't like it.
Yeah.
Her parasol.
Yeah, she brings it with her everywhere.
I like that we collect things as we go through the show and that they stay. It's a very polite way of saying that.
I pee. How old do you think Anne is? 6? 7?
Yeah. It's interesting they do it in tasks.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes it's like, I want to hire you to do this letter, and it doesn't seem like there's a time.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it's like, I want to hire you for this time block.
I'm surprised they don't have dolls who write like wills and things like that, like legally.
Aww. She's supposed to be with her mommy.
It's crazy that she's become famous.
Poor Anne gets left alone a lot.
I know.
I understand.
Yeah.
I get why she's sad though. Before I became a parent, I didn't realize how important it is for a kid, or for a child, how much they just long to be with their parents.
Yeah.
I felt like inadequate of someone wanting to be with me that much.
When you were a kid?
No, now.
Oh, now?
Now. Like,
yeah. Oh, you're saying she doesn't, why she wouldn't be with me?
All the time. I'm like, I'm being so boring.
Yeah.
Why does she want to be with me? And then, it doesn't matter though. Like, our children just we're their whole world.
Yeah.
For now, you know, it's not going to always be that way, but just for this little
this age group,
little season of time, I feel so bad that we don't get to spend as much time with them as they want to spend with us.
She would spend all day.
She would literally, and she would have no problems doing.
Unless there's other little kids around.
Yeah, then we're all news. Then we're gone. Doesn't care at all. So there was this old trick that we would learn, and we were told it was supposed to work, and it did work for us for a while. When we wanted to leave the playground, and our daughter was upset, we'd be like, "Okay, do you want to just stay here and mommy and daddy will leave?" And our daughter would be like, no, I'll come too. So one time Stephanie was with her grandma, and
my mom.
Our daughter was playing on the playground, and she was having such a fun time, but you guys needed to go.
She had missed her nap that day. She was being extra fussy, and I was like, all right, we're gonna go. And she's like, doing temper tantrums and things like that. Try all the tricks. Like, I'm just gonna go. And I didn't want to climb up there because, for the record, on top of the playground, because I was 9 months pregnant, and my mom is old. That's my excuse for not going up and grabbing her physically. And I would have. I was literally days away from giving birth. Just explain why I didn't just pick her up and take her. And we literally got in the car and started driving away, and she did not care. Did not care at all. And I was like, I gotta go back and figure it out. Finally, she came down because I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna climb up there. I was like, I'm gonna have to call Wesley and figure out how he's gonna get her down from there.
And we have one car.
Yeah, so that would have been fun.
So I would have had to run there. And it was not close. Oh, bad news because she keeps her from her own mommy.
She's gonna take their... That's cute.
I like Anne a lot. Oh.
Did she recognize and realize her mom's sick that badly, you think? Wouldn't you want to hold on even more tightly to your parents if you knew they were dying?
大丈夫よ。すぐ良くなるから。
Oh, why? Don't lie to your kid, really? I mean, what else do you say, though? I don't know.
本当に。そうだ。私子守歌歌ってあげる。
Oh, this hurts so much.
Do you see the housekeeper too?
で
Yeah.
もお母様は大人だから大丈夫。
She just wants to help any way she can. Let her at least think she's helping.
まあ、もうお昼寝は卒業したでしょ。今日はいいの。
Oh.
それより、お客様のお相手をして差し上げて。
She just wants to be with you, lady. She hasn't much time with
私
you
からお
left.
母さんを奪うんだもの。
Oh.
Yeah, but for the poor mom, she's like, I only have so much time left to ensure that Anne will be okay.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure that's what all of this is about.
お母さんを困らせないで。
At a much smaller scale, this one's really hitting me, guys. I know I'm sorry. I'm like crying and pausing a lot, but like our daughter, I'll be like, oh, I have to go, and she'll be like, why?
Yeah, why?
I'll
Why
be
you
like,
leave?
I have to work.
And she's like, why do you have to work? I don't understand.
I'm like, I have to so I can take care of you.
Yeah.
And she just doesn't get it, and she's just sad.
And that's just like leaving to go away for a couple hours, let
I know,
alone
I'm
like.
dying.
少しお休みになるんですって。さようですか。ちょっと眠いだけですって。その間、
And Anne's still going out and doing her duty.
お客様は嫌いだけど、あなたはお人形だから。何をするのですか。そうね、お話しするとか、何かして遊ぶとか。それは私の担当外の作業です。
She's like, but you're a doll.
少しの間でしたら。
Yay, I'm glad Violet is becoming a little bit more flexible.
Has Violet ever played
お
before?
人形がお人形で遊ぶなんて面白いでしょ。これで何をすれば。お話ししたり、お世話
She never had a childhood.
Ah, she has no idea.
This is Stephanie likes to tell me a story about how she tried to get her daddy to play pretend with her when she was
My
growing
dad
up with
literally said, I was
Barbies.
like, I don't know how to play pretend. I was like, what do you mean you don't know how to play pretend?
feel
It's
like it was-
not hard.
It was exactly like this. I
And as an
think.
adult, I'm like, why is playing pretend so hard?
こんにちは。
But Violet never had these formative experiences.
今のはお人形が言ったの。なるほど。そっか。あなたお人形だから遊ばれたことはあっても遊んだことないのね。いえ、私が教えてあげるわ。
That's actually really
Very
sweet.
sweet.
ではおままごとしましょう。お庭にテーブルもあるのよ。
お部屋の用意ができましたのでご案内いたします。
I just feel like every time Anne gets to do something, it gets interrupted.
I know. Maybe that's how kids feel, right? And that's why they have no control over it, and it's so frustrating.
何話してるのかな。
It's interesting seeing it just all from the kids' perspective.
Yeah, I could definitely see like Violet's style.
いけません。これは私のお仕事ですから。
I'm glad that the housekeeper is such a sweetie. Don't take my job.
どうしてこうなのかしら。
It's so funny as an adult thinking back to all those endless times as a kid where you were left doing nothing.
I know.
It's crazy because at the time I hated them,
Yeah.
and now the times when we get to do nothing are
Very
little
nothing.
like little special
Yeah.
times for us as adults.
It's
It's
so
interesting.
cool to have a conservatory like
Yeah,
But it doesn't matter. All the money in the world can't keep
Aw.
you healthy, you know?
it's interesting. It's from Anne's perspective. Aw,
Who do you think it's to? Her
maybe her dad
siblings? Another child?
to her daughter in the future.
Her daughter's dad?
If I was guessing, I would guess her her daughter in the future.
Oh, that's beautiful. I know you said it before, but I like sunk in now.
どうかなされましたか。何してるの。手を調整していたのです。
All the things she wants to say to her at the age appropriate time.
はい。その次の日も。はい。7日だから。その次の日も次の日も。はい。誰に書いてるの。
You?
それは申し上げられません。
Ooh,
どうしてよ。
you're right. I think you're
守秘
right.
義務があるのです。
Like every year, maybe a new letter for every year.
申し訳ありません。お父様じゃないわよね。だってお父様
Oh, is he dead too? Poor
Gone.
girl.
大きな戦争があったの。
Oh.
Oh.
そこで立派な 戦死を遂げられたの。
Oh.
何かご用があっていらしたのでは？エリスは帰っちゃったし、お母さんはもうお休みになってるし。
Ellis doesn't even live there, so it really is just her and her mom in that
それ
big
でもお
house.
嬢様、もうお休みになられては？どうして？夜更かしは女性にとって大敵です。カトリアさんがそう言っておられました。誰？当社の別のドールです。
Oh, did Catlia teach her that? Because Violet wouldn't put herself to
エ
sleep?
リカさんとアイリスさんというドールが。すごい！そんなに動くお人形がいるの？はい。
Maybe she'll be a doll someday.
お嬢様、わかったわ。寝るの。あなたも寝ないとお母さんに怒られるんだからね。それに夜更かしするといけないからね。
That's another way to say it.
おやすみなさいませ、お嬢様。
This is making me so sad. Why is each episode so sad, Wesley, in different ways?
It makes me feel human, and it makes us remember things about our own lives we want to appreciate, though.
I know, but still.
It contextualizes it for us.
I can't take this much
I know,
sadness.
it's brutal too. Aw.
そしてその泥棒はまあびっくりして逃げていったのです。バイオレット、パンはパンでもすごく硬くて食べられないパンってなんだ？スープに入れれば柔らかくなります。
Do you know the answer? I don't know the answer.
お母さんが来るまでなぞなぞして一緒に踊っておままごとして虫を捕まえて。お嬢様、優先順位を教えてください。バイオレット、ご飯読んで。バイオレット、バイオレット。
Oh, she's just a lonely little girl.
She doesn't have other kids to play with either.
I
い
know.
かがでしょうか。とってもいいわ。ではこの印象で。
Oh, I'd be trying to eavesdrop so
I
hard.
know.
あ、違うの。バイオレットにリボンをつけてもらおうと思ったの。わかったわ。でも後でね。
I think also though, like every day is so precious with your daughter. It's like she's spending all this time writing letters to her in the future instead of being present with her now.
But there's things that she can't tell her now.
I know, but it's just
I
like,
think it's easy for us to say, but for her, there's like, think about this. Like, I
That
mean,
you can-
she only has so much time left.
yeah, but what is your daughter's last memories going to be of her?
I mean, she obviously knows that she's loved by her mom.
Yeah.
And she obviously loves her
いただいても
mom.
よろしいでしょうか。
I
お
don't.
嬢様は今がよろしいのでしょう。
I understand what you're saying too, though. Like, I don't know what I would prioritize.
お嬢様。
Or at least,
本
I
当はバイオレット
don't
にリボ
know.
ンをつけてほしいんじゃないの。本当はお母さんにしてほしいの。はい。一緒にご本を読むのも、なぞなぞもおままごとも、虫はお母さん苦手だけど。お母さんと私の時間を取らないで、バイオレット。あと数日です。じゃあ、手紙を書いているとき私もそばにいていいって言って。近くにいたいの。そばにいて手をギュッて握るだけよ。お願い。申し訳ありません。受けたまわりかねます。すみません、お嬢様。そろそろ戻らなくてはいけません。
That's all she wants.
I know.
お家に行けそうかしら。
These are going to be her last memories of her mom. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's so much that you need to teach. Remember, Anne doesn't have anybody else. Think about all the things she needs to learn as she grows into
I know, but
being a
it's
teenager and being an adult. We have the luxury of having family.
we haven't seen her mom spend any time with her at all this whole time.
We've been
And the
with
only
her
time
at a
she
very
spends with her, she's criticizing her.
We've
constantly.
only seen a very limited sampling of what's going on.
Yes,
Just
I
think
know.
of,
I'm
remember,
just-
we have, it sounds like they have nobody else. How is Anne supposed to learn all these lessons?
I agree
There's
that
no
it's
one to do
important.
it, to teach her.
I agree that's important to write it, but she's balanced, like a couple hours a day, and then spend some time
But
with your daughter.
she basically passes out because she's sick.
奥様、大丈夫よ。しかし、お願い、続けて。もうやめて。お母様、もうやめて。大丈夫だから、向こうへ行っててちょうだい。どうして手紙を書くの？誰に書くの？お父さんはもういないのに。大事な手紙なの。私が知らない誰かの手紙なんでしょ？お見舞いも来ない誰かよ。お母さんのことを本当に心配している人なんていないのに。私より大事な手紙なの？アンより じゃないわ。
It actually said these, like, at least, like, if
I wish she would tell her.
like, these
if
letters
they are for her.
I'm writing these letters for you for the future. You can't read them yet, but someday they're gonna be there for you when you're old enough to read them.
I know.
She just told her that.
At least she would know it was for her.
She might not fully understand, but she'll know that it's not neglect.
私知ってる。お母さんがいなくなったら私一人よ。
She knows. Kids know. You're trying to hide it from her. She knows.
お嬢様。お嬢様の時間を私が消費していることには意味があります。どうかお母様に対してお怒りにならないでください。お嬢様がお辛いのは当たり前です。その小さな体ですでにお母様のご病気を受け止めていらっしゃる。あなたはとても立派です。立派じゃない。立派じゃない。お母さんを泣かせちゃった。いいえ、お嬢様はお優しい方です。違う。いいえ。違う。違う。私が嫌な子だから。お母さんが病気になって関係ありません。違う。違う。
It's kind of nice she has someone like Violet there, though, who's just so
どうに
rational.
もならないことなのです。私の腕があなたの腕のように柔らかい肌にはならないのと同じくらいどうしようもないことなのです。どうして手紙を書くの？人には届けたい思いがあるのです。そんなの届かなくていい。
It's so common that I feel like in like movies and books and things like that, or just like real life, where people try to hide a sickness or an illness from a child, but they know, kids know so much more than you give them credit for. They know that mommy's tired. They know if, you know.
It's different.
That something's changed. They know that people are all, when the little kid comes in the room, we have to stop talking about it. They're not, kids aren't stupid.
I agree with you, but I think that it's a function.
I'm not saying I wouldn't fall into the same trap.
I think they're trying to protect.
Yeah, I know.
It's that, and they're like, man,
They
I
wanna
think
protect
it's so much easier when we're not in that situation. Because I agree with you. I think everything you're saying is 100% right.
Yeah.
I just feel a lot of empathy and
I
sympathy.
feel I would do the same thing. I wouldn't want to. I would want to shield and protect.
Yeah, it's
them.
like, oh man, it would feel like that's the only thing that you could do.
Yeah.
Like you're powerless to do anything else.
Yeah, you want to shield and protect their little hearts. They don't worry about it. But
it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the sad thing.
私を抱きしめてくれたお人形が手紙を書き終えてさよならする日が来た。
The doll who embraced me. You see her face?
Yeah, she thought it was gonna be cold like in a real doll.
それじゃあ飲んだ紅茶は？ですからいずれ体内から排出され大地に帰ります。それはお人形じゃなかったの。それから良くないものでもなかったわ。とっても優しくて、私あの人が書いた手紙読んでみたかったな。さあ、お茶
There
に
we
しましょう。
go. See, sampling.
I know. Oh, you know what's gonna have happened. Her mom's gone, I'm sure.
So they got some more time together. Does that make you feel better about the
Yeah.
decisions? Because remember, for a kid, I mean, a week is forever.
A week is
For
forever.
1 week is forever for
I
a
thought
kid.
she only had like a week left to live.
It makes much more sense, right? If she's sick,
Yeah.
to spend a week doing this. Does that make you feel a little bit better?
Yeah. It made it sound like she was like literally on death's doorstep. Like she was gonna die tomorrow.
誕生日おめで
They
と
are
う。
birthday.
悲しいことがたくさんあるかもしれない。頑張ることが多くてくじけているかも。でも負けないで。お母さん
Does
が
she
いつ
live
も
here
あ
by
んたと
herself?
愛してる。あん10歳の誕生日おめでとう。背も伸びてずいぶん大きくなったんでしょうね。でもまだ本を読むのと踊ることは好きでしょう。なぞなぞと虫取りは卒業したかしら。18歳の誕生日
18?
おめでと
Oh, she's working.
う。もう立派なレディーね。好きな人ができたかしら。恋の相談には乗れないけど、あなたが選ぶ人ならとても素敵な人よ。誕生日おめでとう。
How old now?
20年も生きたのね。
Oh,
すごいわ。大人になってもたまには弱音を吐いてもいいのよ。あなたが不安になっても私がいるわ。ずっと
oh.
見守ってるわ。
Oh, she looks just like her mom.
お疲れ様。すごい量。今後50年。
50 years. 50 years.
50つも
Magnolia.
問題ありません。でも素敵ね。これから毎年届くのが楽しみね。
50 years.
はい。ですが、お母様がまだあんなに小さい。
Oh, Violet.
寂しがり屋で、お母様が大好きなお嬢さんを残してあのお屋敷に一人。
Because she gets being left alone.
私、屋敷でばずっと泣くのを我慢していました。でもバイオレット、届くのよ。あなたの書いた手紙が。それに遠く離れていても。
That was a brutal episode. But it was also beautiful. That one was really hard.
So painful. I think because it's like my worst fear is something happening to one of my kids, and then my second worst fear is something happening to me or you that we can't be there
Or
to
both.
see them
That-
grow up.
Both would be the
Or
thing
raise
I'm
them.
most scared about. She was really little. I think she would be very thankful for those letters.
Oh, I
It's just
know.
really
I
hard.
know. It's just.
It's
It sucks for the 7 days, and we didn't see the rest of it. They showed us
Yeah.
a very specific sample,
But-
and I'm
but it was
reacting
from-
to that sample.
it was from Anne's perspective.
Yeah,
And a week is forever to a kid.
it really is. They just don't have that perspective.
I thought it was so interesting how Violet said it. She'll be all alone in that mansion. Because sometimes I've thought, like, oh, I wish I could give, like, a mansion and a bunch of land and stuff to our kids to grow up in.
But the better thing to give them is like ability to form relationships and bond and siblings and friends.
Just
and
time.
Time.
Just time, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, you're saying money versus time?
I mean, I'm sure Anne would have given everything up for, like, one more day
Yeah.
with her mom.
I always tell you the song that makes me cry is Cats in the Cradle. If you Google it or look up the lyrics, just bawl.
Because I know for me, I get frustrated. I watched Rosie a lot the first couple years of her life.
And you're
I would get
you're
so
working more now
frustrated.
than you did before.
Yeah. Well, I know. I'm saying when I watched her, I would get frustrated. I would get burnt out.
Yeah, 'cause
I would
it's
get
tiring
upset,
watching
and I would
kids.
get angry, and I would get tired, and I would feel so thankful for her and so happy I would be with her. But I would get so frustrated at the same time and be like, I wish I could be doing something else.
Spending hours and hours with a kid is it's mentally hard.
And it is, and in the moment it's true. But like, I'll never hold her like I held her again.
Yeah.
Like I used to walk her to sleep.
It's okay. Okay. We love you guys. Bye.
But I didn't. Everyone says you don't appreciate it and it goes faster than you think. And I tried so hard to appreciate it in the moment, but I still got frustrated a lot. And I'll never. Like, I still hold her, you know?
She's your little girl.
But
Guys, don't let him fool you. Rosie loves her daddy. He is her favorite person in the whole wide world. She loves her daddy. It's okay.
And then eventually, we'll never hold her again. Like, there will be a last time.
No, don't talk about
And
that.
so I
Okay.
just try to remember. So
no,
we
no,
won't.
no. I'm not gonna feel sad.
So we won't take it for granted because it's temporary.
Yeah, we'll just go give her big hugs right now. Bye,
She's
guys.
gonna be real confused.
I'm gonna end it because I want to
She's
go give
gonna
my
be so
daughter a
confused.
hug. Let's see what
Ooh.
letter we got today. That's beautiful.
I want to live in the backgrounds.
じゃあこの依頼は片部屋に任せていいか
I thought we were gonna learn more about Katlia.
あとはこれ
I know. I want her backstory.
クトリガル国メナス基地って北部の元敵国じゃない。そんなところから 外出の依頼？
基地にいる兵士からの道路需要が多いからね。各地に広告を出してるんだ。
That's allowed? I didn't think that they would be able to trade with a country they were at war with like that.
最近内戦が起きてるんだよ。終わったはずの戦争を継続したい過激派と穏健派が争ってるんだ。
Do you think?
まあ
Scar?
Yeah.
平和になったっていうのに、メナス基地はその最前線だ。手紙を書きたい気持ちもわかるが、さすがに危険すぎる。
戦場にいる兵士も伝えたいことがある。
Or prisoner of war.
Ah. You think it's Gilbert? No way. Well, they wouldn't let Gilbert request a doll to come write for him.
Wouldn't they?
There's
If he was
no
rich.
way they would. Yeah, he's rich, but why would they let him if they're keeping Gilbert secretly? Nobody knows about him. Why would they be like, oh yeah, Gilbert, actually we'll let you hire an auto memory doll
Probably
service
not.
to contact
I'm just
everybody?
hopeful. Just let
I
it
think
go.
no, I think it's gonna be Scar. It's nuts to me that they're even allowed to trade with them. I guess they're ostensibly at peace, but still.
I mean, who are you going to send to the military base?
Violet?
Violet.
Which doll can survive? Aww. Aww. Maria. I just met a girl named Maria.
So the enemy is Russian. Because they have Russian-looking outfits.
Well, it wasn't Scar. Maybe Scar's gonna be the one leading the insurgency.
いろいろことが聞いてる。
それって確かキャンセルするって言ってた。
Oh, he's just going to cancel it. Oh, she
仕
took
事
it and
があ
left.
って今朝出て行きましたよ。
Can we connect the dots?
一人がいるって言ってたし、片道1週間はかかりますね。
しまった。
What a beautiful land. Is it Arendelle? Is that what they said?
It's frozen. Ha ha ha.
Hey, they have a cart.
I love the music. Her travel music is what it is.
It's so good. Oh, wow, the fighting is going. I know they said there was a front lines and a civil war, but for some reason I imagined that it was more a Cold War. I don't know why.
I still think Major Gilbert has lost his memory.
Seriously?
Like, he lost his memory when it collapsed on top of him.
配達区域じゃないんですって。この女の人がここに自分を配達してほしいって。メナス基地だ？しかもライデンシャフトリ市から来ただと？
It feels to me like it's kind of very loosely Russian based and very loosely German based.
Yeah.
That's how it feels.
Yeah, kind of to
Though
me.
very loosely.
で薄着なわけだね。
Oh,
いや、嬢ちゃん。
that was nice.
ここがあんたが配達されたがってるメナス基地だ。そしてここに収容所がある。いや、あった。かな。
Used to be.
だそうですか。
実際には外部からの手助けがあったみたいだな。うちの国にも戦争を継続したい一派がいるんでな。そいつらが収容所にいたガルダリクの残党に武器を渡したせいで、戦闘は泥沼化して、今や内戦状態だ。メナス基地が最後の砦でギリギリ耐えちゃいるが。
Wow, so they've almost been overthrown. Overthrown.
ジョーちゃんが配達されている場所は正真正銘の戦場だ。
She burns all over, remember?
けれど、そんなところだからこそ、兵士には誰かに伝えたい思いがあるのではないでしょうか。
そうは言っても、基地周辺にあり一匹近寄れねえよ。
この山は標高も高く、徒歩で越えるのは困難です。なので、どちらの軍も警戒していないはずです。飛行機と、そして優秀なパイロットがいれば。
無理無理。
How much money are they committing to these letters? How are they making any money? They must be government subsidized. He's like, well, I do have pilot goggles on my head. They're not just there for fun.
That's wild. That's crazy. Paratrooper doll. Oh, it's this kind of a plane. No wonder they made a face like, you want us to drop you? I was like, okay, well, maybe they have paratroopers and they've got the planes,
Nope.
you know, with the cargo holds that kind of like, go, go, go in the movies.
This girl wild.
This girl, wild. This is crazy. This type of a plane she's gonna jump off?
Look at it. Airplane jumper. You know those dancers on the wings?
Yeah. He's such a different personality type than Violet, but I feel like he's actually very similar to her.
もうすぐ大陸縦断鉄道ができるだろう。そしたら南の国まであっという間だぞ。あっちの女の子はみんな可愛い。
Oh,
But one's about to
no.
land on top of you.
うまい食い物もいっぱい届くようになる。中隊長に伝令。第二小隊はこの地点
He looks like the youngest. Do you think he's just removing him so he doesn't die?
配置予定時刻は
Oh, whoa! Damn! Shit!
That
Where?
scared the shit out of me.
Guys, take cover. Why are you just...
やってやるよ。
Where are you even? He's just firing. Oh, shit. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, no. Dude, run. You can't. I'm sorry. No, don't do it. Ah. Is he gonna kill him or is he gonna be merciful?
I think he wanted to kill him.
Really? I thought that was him like letting them go because he had his scope on him. He doesn't want to. I don't think. Oh, never mind. Oh. Are they letting him go?
I don't know.
Are they being cruel? Oh, poor guy, man. Oh.
Do we even know which group he was with? I thought he was the one who wanted to send the letter.
I thought he wanted to send the letter too to Maria.
But maybe we...
I don't think that they were the rebels, though. That was cool. They made us get attached just to kill them all off.
Oh, he's still alive.
He's alive? No way.
本権派は腰抜け揃いだからな。だからこそ我々がもう一度率いてやる必要があるのだよ。
Whoa, look at his eyes.
That was not, that
Different
almost,
guy.
not
Yeah.
quite. Do you think Violet's gonna think it's him though, and flash back maybe? The other guy's was symmetrical.
Yeah. he
His was
wasn't.
kind of
and I thought he
tilted.
was blonde. Or at least light brown.
Whoa!
子供？
They still think Violet's a child?
How would they be able to tell?
I know from that. What? What's that parachute doing, guys? Violet is horrifying. Wait, did he recognize her? Did you see his eyes? Damn. I don't know why. She was so much scarier.
俺はあんたを知っている。
Oh, he does.
ライデンシャフトリヒの少女兵。なぜお前が？
He's on this side now?
下がっていただけますか？
分かった分かった。
Yeah, so he's like, I'm not even messing with you.
相手が悪い。
Damn. It's crazy because I know that they've shown Violet kicking ass before, but I feel like this time she felt the most inhuman.
Yeah.
Almost like something else. This is the first time
He
in the
didn't have a
show I
scar.
kind of understand why he recognized her. He wasn't the guy.
Oh.
At least that's the way I'm reading it.
I don't know if I trust them to just leave and not come back.
So it is him.
お待たせしました。旦那様。
Damn. That's a nice letter you ordered.
I'd request Violet to every battlefield so she'll just come and save our asses.
But the last holdout of the moderates has fallen. Think about that. So now
Yeah.
the people who want war are going to retake
Yeah.
over that country.
金の使い道が思い浮かばなくてな。だったらさ、故郷へ手紙でも送れば。手紙？戦場から？うん。俺は手紙なんて生まれてこの方書いたことがないんだ。書き方なんてわからないよ。ほれ、あのポスター。素敵な女性があなたの気持ちを手紙にしたためますって。
せっかくだから綺麗になってね。エリア。
Oh.
マリア。
Oh, he's made it. Dude, I thought he was dead.
I thought he
Stephanie.
was dead too.
If I was putting a percentage chance on it, I thought there was 0% chance he was alive.
Well, then
I
he
thought this was
responded to
like,
her.
I still thought he was
Going to die.
Yeah.
After that scene, I wasn't sure.
こちらでも
I thought we were just establishing the cruelty of the rebels. I didn't.
迎えが来る予定です。
手紙書いてくれるか。
今は手当てを。
手紙。
Oh, what if he dies
I
before
know.
treatment?
もうすぐ
Ooh. Don't say that. I feel like if you say that, it's gonna happen.
Oh, he's gonna die after he writes the letter.
綺麗だ。
準備できました。旦那様。
母さんと
To his mother, not Maria?
かしこまりました。
俺のこと
She's just typing in the air.
私の指で覚えております。
そうこれが最後の手紙になるかも。もし
She can do that?
She's a Violet Evergarden.
夫婦になるならまた俺を産んでほしい。お願いだよ。
I feel like that, in a weird way, is the nicest thing you could say to a parent, given the horrifying situation.
もっと幸せになってその姿を二人に見せるはず。父さんと母さんも祈ってまた俺を息子にしてよ。お願いだよ。こんな言葉遣いでよかったのかな。
私はこのままの方がいいと思います。
So he could have written a letter the whole
そう言っ
time.
てもらえると
Oh.
なんだか
Well, he would have been dead
気になる。
if Violet hadn't come.
旦那様
It's wild to me that Violet encodes the letters into her memory by typing on a phantom typewriter.
So that if you write them down, you remember better, right? I feel like this one would be kind of hard to forget the sentiment behind,
他に
even if it's
手
not
紙を送り
verbatim.
たい方はいらっしゃいますか？
Good job, Violet. You're growing so much.
マリ
How's she gonna know who Maria is? Like, does he have the address?
アに幼馴染なんだ。小さい頃から一緒で妹みたい
Not
な
exactly like a sister, I don't think.
告白されて俺も多分好きででも恋人らしいことなんて何もしないままキスだってしたことないんだ。
旦那様のその思いを私が手紙にします。
元気にしてるかい覚えているかな。
I don't understand where we're going though if he just
して
dies.
くれた時のこと
He's dying.
Who are we gonna be with? Are we gonna go to be with Maria?
すごく嬉しくて
No, we're just gonna write the letter.
マリア帰りたい。君のところに死にたくないよ。帰りたい。
Come on, Aiden.
待ってて。もう目が開けられない。ちゃんと書い
You
て
know
る。
he's gonna die. I don't want to keep
書いて
hoping.
おります。
I'm gonna hope.
How? What hope is there?
俺の手紙
I don't know, he said he wants to live.
ありがとう。一人じゃないよ。
Ugh.
ここにいます。おそばにおります。
俺に触れて。
There are her fingers.
手を握っておりますよ。旦那
I
様
think just knowing you're not alone would be like just about the most comforting thing I can imagine for this.
なんだか寒くなってきた。
I think she represents future. And I think that's what makes it so painful. A future that will never come to
Yeah,
be.
a whole life that never happened. Oh, no.
マリアキスして。 ありがとう。
I don't understand what we're going to do now, though.
Why do we cry every episode?
Because every episode
Why?
they do a really good job.
I didn't think this was gonna be sad all the time.
It's their job. It's moving. He would have just died alone in the snow. It's just too bad that I thought she was going to actually save him.
She's not a medic.
This is an infinitely better way to go than the way he was about to go, though.
大丈夫ですよ。
Poor Maria, too.
Ugh.
Because it's so horrible for Aiden, but Maria has to live with the possibilities, too.
Yeah.
Like, it's so sad for Aiden that he died. I mean, his whole life just got snuffed out.
The whole future.
It's just-
I think that's what makes it so sad is that when the future,
He's
It's
actually
stolen
flying
from you.
back for her?
how's she gonna get up there?
バンダル郵便車より御社の荷物は無事回収した。
I love how much they all love
そ
Violet.
れでいつ帰ってくるの？
ただし一箇所立ち寄り先があるとのこと。
Oh, she's gonna be so happy.
Oh.
Why'd they say it like that?
エイダンフィールド様より預かってまいりました。
When she brought the picture back too.
Oh, the handkerchief.
Oh, it's a handkerchief, not a picture.
I never thought about this. If your family was off at war, every time the mail came, you'd be so excited to hear from them, and you'd be so scared to hear that they were dead. Every time.
There was a mom in the U.S. during World War II who had 5 sons, and all 5 of them died. And after that, they made a letter that, or a rule that they wouldn't let that happen anymore. And so, the youngest one son couldn't go off or something like that, or they changed it. And that's what Saving Private Ryan, the movie's about. Because she'd already lost all her other sons, so they had to go recover him so she wouldn't lose all. I've never, I was always a boyfriend off at war, you off at war, growing up. Now I'm I have a son. And I didn't worry when I had a daughter, but I have a son now.
I didn't think I would identify most with Aiden's parents.
I didn't either.
It's nice that Violet brought them closure, at least.
Yeah.
At least they got to hear his last words.
Instead of never knowing.
Never knowing. MIA. Like Gilbert. Always hoping.
I'm tired of crying in these.
It makes me reframe everything. Oh, that was the whole thing. I don't know what it was. The episode, it made me cry so much, but it felt very fast. I had kind of selfishly thought, because I'm 31 now, and there's specific ages in the U.S. that you're eligible to be drafted.
Yeah.
And I'm technically too old now.
Unless it just
obviously, right? Unless there was a total war, but it's hard for anybody to kind of imagine what that would look like now because we've been at peace for so long.
Yeah.
And I guess for me, because obviously, I'm not too old, but I'm older than the draft age. Mm-hmm. And so for me, I had kind of completely moved on from this specific worry. Because I would have been identifying with Aiden more than anybody until very recently. Yeah. And like you said, we had a 3-year-old, we have a 3-year-old daughter.
It wasn't as much of a worry.
In U.S., women don't have to register for the draft. So it wasn't something that I was really worried about.
Yeah.
We have a 5-month-old son, and this is the first thing I've watched where I'm like, oh no. I've never thought about our little boy. I kind of thought I was done out worrying about
the draft.
Yeah. Not that there was anything to worry about
but
either. It's just you hear stories. It was only stories. There was nothing I had to worry about. But I heard stories from my dad and from
My dad was drafted, but he got out of it. I don't remember how, but he did.
My dad, they stopped the year before he would have had to go. Mm-hmm. That's when it stopped. I just heard about that. So in the back of my head, I never had any real reason to be scared. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to make something bigger than it actually is. I relaxed just a little bit when I turned 28.
Yeah.
I just relaxed a little bit. It's way worse to imagine your son like this.
My grandpa I know everybody's grandpa was in the army. Mine was in World War II. And he was at some of the most famous battles. He was in the 3rd wave that went onto the beach at D-Day. He wasn't the first wave, but he was a medic. And he said he had to drive over he was driving a tank. And he had to drive over his own men who were still alive, but just shot down on the beach. And he never talked about it with my mom, but constantly, he couldn't talk about it, right? But my mom was constantly consuming World War II stories and reading about him and watching movies because she feels like she has to share in the suffering that he went through. And he was in the Battle of the Bulge and in a foxhole and all that stuff.
It wasn't that long ago. I don't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
My grandpa was medically discharged on one side, and my other grandpa fought in World War II, but he didn't talk about it at all.
Yeah.
So I don't know any crazy that just in 2 generations.
The people who are in it don't talk about it.
We just, I've always been kind of scared of it broadly, but it makes me wonder, because I don't know if I was scared because my dad was scared because my grandpa was scared.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But, I don't think I was as scared as my dad, and obviously my dad wasn't as scared as my grandpa. Mm-hmm. So it makes me think, one more generation.
They're not even gonna know
Do you remember, people were excited for World War I?
Yeah.
Do you remember? That was a major theme. People were like, yes, we're going to war.
They just didn't know yet.
It's also interesting to me because I sometimes wonder, like, back then the media had such dominant control over people's perception because the internet didn't exist.
Yeah, so it was only centralized media that everybody got their information
and people felt
from.
like, oh, I have a duty, I'm honor bound,
yeah, there
I
was,
have to do it.
At least in America, I would say like there was,
it was like
much
pro-war.
more like fighting for our country, fighting for America,
fighting for freedom.
It feels like everyone's so disillusioned now, though.
Yeah, and like, who would anybody want to anymore? You know, is kind of how it feels. I mean, obviously the people who sign up for the military, but a lot of the people we know who do that are doing it because there's such good benefits associated with it.
And most people that I know who have signed up didn't sign up with the expectation of seeing combat and deployment. Or even if there was deployment, not an expectation of active combat. I know there are people who do.
Yeah, there are some.
There are people who do.
I just don't know any personally.
I haven't met anybody personally.
That's a lot. It makes me think about war a lot more.
It makes me I feel very more scared of war. I feel like this show, out of every other show we've watched,
it makes it hit home.
Seeing it afterwards.
Yeah.
Because I'd say another show that we're watching that makes me think a lot about it is Attack on Titan, but that's very much during a war. And I feel it's way scarier to see the after effects and the ramifications.
Yeah, it's good.
It scares me now because, like I was saying, I feel like how horrific it is. I think, at least in the U.S., I think we've lost a lot of that.
Saliency.
The saliency.
Yeah.
And even with World War I and World War II, it wasn't as bad for us as it was for the countries that the wars were actually fought in.
I think if there's been like 2 or 3 generations and it hasn't been fought in your home turf, you grow numb, you grow distant from it. It doesn't...
Like, I think we're distant from it, even though we're feeling it now because we're being put there through violence. Like, I don't think we have an appropriate appreciation for how horrific it is.
No, the older I get, the more of an appreciation I have for it. And the horror of it. When I was younger, this sounds really stupid. It was really stupid, but it sounded kind of like, ooh, exciting, like a book.
Yeah, because that's what it was. It's like romanticized.
It's so romanticized in media. And now that I'm older and now I have kids, it's hell on earth.
At least for me, you see yourself as the main character of your life. Mm-hmm. And so when I imagined any type of thing.
You're the war hero.
Yeah, it's like, I'm the main character because everybody thinks they're the main character. So it's nothing bad would happen to me.
Yeah, when you're younger, you think that. You think you're invincible.
Superhuman complex.
I think that's real for a lot of people growing up in, quote, safe places.
Because you're not meant
I told us I don't want to cry this time.
It kind of looks like Australia if a meteor took out part of it.
一部の反対派は逃亡、他の勢力との合流を狙っていると考えられる。そこで君の部隊の力を借りたい。ディートフリーとゴーデンビリア海軍大佐。
I thought he was gonna be in it a lot more, and they haven't really even showed Violet's discussions with him.
君も分かっていると思う。
She's wearing a white uniform.
今回の和平調印式は大陸全土の今後に関わる重要な式だ。不測の事態に対して考えうる手段をすべて用意しておきたい。加えて陸軍の特殊部隊は解散し、有事の力不足は否めない。
He looks suspicious.
君の隊は現役だ。しかも今回の作戦に海軍はうってつけと来ている。厄介事は弟がいないのなら兄に頼む。
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out.
反対勢力が和平交渉を妨害しに来るのは間違いない。
He's just gonna ignore what he said.
Everyone reacted to it.
Also, it's crazy that he's allowed to have this like crazy hair and everyone else's is super normal. Also, somebody told us in the comments the Bougainvillea family is military. The Claudius family is the wealthy one. That's what they.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot more sense.
So that's why Gilbert's family specifically wasn't protecting him from the heavy combat, but Claudia's is.
Yeah.
It also makes sense how Claudia was able to fund this business. It's weird because it seems like it's doing very well, and then it's doing horribly, and then very well, and then horribly, doesn't it? And you're kind of like, it's tricky because we're going back and forth in time.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. I feel like that if he's from a wealthy family, it makes more sense to me how he can kind of ride the waves a little bit.
和平の象徴として完成した大陸縦断鉄道に施設と民間の道路が乗り、ディスタリーからガルダリクに向かうのだが、
The whole thing seems
近
sketchy.
隣部隊を自由に使って構わん。必ず阻止してくれ。
Well, you know how cynical I am. So I'm just like, oh, Fall Guy, Patsy. They're gonna trick a Bougainvillea into some type of
war, starting it.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's my first intention.
You think he wants to be in war?
I'm like, oh, the army must want to be in war. Hey, little known fact, this is actually how the creators of Fortnite got the idea.
Stop.
Of dropping in. It was actually Violet.
He's a really nice guy.
Oh, we're really just picking up right away. Okay.
I'm always expecting a time jump.
Me too. And not always. Actually, I'm usually expecting a time regression or a flashback, I guess is what it's colloquially called. We've never seen him come with before.
No. It's so weird. They're like, we want the dolls there to symbolize peace. I don't believe it.
I don't believe it.
郵便車の方ですね。今後の予定をご案内させていただきます。現在本館は人々丸々に雷電港を出発。那覇ハールよりレントラー川を北上し。
It's crazy they could take a boat that big up the river, but it makes sense. There's canals.
I watched a video that was saying that one of the reasons that the U.S. is such a dominant economic superpower is because we have some of the most navigable freshwater river systems in the world. That it goes so far into our interior that big shipping boats can go in and out of. Isn't that cool?
That is fun facts with Wesley.
I probably got like 3 of those 4 facts wrong, but we got good shipping domestically.
I'm like, okay, why am I so much at risk? He's in love. Damn.
Yeah, don't mince words. I think she phrased that exactly how he's gonna hate.
お前たちを目的地まで護衛して調印式を成功させるのが俺の任務だ。民間のドールというのはお前一人か。
ええ、バイオレットなら今回は来ません。
I'm surprised because I thought she seemed like the best fit for anything dangerous.
Sure.
にしてもまだドールなんぞをやっているのか。あの人間ごときの出来損ないは。
Yeah.
ちょっとあんた。
確かにあいつは出来損ないかもしれないけど、それでも必死にやってる。あいつが書いた手紙で救われてる人もいる。
Good for them standing up for her. I'd be so intimidated by him, but they're like, excuse me, that's my friend you're talking about.
I kind of think that the doll profession has a lot of pull to it in this world. They're almost like a mix of writers and celebrities. And
a little bit, yeah.
There's almost like a idol culture around the dolls. It seems
bit,
like they're known for being, remember they say like beautiful women who show up wherever you go. They almost feel like opera singers mixed with actresses mixed with writers.
Something like that.
Dang, that was a face and a half, man.
He is not like Violetta.
He has a grumpy Gus. He's never woken up on the right side of the bed, only the wrong side.
She's gonna run into them somehow, but how?
収容所から脱出したガルダリク兵士1041名。
Prisoner of war camp, Wesley.
遠いところご苦労だった。
Prisoner of war camp, Wesley.
That has to be. If Gilbert's alive, I feel like this is our last chance that he might be alive. Maybe. The prisoner of war theory is the only one that I think makes any sense anymore. I was going for like a Jane Eyre type of situation.
Where he's
gender flipped Jane Eyre.
So kept in someone's attic.
I no longer think that was the case because I think kindly housekeeper would have shown Violet to him.
Yeah.
When she came to visit the Bougainvillea
you're
household.
Thinking, yeah.
That was my original theory. I don't think that anymore.
収容所からも救っていただき感謝しております。あの屈辱は忘れがたい。
Oh, he's the commander who ordered them to fire upon his own fort.
陽動作戦は成功。南のふぬけどもは我々が一人ガルで全滅したと思っているでしょう。
This is the wrong prisoner of war camp. Not the right one. Damn it.
Well, no, because if somebody has Gilbert, it might be fairly likely that these forces have him. Because they might have taken him when they
attacked.
When they were fleeing the fortress.
We're trying to find anything,
man.
guys.
I usually feel like I have a very strong gut feeling, whether I'm right or I'm wrong, about the narrative direction of a story.
I have no idea.
I have no idea if Gilbert's alive or dead. It's truly 50-50 to me.
この鉄道で俺たちの国にも食料や資源が入ってくる。北と南が和平で結ばれるんだ。
Pilot is so cool. I like him a lot.
He's so optimistic. I am not. Man, letters supposed to be expensive in this country. The whole doll service around them and have like it's not easy to send them. Just kind of like the Pony Express type thing, you know?
It's like Pony. Whoa. Dude, their uniforms remind me a little bit of the Confederacies, which I'm sure is intentional. That's right. Not a good sign because we are not in Civil War. Shit, I can't imagine that they are. Don't you agree? They are very reminiscent.
Yeah.
Even the
color,
the gray.
Oh, that was so sweet.
For a second, I thought Claudia had a kid.
I know.
Secretly. Because he feels parental for Violet.
Do you think that?
Yeah.
What she ends up with Claudia?
You think he's romantic?
No.
I don't think he has romantic interest.
I don't think yet.
But I'm saying he saw a daughter and father, and that reminded him of Violet.
That's true. That's true.
He does not suit his last name. He should be like Prickly Pear or something.
Oh, that's all the memories.
It looks like a great spot for a fort when you see the whole geography. Oh. It looks like they're taking out all of the way stations. Oh.
Even the bad guys are good looking. What the heck? They're capturing the doll.
Oh, hey.
She see her? They're that low? Oh, she...
Dude, Violet's eyes, man. She's just Legolas, but a girl. She even fights like Legolas. Okay, that's my new lore. This is Legolas's great-great-great-granddaughter. I just feel like they're setting him up to be such a patsy. Why would the army contract the Navy to go fight on a train?
I don't know.
Like, it made sense when they were in the ocean, but then why wouldn't they hand the dolls over to the protection of the army once they got to dry land?
There? No
I think
idea.
it's so that the army has an outside force. They can blame the Navy.
Because if there's no war, the army gets dismantled.
Yeah, and they would, presumably the generals would lose a lot of their power and influence once they were 100% out of the war. So I think the army...
It's not like the generals have to do the fighting.
I don't think that they're coordinating with the rebels, but I think that they have
their own
goals
incentive
in common with the rebels, and that it serves them too if war breaks out. So they want to use the Navy as the fall guys to blame for this tragedy, so that they get to be the heroes and swoop in. That's what I think.
Got theories, guys. To protect them.
She just wants to save her from Bougainvillea. He doesn't like her, but he respects her. He never questioned whether she was
telling the truth.
And so it's interesting that he trusts Violet's competency completely and judgment completely,
well, I'll tell you,
even though he hates her.
To his brother.
Yeah.
Bougainvillea 海軍大佐から報告です。反対派と思われる破壊活動が鉄道周辺で発生。特殊の乗った列車を狙っている模様。全軍に出動準備。周辺諸国にも連絡。再び戦争にだけはさせるな。
Sure you can't. If they are sincere, I'm gonna look like such an ass.
I know.
If they are sincere, I just can't.
Cynical.
I can't. I'm too cynical.
Trust anybody.
I don't trust. No, I trust people. I don't trust. I don't trust government. I trust certain individual people. I don't trust organizations. POW theory is looking less and less likely, babe.
デスタリー駅で爆発発生。死傷者はなし。どこで仕掛けるつもりなのでしょう。速度が落ちるところ。そして破壊されると復旧が難しいところ。
I'm surprised he's not surrounded by officials.
トンネルは建設に10年かかっている。破壊されたら。
It's almost like they don't actually want to stop the attack. I'm just saying they put like a very, very symbolically important target on a skeleton crew guard and trounced it through easily attackable territory.
They're already on the train. That's the crazy part. They don't even know it.
Where do you think they recruit their soldiers from? Like New York modeling agencies or what? I like how they all make them super military, except they have really like flowing,
gorgeous
preppy hair.
It's not all shaved
no
off.
buzz cuts. Whoa.
Does he not have a gun on him? This is like Anastasia things.
I was just.
Whoa.
I'm so glad Violet's still here.
後方で数人前方でも物音がしました。
残された兵力はほぼゼロに近い。俺がこの列車を止める。お前は中の人間を守れ。
了解しました。
やはり命令が欲しい。
What? But it's your order. She respects you. Why is that bad?
違います。
違わない。
Why are we having this conversation
様
now?
は道具だ。俺が敵を皆殺しにしろと命じたら、平然と殺すんだろう。
That would be a good thing.
殺しません。
Oh, Violet.
武器はいりません。
I understand why she wouldn't do it, but I definitely don't think this is the time.
なんだと言うんだ。
Do you remember how when we first saw when he gave Violet to Gilbert, he was dehumanizing her and calling her a tool, but he didn't seem so emotionally attached to that idea. It was much more cavalierly.
Now he seems very angry about it.
And that's what
There's a lot of emotion.
I'm trying to figure out, and it seems to be tied to Gilbert's death.
Does he blame her for his death?
He must blame Violet for Gilbert's death, and he must blame it in some way for her following orders. That's the only thing that I can come up with.
Yeah.
Because he must think, like, if Violet was willing to break with orders and not a tool, then she would have saved my brother.
It's weird to me because it's like military, you're expected to follow orders. And she placed her trust in you and asked for orders. Doesn't necessarily mean that you follow anybody's orders. Oh. Oh, that was a jerk thing to say.
That's factually incorrect. There's
Oh, you're an asshole.
At least. Huh. Brave move talking shit to a super soldier's face. I know she says she's not going to kill them, but I feel like getting socked in the face by Violet, who has metal arms, could kill you. For sure. It's like getting hit by a baseball bat.
Oh, she's just there on top of the train. Okay.
I'm surprised he doesn't know about Violet, considering how important she was to the battle that he cares so much about.
I know. She was there. I think I'd kick him off the train. Kick him off the train. You don't know how long they'll stay out.
なぜこのようなことを。
お前たちに踏みにじられたものを人を取り返すためだ。
戦争を始める気ですか。
お前の中で戦争は終わっているのか。
That was a good response. A realistic response, I should say.
暴力の記憶は火傷のように残って永遠に終わらない。我々は戦争が終わり、死者も少女も栄光に迎えられるのを夢見て戦っていた。上層部は今やお前たちの言いなり、命を懸けて民を守ろうとした兵士たちは役立たずと罵られ、石を投げられる。
So, like, they didn't treat their military right when it ended. So they're rebelling?
誰も殺したくありません。
I'm surprised they didn't shoot at her.
I know. It seems like a very bizarre decision, unless they just don't want to give away their location on top of the train to somebody else.
Let's throw a couple people overboard.
I would still kill them. Because she protected. Ah, Violet.
I've never really seen her get injured like that before.
No.
Except when
She
her
only got
arms
injured
are
because she
chopped
was
off.
saving one of them from falling. Oh, so they will shoot. We should have done that before, dummy.
Violet,
Oh,
focus.
Violet, stay focused.
Oh.
Oh.
See, they just get back up again. She's taken at least like 5 of them down. Violet.
Ah.
I don't like this. Oh. He took them all out? Oh no.
Very fair question, dude.
Violet though? I can't believe, I thought she was like way more intense than this.
She seems really distracted, though.
Yeah, when she's not like,
Focus.
also she didn't kill any of them and I think that came. Whoa. Not
Oh,
Major.
no.
He's gonna kill him.
He doesn't seem like he's trying to kill them either. He could have easily shot them, and he didn't. Oh, there we go. Nice. Nice.
Damn, he's a good fighter.
ディートフリート大佐。
自分すら守れないくせに不殺とはおこがましい。俺の弟キルはそんな奴を守
Oh,
ろう
that's
と
what
す
he
るか。
thinks he did.
もう誰も殺したくないのです。少佐の命令は生きろであって殺せではありません。
戦わない。殺せない戦闘人形などただの足手まといでしかない。だからキルベルトも守れなかったんだ。
Oh, he gave her to him to protect him.
だからお前も死んでしまう。
What?
早く死ね。
But he's just saved her.
He just blames her. I don't even think he blames her rationally because he's like, you only follow orders.
He's just emotional.
Why don't you follow orders?
He's just
No,
emotional.
he's just mad.
He's
He
sad
just
his
blames
brother
her.
died.
Yeah.
それでも生きろとおっしゃったのです。守りたかった。私も守りたかったんです。
Oh, of course, you little scum rat bastard.
Good.
Oh, no.
What? What?
Oh.
Whoa.
Whoa. Was that a grenade?
It looked like it. What hit her now?
It hit her arm. Is she okay?
Something doesn't look right.
Oh,
That's
of course.
it? That's where our cliffhanger is? Oh, but there's one more episode. There's one more episode. Okay. I was like, if that's
Oh, you
the
thought
end
that
of
was
the
the last
season?
of the season? No, there's
Oh.
one more. Ow, my finger. Ow, my face. Steffi says she has a new theory.
I'd give it like chances are like 5% it's real. But what if Major Gilbert died, but because of that, these two reconcile and end up together? They come together over their loss of Gilbert.
Friends or lovers?
Eventually lovers.
I was
5% chance of it being accurate.
I kind of got that vibe last episode.
I
too.
did. Like Prime Prejudice, I hate you, you hate me.
But I don't really like that. Well, we know that Violet has a type. And it's green eyes, violet hair.
I think she
ironically.
likes him because he's nice to her. Anyway, we'll see what happens.
I don't.
Oh, shit!
Oh. Nice.
In the head. Nope.
Oh, I thought we got him in the head. Shit.
Oh, those were expensive
That
ass
has to
arms.
hurt, too.
Who paid for those arms?
Like they're wired into her nervous system. That has to hurt.
だが両腕を失い、主を失い、なぜかそこに立っていた。
I don't want them to become, unless he
Just
has a
saying.
really big change of heart, because I don't like how he's treated Violet at any point throughout
We've never
the
seen
story.
it from his perspective. She killed like 30 of his friends. If somebody killed all your friends,
I have a
and
hard
family-
time imagining me being okay. I'm not saying I don't want him to live a happy life himself. I'm taking specific issue with the relationship as you proposed it. That I'm kind of getting the vibe we could
Just
be setting
saying,
up for
that's
as well.
the vibe I got last episode.
That's
it
kind
could
of the
be
vibe I
wrong.
got as well.
I'm only giving you a 5% chance because in my head that's crazy talk, but that's
No,
the vibe.
I don't want him to be unhappy family or something. I get emotionally and I have empathy for everything. Like you said, Violet killed a bunch of his friends. Then his brother died while she was with him, and he's just irrationally angry about it. I just don't think that that's going to be the framework and groundwork for a healthy relationship.
What would happen if they did fall in love and Major Gilbert came back?
Oh no! That'd be even worse.
Oh shit.
I don't want, and Violet is already kind of prone to being bullied by people that she gives her heart over to. So I just don't trust him to not take advantage of that idiosyncrasy of her character.
Well, let's see. How is she gonna get her arms back?
Like, I don't think she can stand up for herself.
He's out of bullets. He's holding something in his hand.
Saber?
Was it just her necklace?
Oh, a necklace. Oh.
Whoa.
Whoa. I thought he might throw it off the train for just a second.
I think he likes that it symbolizes Gilbert too.
It's gonna be hard for him to stay mad at her when he sees how much she loves
her brother. Yeah.
See, he wants to. He. I don't even think he's actually mad at Violet. I think he's just angry that his brother died.
Still there?
Oh no! There was a tripwire.
Shit, now what are we gonna do? Violet's lost an arm. Go kill this guy.
Oh, they cut the brakes. Bet you're glad she's following orders now. Dang, Violet with one arm is
still a beast?
Yes. Who is that mustachio
they're already in the
guy?
middle of the bridge. Whoa! I think he's gonna survive.
That's what I don't like about not.
She hopped off.
Like I hate not.
And then they come back again.
Yeah, I get. Okay, in a narrative character building perspective, I get Violet. Captain should have capped him.
Captain.
But no, for reals, like Captain should have capped him. I get for Violet. Violet shouldn't have to kill any more people.
They were interrupted.
But it pisses me off because he'll come back. That's the problem. And then guess what? There's gonna be more innocent blood on your hands. It's better to have the blood of
bad guys on
your hands than to have been able to stop.
Oh,
damn, Violet.
Or everybody get off the train.
Oh, the heels.
Damn! Who knew he was such a badass? Also, how'd they find the bomb so quickly at night in the dark?
We knew he was presumably ex-military.
That's true, that's a good point.
But we have no idea what he did in the war. You know he's gonna be...
Oh! How'd the other bomb get detached so quickly?
Well, it had his whole body weight into the heel. Come on, Violet. Come on, Violet. Ah. Shit. Oh, yes. Nice.
She got it.
She got it. Oh, she's falling. Oh, no. Ah.
Where is she?
Where's Violet?
Oh.
Holy crap, man.
That was a lot.
Oh.
I know he caught her.
How'd he jump around on this bridge like Spider-Man?
Oh, it's nice that it's daytime now. We can see again.
That was a fast sunrise.
That was intense,
That was
man.
insane.
Woo!
How do you live in these beautiful places and want to fight? Why don't you just want to, like, buy rural cheeses and make sourdough
Go
or
to
something?
restaurants. Oh, that's why they needed a doll to transcribe it.
そのために直ちに公正な貿易を再開し、以上ここに両国の和平を調印することを誓う。
Man, Kalia and Violet are all over the history.
I know.
どうした？
Why don't we gotta get her some arms?
終わったのに。
I can't, dude. Ripping her arms out because her arms
That
are
would
wired
hurt.
into her nervous
Nerves,
system.
yeah.
I bet her brain was screaming.
And pain.
And Violet
Oh.
never registers. Violet never shows. But
You
we
made
saying,
a good point.
I bet it just.
Oh yeah, they're in her nerves.
Like
You're right.
I bet it's like ripping a catheter out or
Okay,
something.
stop.
終わったのに戦争は終わったのに息子は帰ってこない。もう息子は諦めようと妻に言ってるんだ。 でも
わかります。よくわかります。
No.
手紙にはこう書いてくれるかな。
Who's he writing it to? His wife?
俺たちのところに
Oh, it's a
生まれ
goodbye.
てきてくれてありがとうって。
Oh.
航空祭しばらく戦争で中止になってたし、5年ぶりだからみんな楽しみにしてるのよ
An
ね。
air show.
明日
She can go do some dives off some planes and it'll add to the suspense.
はい、頑張ります。私もね、手紙書こうかなって思ってるの。道路になる前、私を驚かせ
Yeah,
て
we don't know anything about Cat Leah's
No, we
background.
didn't know her
たく
background.
さん来てた。亡くなった人も随分いてね。
Ugh.
その人たちに書こうかなって。バイオレット
It's funny that Cat Leah's got violet eyes.
Yeah.
まだ自分の手紙を書いたことがありません。じゃあ記念すべき初めての手紙ね。今のあなたが思う通りに書けばいいのよ。心の
She's got a new outfit because the other one got torn up.
賞賛。
Yeah, you're right. I
なん
didn't.
だ。
私はもう不要ですか。処分される結果、ホッチンズ中佐のもとへ移されるのでしょうか。少佐に命令はいただけないのでしょうか。
君はそんなに私の命令が欲しいのか。
命令は私の全てです。
私の命令はこの戦い以降聞かなくていい。誰の命令も聞かなくていい。自由に生きなさい。
それがご命令ですか。
どうして命令だと思うんだ。本当に道具だと思っていると。そうなのであれば幼い君を抱いて帰りはしなかった。君をずっと私だけのそばに置かなかった。分かっているはずだ。怒っているのも辛いのも君には感情がある。私と同じ心があるだろう。ないというのならその顔は何だ。今私のことが怖いだろう。急に怒鳴られて嫌だろう。
わかりません。
理不尽に言われて腹が立つだろう。
わかりません。
嘘だ。
自分でもわからないのです。私は少佐の命令を聞いていたいのです。少佐の命令があればどこにでも行けるのです。それだけなのです。
It makes sense from his perspective. He's like, she never shows emotion, but I know she's feeling.
Yeah.
I know she has emotions. I know she likes me or loves me, even though she can't like see it. That would be a fear in his mind. Like, I've grown in love with someone. Can she love me back? Right? It makes sense why he was trying to provoke her, feel some feeling out of her.
私は君が自分は道具であれと戒めるのを見ているのが辛い。小さかった君をそんな風にしてしまったのは。
No, you're not.
You didn't make her that
You didn't
way.
make her that way, Gilbert.
なのに君はまだ私のことを信じて。
He was just gonna let her leave the military entirely.
Yeah.
He had to. I guess in a way, it's almost more painful for her to be half in, half out.
Yeah.
もう数時間で決戦だ。この話はまた今度にしよう。
There was no next time.
書けなかった？
心はあるのです。
That's big for
あっ
her.
たのです。あの時も少佐に何を伝えたいか。
バイオレットちゃん、締め切りは今日の夕方だけど、朝までに書ければ俺が事務局に持っていく。短くても1行でもいいから。
Dear Gilbert, I love you. Violetta.
はい。
バイオレットにブーゲンビリ
No.
アを見せるお客様が
Why is it Mr.? It's the older
should be-
brother.
ありがとうございました。
Why couldn't she say captain? Why couldn't she say captain, Stephanie?
Yeah, the clenched
That
fist.
we knew. I mean, there was no chance.
昨日まで航空祭の手紙の代筆で忙しかったんだろ。今日は休みなのに会うのが俺で悪かった。
いえ、
大殿のうちの屋敷には来たことはなかったな。驚かないように言っておくが、少し記憶が曖昧になっている。
Is that their mom?
母だ。
I can't believe he's bringing her to
I know,
see
why?
her.
あなたは
バイオレットです。母上が会いたいと。
She knows about Violet?
そうだったわ。あの子がここに引き取ってほしいと。
やっと来たのね。ギルベルトは一緒ではないの。
Oh, she doesn't remember.
母上ギルベルトは
一緒です。
あの子の瞳と同じ色だわ。
I think it's so funny that Gilbert's family all says that's the same color as Gilbert's eyes.
I know.
When it's not like, oh, that's the same color as all
His
of our
brother's
eyes.
eyes?
Yeah, it's just Gilbert's.
美しいわね。
His mom seems like
言葉がわから
a
なかった
gem
の
of
で
a woman.
I
言ったことはあ
know.
りま
She
せん
seems
が、
like a pure
少佐
sweetheart.
の瞳は出会った時から美しいです。美しいです。
それで、あなたギルベルトとはどういう？
She said past tense was.
私を拾い、育て、使ってくださいました。ですが、
わかってるわ。インテンスの戦いであの子は。
そうです。その話をするために来てもらったのでしょう、母上。
そうだったわね。あなたのせいではないわ。
Oh.
あなたが背負わなくていいのよ。リートフリートはね、もうギルベルトのことは諦めるというの。あの子だってできはしないのに。二人はね、子供の頃からそれは仲のいい兄弟。
Man, it's weird seeing Dietar's eyes so kindly.
His facial expressions are totally different.
生きてる。
She thinks he's alive? Oh, inside our hearts, okay.
だから決して忘れない。思い出すたびに辛くてもずっと思って生きていくわ。だって今も愛しているんだもの。
Dietar seems like he's forgiven her.
We're working on it. That
Even though I
means-
don't think there was anything to forgive. Or like
he's come to
maybe let go of
terms.
his resentment towards her?
Yeah.
Is a better word for it?
バイオレット、あいつの分もお前は生きろ。生きて生きて生きて。これが俺からの最後の命令だ。
もう命令はいりません。
俺が捨てた道具をギルベルトは道具として扱わなかった。だからそれは両腕を失い、主を失ってもあいつからもらった大切なものを決してなくすことはないだろう。
Gilbert is the one who started to thaw her training and brainwashing.
Yeah. Oh,
If he hadn't
man.
started it, who knows if she would have been able to ever get out of that prison. Man, snow and
That's a
palm
good way to say it.
trees.
She was in a prison of like her own mind.
It's like a trauma prison that she was forced into by her training, which we still don't.
Never saw.
We never saw. It's almost scarier that we didn't see it.
Yeah. Never once.
本当いい天気になってよかった。ライデンには珍しく雪が降り
Oh,
ま
she
した
has the same outfit again.
Nice.
ルクリン
Hey, I'm glad she keeps coming back.
来られたのね。航空祭の代筆であなたも忙しかったでしょ。いえ、でもたくさん手紙を書きました。初めて自分の手紙も。
You see, they're all wearing the pins.
私も書いたわ。両親宛てに。
Oh.
私も書きましたよ。
Iris.
自分に。ライデン
To my future self.
大陸一のゴールになってる自分に。すごい野望ね。エリカさんは何を書いたんですか？最近好きな人ができた。
Who?
Ooh.
その人に
Ooh.
We're so nosy.
Yeah,
We
thank
are
you,
Iris.
Iris.
俺の手
Oh.
紙の内容知りたいか？
Isn't Catlia into him?
I thought so.
実はさ、ホッチンズ宛てに書いたんだ。将来俺が社長になるって。
お前俺にとってから気か？
He's like, how can you come after my job? I own the company. How can you?
人のこと言えないでしょ。あなただって何書いてんのよ。パパから未来の娘へ。
いつの間にやめて。
書き損じた手紙が社長室のゴミ箱からいっぱい溢
What?
れてたわよ。パパ。
君がパパと呼ぶね。
What?
パパは君が生まれるのを
Is Callie pregnant?
そして祈ってる
Who's his
君
daughter?
がすくすく育つこと
Who's his
Who's his-
wife? Lover.
幸せになること誰かを愛し愛されること
Is it to Violet? No, because he's waiting for
そ
it
し
to
て
be
君は
born.
君の子供たちの生きる未来
Why
が
are they doing this to him? That's
I
a very
know.
personal letter. It's not funny to read it in front of everyone.
争いのない幸せであふれた世界でありますように
Who's he having a kid with?
I'm really thrown off.
たくさんの人の思いが
Oh, that's
空から
cool.
降ってきます
I didn't realize that's what part of the air show was.
I didn't either. I did not put that together. I thought it was just coincidence that they wanted her to get the letter done in time for the air show.
ギルベルト少佐
Just to have a deadline.
お元気ですかお変わりないですか今どこにいらっしゃいますか困ったことはありませんか春も夏も秋も冬も
Because she's still not admitting that he's dead.
いくつも季節が過ぎましたが少佐のいらっしゃる季節だけが巡ってきません私最初は分かりませんでした少佐のお気持ちが何一つ分かりませんでしたでも少佐にいただいたこの新しい人生の中で少しだけですが感じることができるようになったのです
Oh, it's everywhere we've been.
大室を通して出会った方たちを通して
Oh, that was the cabin at the end.
私は信じています少佐が
Is that...
どこかで生きていらっしゃ
Is
る
it good she still believes that or not?
だから私も
I thought it was going to end with her accepting his death.
生きて生きて
Didn't
この
you?
先に何があるかわからなくてもただ生きて
I think the only problem with like still believing he's alive is like, is she gonna allow herself to ever love anybody else?
こう伝えたいのです
Or because remember she's lonely,
私は
right?
今愛してるも少しはわかるのです
Hey. I'm glad that she understands now. So she can properly contextualize their relationship.
Oh man. Oh, it's in a field of flowers. I was like, what if he comes and picks it up?
I know. I keep on... When they kept cutting to images of Gilbert, I kept thinking, are they going to show it? That he's out there somewhere to us?
We're never gonna know.
Well, the only... we come up with no theory that... We've tried so hard to come up with a theory for how he could be alive, and we've been
I got
completely
nothing.
unable to.
I got nothing.
Jane Eyre theory
The
out.
only thing is there was no
POW
body.
theory out. Arranged marriage theory out. Gilbert's mom thinks thinks he's...
Everyone thinks he's
Yeah,
dead. Is that over? I thought that was gonna be it. I'm like waiting for a cliffhanger.
I know. No way, right? No way. No
My
way.
hopes get up every time.
今行きま
It
す
just has to be symbolic of going to the... Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Did they train her just not to sweat? I don't understand.
お初にお目にかかりますお客様がお望みならどこでも駆けつけます自動手記人形サービス
No way.
No, that wasn't the right reaction.
バイオレット・エヴァーガーデンです
It was recognition. That wasn't Gilbert. Who was it?
I don't know. Somebody she's been to see before?
My first thought was the author, but I don't think that that would be important enough that they would have ended the whole show with that.
Oh, guys.
Well, there are movies.
There's no way.
Well,
Gilbert comes
presumably
back in
this is the movie. Presumably this
It's the start of
this
the movie.
mission is the movie. So we'll get to find
Gilbert's
out.
not going to come back in the movie.
No, what? What?
We won't find Gilbert in the movies.
Surely Gilbert's
I
gonna
feel
be...
like Gilbert's we're never going to find him.
Ah.
This is killing me.
He has to be dead. The mystery of Gilbert is one of the best done, consistent mysteries. I've never had a specific piece of information teased to me so much and so well, where they keep on making me switch back and forth.
Do you guys
with
think
the
he's
same piece of information.
alive or dead? I mean, are
He
we
has
just
to be dead.
Are we just being
He
dumb?
has to be dead.
Are we just being dumb?
But that's why they do it like this, because that's the way everybody feels.
That's the
way Violet feels.
I think that's the whole point of the show. I think it'll get to the very, very end, and we'll still never know.
Yeah, we'll never know.
I think that's my prediction. Unless I'm right about the other one. Sure, she ends up with his brother, then Gilbert comes
way.
back.
That's like a telenovela or something. There's no way. That's like soap opera status. There's no way they're gonna do that to poor Violet.
This is a sad show.
It's not. It's a
They'll
sad
break
show.
my heart into 1,000 little pieces.
It's a sad show, but it's not like that type of a show. Well, then where was he this whole time? Oh, you know what theory hasn't been made canonically impossible? The only one?
He lost his memory.
Yeah, amnesia theory. Amnesia theory is the only theory that has anywhere left to stand on it.
Or why not prisoner of war?
Where?
I don't know.
To who?
There was still prisoner of war in the other camp.
That's true. Maybe POW? Could he be POW to a rebel group? That's what we thought, but then I can't imagine we went through all that arc with the rebel group and it wasn't even teased.
Maybe he's been in a coma.
Oh, coma theory, amnesia theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are possible. He had no dog tags.
She falls in love with his brother.
No.
Then he comes back, but he doesn't remember her anymore.
No.
Because he's got amnesia.
This is too cruel. No way. No way.
Are you glad I'm not the author?
Brutal.
Wesley, I have journeyed far for nigh on 3 days, over hill, over mountain, to bring you this letter.
A message from the front. What does it say? Are they attacking? Subscribe to Wes and Steph on Patreon.
Patreon.com/WesandSteph.
It's only $5 a month. But if you guys enjoyed our Violet Evergarden reactions, which we really loved this series, we've got more over on Patreon. We've got our reaction to Eternity and the Auto Memory Doll, and our reaction to the official Violet Evergarden movie, if you want to see us reacting to more Violet.
Because if you're like us, you can't get enough of this amazing story, the illustrations, the character development. It's just beautiful. Link is in the description down below.
Patreon.com/Wes and Steph.
$5 a month. Should I get bangs like Violet does? Just embrace the vibe.
Embrace the vibe.
Hey!
You can get more primo amazing jokes in our other reactions to Violet Evergarden content. Link is in the description down below. But we'll mostly be crying.
It's mostly just crying.
It's mostly just us crying. We love you guys. Thank you for being on this journey with us. Thank you again for watching. I will see you next time. So join us over on Patreon. And for now, bye.
Bye.